City of Witches Chapter 41 to 61 Chapter 41, Love Potion, 4. From now on, it's Mr. Assistant's turn. Spray baby seeds inside Adette and make me pregnant? Following those words, Adette lowered her waist, aiming for Sawu's member at the entrance of her love tunnel. Sawu's vision darkened. What? Sawu wasn't sure if the love juices overflowing from Adette's entrance caused his member to slip outside of Adette's hole, or if Adette's entrance was simply too narrow. Adette's first attempt at insertion failed as his shaft brushed past her petals. She made a second attempt despite appearing unconcerned with her first failure. Although she was dealing with such minor issues, she was smiling. They say it's not easy to get pregnant at once. Maybe it's because it's my first time, isn't it? Slipped. A broken bar. She missed it again. The deflected glands seemed to have touched Adette's delicate clit, causing her pelvis to shudder as she looked up at the ceiling. The insertion would be relatively simple if Adette used her hands, but her hands were occupied with Sawu's neck. Let's do this, together, until Mr. Assistant's seed reaches Adette's precious womb. Again a broken bar. You will stick it into the entrance of my womb and shoot your seed inside me. Woohoo, you are broken bar. I'm a broken bar. Don't worry, Mr. Assistant, I'm also scared. It's my first time here broken bar, but together, we can overcome this. I'll persuade my master. Adette's eyes were clouded with love and sparkling with hope, making her expression even more bewitching. With a quick click of her lips, Adette firmly grabbed his member and pressed it against the entrance of her hole. Sawu could feel the love juices wriggle through the tip of his shaft as if it were begging for Sawu's member to be pushed inside. Hana broken bar. I think I did it right. A broken bar. Now if I just lower my waist, a broken bar. Only a broken bar. As Adette began to lower her waist, her body flew off and landed on the opposite side of the couch. Adette tumbled along as the sofa fell. Once Adette, the caster of the spell that bound Sawu's movement, was gone, his body was free to move as it pleased. I was about to be fucked. Magic. Sawu placed his hand over his pounding heart as sweat poured down his face. It was true that sex was something to look forward to and enjoy, but he would rather not if it meant risking his life for it. He quickly pushed his erect cock back behind his zipper. Sawu couldn't have used magic in that situation, so it was probably Odile who threw Adette away from him. She was still standing in the same spot, her eyebrows scowling, and her face displaying a perplexed expression. Rage was boiling inside Sawu. He was furious and wondered what kept her so busy that she was only helping now. If she was slightly late, both Adette and he would have fallen into ruin. Such thoughts inevitably turned into rage and directed themselves at Odile. Miss Odile, why are you only lending a hand now? Mr. Assistant, shut your mouth. Odile's sharp words, which cut off Sawu's resentful words as if they were intrusive, silenced his mouth as well. Sawu was baffled as to why Odile was so irate despite the fact she delayed her helping hand. Odile approached Sawu with haughty steps and grabbed his necktie. Mr. Assistant, I know, the way I feel right now is because of Eros potion. What are you saying all of a sudden? You seem perfectly fine. Odile shook her head. For about 10 minutes, I felt as if I had gone crazy. I had to watch Adette and you cling to each other while my consciousness was trapped inside of my body. I suppose the effects differ from person to person. Odile pursed her lips tightly as if she were angry and spoke. Adette is my precious younger sister. I can't let something like this ruin her life. Besides, if Adette can't become a witch, I won't be able to either. We need to do this together, you understand, right? I'm grateful that you came to your senses and stopped her, but please, let's not do this anymore. I really thought I was going to die. Odile shut her eyes and rubbed her temples in response to Sawu's outburst. I know. Is this the effect of the potion? Is this how love feels? A broken bar. It's unbearably painful to love someone but be powerless to do anything about it. Sawu had the feeling that this conversation was going nowhere. Adette seemed fine at first glance, making it look as though she was immune to the potion's effects. However, the reality was completely different. She was now fighting desperately with herself, who was enchanted due to the effects of the potion. If you're finding it difficult to endure, I'll leave right now. It's better if I go before things get any worse. Is that what you want? Rage was boiling within Sawu. While he was fortunate and appreciative of her help, the realization that Odile and Odette were the ones putting him in danger made it difficult for him to express his gratitude. Please don't be angry. It's strange to see Mr. Assistant get so angry. A broken bar, it makes my heart ache. Sawu couldn't believe that Odile, despite being arrogant, presumptuous, and having a tendency to be self-important, would care about his outburst enough to squint her eyes in pain. Sawu finally realized that it was an effect of Eros's potion. Very well, I'll leave. Just as Sawu turned to leave, the pressure around his neck tightened. In fact, Odile was pulling his necktie, which was being strung tightly around his neck like a noose. Wait, I'll be honest with you, Miss Odile, right now I feel like stomping everything to pieces. I'll inform Lady Gemini of the situation despite our agreement and everything. Could you, if you still have any conscience left, keep the fact that I use magic a secret for me? Sawu naturally got chills at the thought of how much longer they had to put up with this awkward relationship, even if it meant getting punished for his actions in the past. He had given serious thought to whether ending this secret relationship was the right thing to do. Odile's hand crept up Sawu's neck, pulling his head down. She tugged on his necktie, crept up on tiptoe, and leaned close to his lips. When he thought about it, Odile was the first person Sawu had ever kissed. Odile kissed Sawu ferociously as if trying to devour him. She pushed her tongue into his mouth, parted his lips, pulled his tongue along with her, and then sucked it firmly. Pew ha ha, broken bar, what the hell is this all of a sudden? A broken bar? Mr. Assistant said that kissing is meant for lovers, right? Despite the fact that I was under the influence of the potion, I love Mr. Assistant. No, I had already fallen in love with Mr. Assistant when you had created your own formula for creating a new magic circle. No, Miss Odile, you're not in your right state of mind right now. Sawu gently pushed Odile away, trying to keep as calm as possible. Fortunately, Odile appeared to have no intention of continuing and took a couple of steps back. Sorry for getting you involved. I didn't expect this to happen, Mr. Assistant. Odile bowed her head. She remained in that posture for a long time. Odile, who had a habit of uttering disgusting notions about social standing, bowed to a slave. No, well, a broken bar. It's fine. Is Miss Odette all right? I put her to sleep for a while. I see. Then a broken bar. Sawu was left with a bitter taste in his mouth. However, it was certain that he received an apology from her. Sawu approached the carriage door with caution, keeping his gaze fixed on Odile as if he were facing a vicious dog. Odile's suspicious-looking gaze remained fixed on Sawu and continued to follow his actions. I'm leaving. A clink. Sawu placed his hand on the doorknob and twisted it. The door was locked. No, it wasn't locked. Sawu was sure that he had heard the sound of a lock just before he twisted the doorknob. Mr. Assistant, a broken bar. Odile looked at Sawu with sad eyes. Leaving here means the end of our relationship, doesn't it? What? You said you'd tell my master everything. A broken bar. Mr. Assistant is a good person. I know you won't say anything regarding this matter. A broken bar. Sawu did say that, but he hadn't decided yet whether to inform Lady Gemini about everything. But then we won't have the opportunity to see each other again, isn't that right? It doesn't seem fair to place the blame solely on me. Odile held in her tears just like Odette had done. Sawu wasn't sure if this was a common trait among twins or if the potion not only intensified feelings of love but tears as well. I'm not a broken bar. Not blaming you, Mr. Assistant. A broken bar? Why don't you understand? A broken bar? When Sawu realized Odile's words were laced with scorching passion, he knew that he was already screwed. This situation was taking the same route as Odette's. He assumed Odile was at least maintaining her composure and responding accordingly, but that impression was only an illusion. Sawu pushed his body against the carriage door with all his might, determined to escape, even if he had to break the carriage door. A bang! If this were a movie, the wooden door would have broken, but the reality was different. Unexpectedly, The door's frame was so solid that he almost dislocated his shoulder from the way his body twisted. He felt like it was some kind of fort gate. It's no use. This carriage is even sturdier than a fort. Please stop. Let me go. Isn't this enough? What's the matter? I'm just sad that I won't be with Mr. Assistant again. With each step Odile took, he felt himself suffocating more and more. He didn't feel threatened by Odile or like his body was being deprived of its freedom the way it had been during Odette's turn. You know what? If we're going to break up on away our broken bar, no. Actually, I don't want to break up our broken bar, I just want to keep seeing each other. I assure you, that won't be necessary. I was foolish and took things too lightly. This relationship was never meant to be in the first place. When you wake up from your daze, you'll realize that too. Or maybe, you'll both just avoid me completely. Odile looked at Sawu with eyes filled with sadness. She had a look of regret on her face, almost as though Sawu had wronged her. Is it because I've been acting too mean? No, that's not it. Odile didn't seem to have any intention of letting Sawu go. Although he had no interest in engaging in sexual activity with the twins, he felt like he was stuck in a repetitive cure session with her, which was akin to running on a hamster wheel. What can we do to keep seeing each other? If I'm nicer to you in the future, would that work? Woo, a broken bar, Miss Odile. I know. The effects of the potion are to blame, a broken bar. However, it irritates me. Odette was on the verge of insertion a broken bar. It annoys me so much that I, the older sister, am powerless to do anything about it. Sawu obviously noticed the clumsy lie that she told in order to catch him. Odile's expression now appeared to be more angry than sad. Ah, let's do it this way. Odile confidently untied her dress, much like Odette, then took off her drawers in the same way. Just like Odette, Odile revealed her hairless vulva. Can't me and Mr. Assistant just become one, just this once? Miss Odile, I thought the whole reason you stopped Miss Odette was because she wasn't allowed to have sex no matter what. If you become one with me, you will ruin the life of your beloved sister. I understand. He didn't know that Odile was so immature. Sawu sighed deeply. When Sawu read that Juliet committed suicide 5 days after meeting Romeo, he had been curious about what kind of situation led her to do so, but he was now aware of how helpless she felt at the time and that there was nowhere else for her to go. That was the exact situation that was currently happening to Odile and Odette. You're so selfish. No, there's a way. Odile quickly turned around. He observed Odile's white, round, and smooth buttocks, which he couldn't see from Odette. It filled his vision and appeared to be made from freshly steamed rice cakes. He felt the urge to slap her ass hard, but it didn't seem appropriate given the circumstances. You know why apprentice witches shouldn't have sex, a broken bar, right? Because when the mana from the male organ or semen seeps into the uterus, the symbol that's meant to be branded will be stained. As expected, Mr. Assistant, you know very well. Odile's back, standing with her hips sticking out, was certainly mesmerizing. The smoothness of her thighs, the gracefulness of her calves that resembled a deer's, and even the red blush on her sensual body were all endearing features. Actually a broken bar. I asked the maids more questions without telling Odette. I found out that those instructions were just for beginners, weren't they? So what? There are so many adult games in the world that we don't know about. Did Mr. Assistant know? What we were doing was merely child's play. He wasn't sure if there was anything like that, but what he had witnessed till now was already quite stimulating. Suddenly, Odile bent her waist as if she was showing off her buttocks to Sawu. At the same time, she clasped her plump buttocks with both hands and slightly spread them apart. The shape of her vulva, which Sawu had glimpsed earlier, was now fully exposed. It looked smooth, soft, and even sweet, resembling the shape of plump lips. However, that wasn't where Odile wanted Sawu's attention to be. Her vulva was like a deep pink chrysanthemum flower that was tightly closed. Her anus was normally hidden by the flesh of her buttocks. This is the entrance that could allow a man and a woman to become one. Even though it was Odile who suggested it, she couldn't help but lower her head in embarrassment. Sawu couldn't help but wonder why God always sends such trials his way. Odile wasn't just a stunning woman, she was the kind of woman you'd stop and stare at on the street. That Odile was sticking out her butt and gently swaying her hips at Sawu. It's okay, of course you need to be considerate of the woman's body when doing it from behind a broken bar, and you also need to be mindful of hygiene. However, a broken bar. Sawu was a man with a normal libido. If she weren't an apprentice witch, he would not have hesitated to have sex with her on the spot. He could have been gripping her hips right about now. However, there is nothing to worry about. Despite being a witch apprentice, I have a semi-spirit body. Although growth and aging cannot be stopped, my body is much stronger than a human's, and I don't even need to use the bathroom. There won't be any issues with hygiene or safety. A broken bar. Sawu just blankly stared at Odile's ass. The noble witch's bare vagina and lovely folds remained tightly closed despite her hands spreading them. She didn't need to use the bathroom, so there was no need for an enema for hygiene. Since her womb and his manhood wouldn't come into direct contact, there was no need to be concerned about harm to the symbol that would hold the brand. Odile herself also wanted to be penetrated. All Sawu needed to do was shove it in. By doing so, he could take away the haughty Odile's first experience of anal sex, and at the same time, he would be able to see her moan. The problem may have appeared straightforward on a one-dimensional level, but it wasn't really that simple. Odile was not in a normal state of mind at the moment. The potion impaired her ability to make accurate situational judgments. He couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen when the effects would wear off. He wondered if Odile would ever forgive him for thrusting his cock inside her ass while she was in a state of heat due to the potion's effect. Sawu wondered whether it was better to be bound by a debt and be rendered powerless to protest than to be in this current predicament. He managed to maintain a level of safety until now, but the future was unpredictable, and he couldn't be sure of anything beyond that. I don't think that's going to work, Miss Odile. That's right, a broken bar. You're not even agreeing to do that with me even if I go this far, Sawu replied while shaking his head. Perhaps Sawu's adamant refusal caused Odile's shyness to reawaken. She stood up straight and turned her buttocks. However, it was clear that she had no intention of giving up as Odile's pupils glistened with a magical purple glow. I didn't want to cast a spell on you, but you left me with no choice. There was no way that Odile, who was so stubborn, would give up on her desires just because of Sawu's refusal. Odile decided to forcefully bind Sawu and satisfy her own desires. Miss Odile, you'll regret this. I'm not just saying this for my sake. I'm genuinely concerned for you. As soon as he felt his body being tightly bound by an invisible force, Sawu gave up. It was far more sophisticated and powerful than Adet's. He could do nothing but blink and breathe. It felt like hundreds of strings were restraining his body. Sawu began to walk forward, or more accurately, it was Odile manipulating him to walk towards her. As soon as Sawu settled down on the couch, Odile quickly stripped off his pants. His member, which had been erected, rose with terrifying momentum as soon as his underwear came down along with his pants. Wow, a broken bar. Yours used to be just fascinating, but now I really want to put it in my mouth and suck on it. Our broken bar. Odile's purple eyes focused on one side of his shaft. Odile, who had been swallowing her saliva like a critic admiring a brilliant work of art, slowly began to suck on the manhood in front of her. Chup a broken bar. Chup a broken bar. Even Mr. Assistant a broken bar will change his mind when he feels good. A broken bar. Sire broken bar. He didn't know what to do, Sawu gave up. There was nothing he could do in this situation anyway. He might as well just let it happen. Odile would later regret how carelessly she had behaved. Sawu had tried to persuade Odile and even tried to escape. Do you feel good? I hope Mr. Assistant is feeling good. A broken bar. Odile was caressing his member with great care. Right now, she wasn't giving him a blowjob with the sole purpose of showing her own skills. She was giving him a loving and affectionate blowjob. The one where she wanted to make her loved one feel as good as possible. Why don't you answer me? She didn't care about her cheeks rubbing against his phallus covered in saliva. What answer do you want at this part? Isn't it I love you? I think the emotion you're feeling, Miss Odile, is closer to lust than love. No, Mr. Assistant, There's no way this burning passion can't be love. After having anal sex with Odile, it would be even more difficult to confess and seek forgiveness from Lady Gemini for everything that had happened. He was perplexed about the best way to end this situation in a good way. Odile was giving Siwoo a blowjob with her swift and tremendous skill while he was thinking things over. Now a broken bar, I suppose it's wet enough to put it in, don't you think? Odile hopped up onto the sofa. She pulled Siwoo's erect penis with one hand and pushed it into her rear hole with the other. As the glands came into contact with her rear end, its sensitivity increased. He could clearly feel the wrinkles there, which gave him the sensation of having been licked by a tongue. Odile hotly gasped as if that action alone made her short of breath. "It's all right, Mr. Assistant. It's my first time, so it'll feel a little awkward, but I'll give it a try." Siwoo could feel his phallus, which were moistened with Odile's saliva, pressed against her rear hole. Right in front of his eyes, he saw Odile's expression melting from pleasure as she rubbed his member in her rear hole. Odile's sheath was on full display, and it was wet and glistening with love juice. The mere sight of it was enough to satisfy any visual desire. He wasn't sure what to do as she insisted on putting his member inside on her own. Yuga broken bar. As someone inexperienced with anal sex, it wasn't easy for Odile to insert it by herself right away. At first, he felt a soft, mushy something being pushed against the glands of his member. Then, as the glands dug in until they couldn't be pushed any further, her rear hole, which had been tightly closed like a flower bud, slowly revealed its entrance. "Aha, broken bar, it hurts a broken bar, Miss Odile. If it hurts, let's stop a broken bar." But Odile muffled Siwoo's words with a passionate kiss. She knew that love could make the pain go away, kissing him while gradually lowering her hips. "Yuga broken bar, a broken bar." Odile's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened wide as she let out a moan. In the first place, Siwoo's manhood was massive. Furthermore, anal sex was such a difficult act that it had to be performed after both training and tender care. Siwoo couldn't believe Odile, who had never had an experience with such anal sex, was trying to ride his phallus. It was a dangerous situation, and seeing blood would not have been unusual if she had been a human woman. "It's a broken bar in a broken bar." However, her tenacity was extraordinary. Odile let her hips drop. Her rear hole began to open as it swallowed Siwoo's glands while she ignored the pain that came with it. "Oh my, a broken bar." He received a rush of pressure in the glands as soon as his shaft began to drill into her ass. In a moment of glory, Siwoo felt as though his penis was about to be severed by the intense pressure while achieving the nearly impossible feat of penetrating the notoriously tight and stubborn Odile's anus. The disparity in their body sizes, combined with Odile's inexperience, created an unbelievably powerful clenching pressure that tightly gnawed at his shaft. "More a broken bar, I'm going to put more a broken bar." Odile clenched her teeth and lowered her hips even further. Siwoo's glands seemed to be swallowed up and pulled inside like a vacuum as the thickest part started to slide into Odile's opening sphincter. "Hi, Yuka broken bar." Odile groaned as saliva dripped from her opened mouth. Anal sex was always a difficult process, especially during the initial penetration. However, after the largest part of his shaft passed through the narrowest parts of Odile's anus, the resistance stopped. Odile deliberately lowered her hips slowly and swallowed Siwoo's shaft down to the midpoint. The soft flesh seemed to wrap and squeeze every crevice of his member like it had been tightly wound by rubber bands. The exhilarating first experience made Siwoo feel like he was about to lose his mind. The warmth inside Odile was intense. Passing through her sphincter was so painful that Siwoo thought his member would get fractured. But what came after that ordeal was a tingly sensation that was akin to arriving at paradise. There was a sense of unity as if her sticky walls were melting and merging with Siwoo's shaft. Whenever Odile gasped in agony, her rear hole loosened and tightened as if it was breathing, repeatedly stimulating his member. "Aha, broken bar, it's done. Right, a broken bar, Mr. Assistant, a broken bar." Odile caressed Siwoo's cheek and spoke in a loving tone without putting an end to her struggle between pain and pleasure. "Mr. Assistant, and I have become a near broken bar. You're happy too, right?" She was hunched over, appearing unable to speak due to her shaking voice. Perhaps due to the satisfaction of embracing Sawoo, Odile's inner mucous membranes rippled, stimulating Sawoo's member. He was certain that he was about to pull out a moment ago, considering that he might ejaculate right away, and then Sawoo noticed the expression on Odile's face when a shaft was shoved up her ass. It was a stimulating sight to behold. Although she appeared to be on the verge of crying, the corners of her mouth trembled with joy and delight. Her eyes were seductively moist, much like the eyes of lustful demons. Her each and every detail was stimulating his libido. And then, what should I do, Mr. Assistant to Broken Bar? Odile looked at Sawoo with embarrassment. I can't move now. It feels like my body has been skewered. A broken bar. Odile stiffened, hugging Sawoo's neck tightly. It was too burdensome for a girl who didn't know anything about men yet. Odile wiggled her toes as if she had a cramp and then clung to Sawoo. Mr. Assistant, I think I should move a broken bar. You don't like it, right? Because I forced you even though you told me not to do it. You hate me a broken bar, don't you? Sawoo couldn't come up with any response. Since they had already become one, it might be best to stop now. Aha, broken bar sis? Then, from the corner of the room, they heard Odette's voice, which they hadn't heard in a while. She seemed much more normal. She seemed to have regained her senses. Oh my goodness. Wait, a broken bar? You were trying to have a baby with Mr. Assistant a broken bar? Don't worry, Odette. I wouldn't do something so foolish. I did it properly and in a safe way. A safer broken bar way? Odette slowly walked over to the couch, covering her mouth with her hand where Sawoo and Odile were intertwined. When she saw that Sawoo's massive member was inside Odile's rear hole, her eyes widened in shock. Aha, broken bar. It seemed to have been too much for Odette to handle. Odette put her hand on her forehead and collapsed like a scarecrow. She fainted. Reasoning, which had disappeared from Odile's eyes, returned while she looked down at Odette speechlessly. Odile shook her head repeatedly as if she had just gotten off a wild roller coaster ride. What? It couldn't have been more than an hour yet, right? Sawoo absent-mindedly looked at the watch. No. Magic a tumultuous event had occurred, and Sawoo couldn't properly gauge the amount of time that had passed, and realized that an hour and 30 minutes had gone by already. Odile, who awoke from a trance-like state and regained consciousness, assessed her surroundings. Her lower half was limp, her arms were wrapped tightly around Sawoo, and the vivid pressure she felt from her rear hole. Odile looked down. She saw Sawoo's thick member buried in her rear hole. Did a broken bar? Did I do this? Miss Odile, if you've regained your senses, would you please come down a broken bar? I'm getting a little tired. Odile looked at Sawoo in astonishment. Her wide eyes seemed unable to accept that she had committed such an act. The's a broken bar. What's the's a broken bar? All of the muscles in the human body were closely related to emotions. Odile was both surprised and confused, causing her soft flesh to stimulate Sawoo's phallus, pushing him to the limit of his patience. A broken bar? Why a broken bar? Wait a minute. What? A squish. Odile felt Sawoo's member throb inside of her, followed by something warm beginning to fill her insides. A squish. 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 It was undoubtedly Sawoo's semen outpouring. He a broken bar. You a broken bar. Ha broken bar. Odile's moaning matched the rhythm of Sawoo's ejaculation. He felt something just by slightly moving his member inside of her. In response, Odile's rear hole tightened its grip on his shaft, seemingly demanding more semen from him. She opened her mouth again only after the climax was complete and the throbbing of his manhood had subsided. Oh, this is unbelievably broken bar. Sawoo's first experience was with Odile's rear hole. Odile's face turned bright red from embarrassment as if it was going to burst. Although it was not the first time Sawoo had seen the twins blush, the intensity of their redness was noticeably stronger this time. Odile's face turned beet red, and her original pale complexion was nowhere in sight. Groaning and in an attempt to use Sawoo's shoulder to get up on her own, Odile, with a face like a boiled octopus, asked softly, as if her words were crawling out, "Excuse me, Mr. Assistant a broken bar? I can't get up a broken bar. Help me." Pardon? I can't put strength in my legs. A broken bar. I can't get up. A broken bar. Please help me. So-woo, who was basking in the afterglow of his climax, finally came to his senses. Oh, sure. As So-woo moved, the thing that went in the rear hole naturally rubbed inside her, eliciting a small gasp from him. Even a movement such as that felt good. Odile, who had his dick inside of her, was also startled by its sudden movement. You are broken bar, stop moving your dick like that, it's making me feel weird. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to move it. So-woo's dick remained as stiff as ever after the euphoric ejaculation that made his mind go blank, and each time Odile's rear hole twitched, his dick intermittently moved inside her, seemingly asking if she wanted to continue. In any case, any movement that occurred was entirely due to the pleasure that Odile's other hole gave him. Hurry up, a broken bar, I've untied you. Odile released the bind she had put on So-woo, allowing him to grab onto her plump buttocks. As he touched her butt, his hand sank into her malleable flesh, which felt so incredibly soft that So-woo wondered if it was human skin. In all honesty, So-woo had to fight the urge to continue kneading Odile's soft cheeks, but resisted the growing temptation and slowly drew her away from his cock. Aha, broken bar. Her broken bar. Odile tried to stifle her moans by biting her lip, but it was a futile effort as the pleasure felt from anal intercourse was typically more vivid and intense when pulling out as compared to inserting it. She eventually trembled and made strange noises. Assistant, slow down a little. Beat a broken bar. Ha, I'm already going slowly, slower. So-woo finally managed to pull out from Odile's flesh folds, the natural lubricant from her anus clinging to his dick like glue. Plop. After being freed from Odile's anus, So-woo's dick made a slight sound before throbbing vigorously as if begging to be let back in, and Odile's anus, which had been stretched to accept his dick, quickly returned to its original shape as if nothing had happened. The fact that not a drop of semen leaked out was evidence of how tight her anal muscles were. Odile, who was atop So-woo, looked unsteady and heaved a sigh that sounded like it could be her last breath. Miss Odile, broken bar. I know, don't say anything. Odile, ignoring So-woo's presence, quickly picked up her fallen boxes from the ground. From an outsider's perspective, a bystander might have mistakenly thought that So-woo took advantage of Odile, but in reality, it was quite the opposite. I won't say anything. I won't blame Mr. Assistant either. Okay, now, get out of here. I was already planning on leaving, but would it be okay for me to neglect Miss Odette and leave her in her current state? I said I'll take care of it myself. Thankfully, Odile regained her composure and avoided unleashing a magical attack due to the embarrassment she was experiencing, putting a stop to the event. If it had been the naive Odette instead of Odile, the outcome might have been different. So-woo was finally able to escape from the terrifying space. After closing the carriage door behind him, So-woo took a deep breath of fresh air and finally felt his legs relax. Oh, our broken bar. I'm exhausted. It felt like he had just experienced a dream. So-woo had spent 23 years solely focused on his studies, and for the last 5 years, he had to struggle to survive as a slave. Despite his lack of experience with women, he suddenly found himself losing his virginity without warning. Furthermore, it was with a stunningly beautiful apprentice. What's more, he had done it through her tight rear hole. Wait, did I really just lose my virginity? Although So-woo had never expected to have his first sexual experience this way, he felt good about it. In his mind, he could still see Odile's blushing pink face, and the sensations of Odile's tight rear hole that lingered vividly on his dick. So-woo decided to change his mind and return to his room instead of immediately heading out to the garden. He was unable to get rid of his erection. It would pose a big problem for him if he wasn't able to get it down after a cold shower. A broken bar. A broken bar. A broken bar. A broken bar. The twins rode in a carriage and returned to their mansion in Ars Magna Town. They returned to their room after receiving greetings from the maids at the front gate, with expressions that seemed to show that they were still lost in their own thoughts. It's because of you. No, it's because of you. After spending a considerable amount of time sitting on the bed and staring blankly in the same direction, the twins finally broke the silence by speaking at the same time. This sudden break in silence was like igniting a spark on a fuse, causing the twins to glare at each other. If you hadn't insisted on finding out what love is, none of this would have happened. You agreed as well, didn't you? Even after my warning not to add excessive amounts of pink moss to the potion, you insisted on doing so and said, "ATSK, scaredy cat Adet, the pink moss is just a catalyst for alchemy. It won't matter if we don't measure it." Ugh. This time, Adet emerged victorious in the argument by a slight difference. She had indeed added all the pink moss they had brought from Gemini Spirit Mountain in order to enhance the potion's effects. Just as Adet had said, "Why did I do it? I don't know. You're the one who ended up doing such shameful things to Mr. Assistant." The memory of that incident came to mind naturally when they brought it up during their argument. The twins' faces turned bright red at the same time, as they recalled the effect of Eros' potion. They found it to be truly vicious and wished they could completely erase the memory of themselves clinging to Sawu like prostitutes at Velvet Brothel, something that replayed vividly in their minds. What do we do now? A broken bar. How am I going to face Mr. Assistant in the next class? I must be crazy. A broken bar exposing my naked body. A broken bar exposing myself completely. A broken bar, and on top of that a broken bar confessing that I touched myself while thinking about Mr. Assistant. A broken bar. Kaya. As Adet screamed and clutched her hair, Odile hung her head in shame more deeply, and I even spouted nonsense about wanting a baby. Oh my god, kill me now, sis. A broken bar. When her younger sister tried to have a sexual encounter with Sawu, it was unsuccessful, and what was left of it was more like her black history being exposed. However, Odile herself had inserted his dick inside her and caused him to ejaculate. In addition, she had put that thing in her rear hole, something that a proper lady would never even consider touching, much less using for sexual intercourse. Furthermore, despite the fact that the other party was a teaching assistant, he was still a slave. Adet, a broken bar. Don't talk to me. From now on, I'll be the one who's your big sis. Stupid Odile. Call me Sister Adet, you foolish imbecile. I'm serious. Adet, who was pouting her lips, stopped throwing a tantrum at Odile's serious tone. However, her sharp tone still conveyed her frustration and annoyance. What? I'm serious too. It would be strange not to. Right, well, right now, I became one with Mr. Assistant. She had felt his dick's hard throb within her body. She had also received his warm semen. Adet covered her gaping mouth, recalling the shocking scene that had caused her to faint. It seemed to have been deeply imprinted in her mind as a result of the overwhelming trauma it had caused. A broken bar. Right, you didn't you? A broken bar? It felt like we became one. Is that really lovey? A broken bar? Doesn't it hurt using your back door? Are you okay? A broken bar? I'm alright now. Did it hurt earlier? How did you feel? Where did you even learn such a messed up thing that's not even written in the books? If I tell you, you'll do it, too, right? Well, we need to explore love, that's why we're doing it. Okay, no teasing each other about this, we're cool, right? Adet extended her pinky finger and Odile held onto it. I promise, too. Odile began to recount the memories from earlier, which were as complex and scalding as flowing lava. I don't know, I can't remember it well, but I felt like I was in a really good mood. It was hot, and it felt like the beating of Mr. Assistant's heart was resonating throughout my body. A broken bar. Odile's knees were tightly clasped together. Just thinking about it made her lower abdomen feel ticklish. Adet vigorously nodded her head. The twins, who had become like kids secretly watching porn together, shared their experiences. I also. A broken bar touched Mr. Assistant's hot thing. A broken bar. It felt like it was hot, as if it was burning, and I wanted to keep slamming it inside me, making him ejaculate inside. The feeling itself was amazing. It was a tremendous stimulus for the twins, who didn't even know the concept of sexual pleasure existed. I wanted to stay like that and have Mr. Assistant's baby. Why did I feel that way? You said it was because you didn't want me to steal him from you. Whenever there's something I like, you always take it away. I just didn't want it to be taken away from me, Adet grumbled. Magic talking about it like this and sharing their feelings with each other actually made them feel a little less embarrassed. After all, they had prepared the Eros potion to gain new knowledge about love, even though it was a bit twisted from the beginning. I agree with you on that part too. When I thought that Mr. Assistant wouldn't play with us again, I felt like he was going to be taken away by someone else. That's why I didn't want to let him go. So Broken Bar, how did it feel when it was inside through your rear hole? Was it like going to the bathroom? I haven't been to the bathroom for so long that I don't remember. Well, a Broken Bar, it was totally different. It hurt a lot because it was so big, but after a while, it felt like my body was floating. Yeah, Broken Bar actually felt that way too. After a few more exchanges of opinions, the twins suddenly fell silent. They felt a strange familiarity in each other's words. Sis. Our reactions were quite similar, weren't they? I was just thinking that too. They were both marked with the same brand symbol as if they had each inherited half of it. Moreover, they were identical twins with identical mana patterns. Although their ways of thinking and their thought structures were slightly different, there was a high possibility that the potion would have a similar effect on them. Let's try it one more time. How much of the potion is left? Are you crazy? You want to do that embarrassing act again? No, I'll never do that. Aved crossed her arms in an X, showing her disapproval. Odile pulled out the remaining bottle and examined it. There's still about 3 doses left. Sis, I have an interesting idea. Broken Bar, how about we feed some of it to Professor Amelia? What? Exclamation mark. Aved shushed Odile to calm her down as her voice reverberated throughout the room. Aside from the fact that there are still 3 doses left, it would be a waste to just throw it away. Plus, since Miss Professor often comes to class with Mr. Assistant, it would be easy to meet the conditions for the potion of looking at him within 10 seconds. No way, that's on a completely different level than when we switch places to trick Miss Professor into letting one of us escape. What's the difference? Honestly, you're curious too, aren't you? While Odile was screaming that it couldn't be done, her mind was already envisioning Amelia in such a situation. Associate Professor Amelia was known for her cold and aloof demeanor, always standing with her arms folded like an ice statue, and hurling monstrous homework bombs. It's intriguing to imagine what would happen if someone like her were to fall in love. Would she rush toward him and embrace him as they did? It seemed that the effects of the love potion varied from person to person, and it was uncertain what kind of impact it would have. The intensity of their forbidden curiosity increased. Won't we get caught and blocked from doing so by the autonomous defense spell? Don't worry, sis, this is a buff magic potion. According to the classification, the Eros potion made by Odile and Aved was a kind of buff potion. It was similar to an awakening agent that amplified the positive emotion of love while removing hesitation. It would probably be unlikely to be classified as a toxic substance and trigger autonomous defense. Odile began to devise a plan in her mind, justifying that she wasn't doing anything particularly wrong as long as the autonomous defense system permitted it. Aved, what will you do if we get caught? We'll be scolded, just like we always have been. The idea of Professor Amelia, who was known for her cold and merciless demeanor, being truly angry was scary. The mere thought of it sent shivers down Odile's spine. Despite the fear, her curiosity only intensified. The twins, who shared the same bed, started their morning at 6 o'clock. The sounds of birds chirping could be heard from outside the window. Upon waking up, they were greeted by the scent of burning cypress firewood emanating from the fireplace, which had been ablaze throughout the night, and was now reduced to crackling ashes. Good morning, Aved. Good morning, sis. Odile and Aved sat up in their spacious bed, stretching their bodies like 2 flexible cats basking in the early morning sunlight that poured through the skylight. Apprentice witches were unable to halt the aging process of their physical bodies, unlike witches who had inherited the brand. Therefore, growth, aging progression, and sleep were crucial for them. Because of that, apprentice witches like Odile and Aved always made sure to get enough sleep, sticking to a strict schedule of going to bed at 11 p.m. and waking up at 6 a.m. Magic. Odile, who had been slowly stretching, cast a glance at Aved. Did you sleep well? No, I couldn't sleep at all. And you, sis? I feel the same way. I only managed to fall asleep by the time the moon had passed the second window. This was extremely uncommon for the twins because they typically fell asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillow. Despite their exhaustion, the twins couldn't bring themselves to relax and sleep comfortably, as they had an important task looming ahead of them. You know that, don't you? What, today? The twins exchanged glances before slowly nodding their heads in agreement. Crack. Good morning, Miss Odile. Did you sleep well, Miss Odette? Good morning, Head Maid Galina. Good morning, Head Maid Galina. As soon as the door opened, a middle-aged woman with thick glasses walked in. It was Galina, who had been serving the Gemini family for a long time, even before the twins were born. Galina was an elderly maid who had acted as the twins' caretaker ever since they were infants, and despite her gentle features, the twins always found Galina to be scary due to her sharp demeanor. You seem to be energetic from the moment you wake up. I had a good dream yesterday. Me, too. Galina led the way as four maids followed behind, exchanging small morning greetings. One of them opened the curtains for the 18 windows, while another collected the sheets from the bed where Odile and Odette's bed where they had been tossing and turning the night before. The other two placed slippers onto the twins' feet, which were hanging off the bed, and combed through their messed up hair from their tossing and turning the night before. Despite having to brush their hair after their shower, the Count Gemini family's witches always had to maintain their dignity, even while passing through the hallway. Although they had been taught to uphold this standard since childhood, they still found it to be a bothersome task. Did anything noteworthy happen last night, or is there anything special going on today that's on your mind? Galina asked, puzzled by the twins' lively mood today. Odette and Odile made eye contact with each other and Odile stepped forward. When it came to such matters, Odile was the one who acted bravely as compared to the timid Odette. Head maid, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it, Odile? Just to let you know in advance, I cannot accept requests like riding a horse without a saddle on Mendel Hill or going for a picnic to the dreaded Famil Swamp. Also, requests to visit Border Town are not acceptable either. You have a class today at the academy at 4:00 p.m. You haven't forgotten, have you? Of course not. Odile fiddled with the hem of her clothes and then opened her mouth. In fact, I'd like to invite Professor Amelia for tea today as a treat. Really? Galina's wrinkled eyes lit up behind her thick glasses. Odette flinched and recoiled, feeling a sudden pang. Odette took over and explained, well, our broken bar Miss Professor has had a hard time teaching us, so we thought we'd treat her to some tea to soothe her throat during lectures. Galina extended her arms towards the sky like a dramatic actress, then rushed over to hug Odile and Odette tightly. Odile, Odette, when did you two grow up to be such responsible students? Seeing the two of you this grown up makes me so happy I can hardly stand it. Well, a broken bar, that's just how it is, I guess. Yes, of course, it's only natural. Galina was filled with joy as she stroked the backs of Odile and Odette's heads, unaware of their dark intentions. Despite the twins' previously talkative nature, Galina noticed their newfound maturity and felt as if she were watching her own children grow up. Then I'll go make some tea. Should I put it in a thermos for you? Yes, I'd like that. Well, then, you two go and take a bath. The twins were then led by the maids to the bathroom. In fact, the twins' daily routine had not changed much. First, they were led to the separate bathroom as soon as they woke from the bed. They were then given a bath by 4 maids, 2 for each of them. The Gemini family, who were nobles among the witches, had a total of more than 50 servants. Odile and Odette didn't have to lift a finger while taking showers or changing clothes. Everything was done for them by the people around them. Odile was seated in an amethyst bath chair while warm perfumed oil was poured over her head. Becca, one of her personal maids, then applied perfumed oil to her body and hair, carefully combing it with a wide-toothed comb. Meanwhile, another personal maid, Lena, sprinkled water on Odile's feet and asked, Miss Odile, is the water temperature all right for you? Let me know if it's too cold or too hot. Fumo, It's warm. Becca, who was brushing her hair vigorously, ruffled Odile's hair with her hand. Oh my adorable Miss Odile, how can your hair be so pretty? Becca, please refrain from saying that I am adorable now. I have to behave like a proper lady. But you're so cute, right, Lena? Yes, it's quite impolite of me to say, but every time I take care of Miss Odile, I want to stuff her into my bag and take her home. My family would adore her. I'm sure they'll all be surprised that you brought a huge doll, right? No way. Everyone will surely tremble in awe in the presence of Miss Odile's dignity and charisma. The two maids giggled as they continued to show their love and affection toward Odile. At first, the maids were all afraid of Odile and Odette. However, after realizing that the twins, despite appearing to be tough, were just innocent masters, the maids started to show affection as though they were caring for puppies, especially when there was nobody around. Like, in the bathroom, Becca and Lena would play pranks on Odile. If caught doing such things, the head maid Galina, who is known for being strict, would certainly reprimand them. This was the same with Odette. In the eyes of the maids, if Odile represented the role of the tough but adorable younger sister, then Odette represented the position of the sweet and innocent younger sister that they all wished to protect. Martha, I have something I want to ask. Yes, Miss Odette, go ahead and ask me anything. Marcia reached her hand behind Odette's neck, giving her a massage while smiling. Aha, broken bar. Odette, who had fallen back onto the tub, trembled with a pleasant refreshing feeling. You know the book I took with me before? Oh, the first night instruction manual? Is there something a broken bar more, a broken bar more, a broken bar more, a broken bar more, more? Odette inquired, her voice trailing off as she felt embarrassed. I was wondering if you had any more information. A broken bar. She knew it was an awkward thing to ask. Marcia giggled, observing Odette's hesitant posture, and nudged Vera, her colleague, with her elbow whilst whispering. Did you see that? Did you see that? Miss Odette's asking about that kind of thing. She's acting like a cute puppy. What should I do? Martha, it's time for Miss Odette to be interested in that sort of thing. It's not like that, Miss Odette. Your face is redder than a strawberry. I just want to pinch your cheeks. Yuga broken bar, please don't. Martha gently stroked Odette's hair as she whispered in her ear. Actually, I recently got an erotic novel from Taro Town. Hey, Martha, it's too early to tell Miss Odette about these things. What's the big deal? Vera, we've already passed it around several times. Miss Odette should be aware of it as well. We can't keep being overprotective of her. Despite Odette's confused expression, Martha and Vera continued their discussion. What is it about? The story centers around a witch who develops an interest in love and comes across a romantic encounter with a handsome milkman. Do you want to read it, Miss Odette? I can't understand the novel from just that. Up until that point, Vera, who had been dutifully attending to Odette, shifted her attention towards the fun conversation that seemed to be occurring, and she began to whisper as if wanting to join in. To her, idle chatter of this sort was even more entertaining than gossip. Life could get quite boring in a world with few outlets for entertainment and a lack of modern conveniences. Lewd conversations always piqued the interest of young and innocent maidens. Is that so? Broken bar. A milk delivery man and a broken bar. What happened after that? A whisper. Yes, and also with his younger brother. A broken bar with his brother. A broken bar? On the same bed. A broken bar? So 2 men and 1 woman. A broken bar? A whisper. Whisper. Yes, yes. And then the witch became the milkman's maid. A broken bar. Smacking her bottom. Piak piak. How disgraceful. Odette's bath ended as she was left speechless by the unbelievable storyline. Odile stared at her unusually flushed cheeks with a puzzled expression. After finishing their bath, the twins proceeded to the dressing room where they sat in front of the vanity. The maids used magic to carefully comb their hair, making it smooth and silky. They then heated a metal rod to the appropriate temperature and rolled the wet hair on the side of their heads around it to give their front hair a graceful volume and complete their elegant hairstyling. With their hair neatly arranged, it was time for the twins to put on their dresses. However, before they could do so, Galina, the intimidating maid in charge, entered the dressing room, which was decorated as beautifully as a dollhouse. The maids, who had been laughing and chatting, suddenly fell silent and clammed up. This was not surprising, as they were more afraid of Galina, who was as fierce as a tiger, than they were of the apprentice witches. As Our Lady Gemini is away today, we will skip the greetings. Where did she go? I haven't heard much about it, but it seems that there is some sort of mana involved with the A Spirit Mountain, so she went to investigate it herself. Is she in Spirit Mountain? Well, unaway our broken bar. Galina clapped her hands and cleared the tension in the air. While the twins were chattering and jumping around, she realized that if she indulged in their conversation, she would be late for the task she had come to do. Earlier, I mentioned that Mr. Kelvin's piano lesson would take place from 8 to 10 o'clock today, followed by a potion-making workshop featuring an invited Aurelian witch from Emerald Tablet from 10:30 to 1 o'clock. After lunch, a reading session with Miss Hathaway is scheduled from 2 to 3 o'clock, during which tea is served. Then from 4 to 7 o'clock, you will attend your regular classes at the academy. Since time is running out and breakfast awaits, you'd better to hurry up. Galina, can we skip the reading session? I haven't read any of the books, and Miss Hathaway's book reading session are always frustrating. Ugh, I hate studying so. Muka broken bar. As soon as Adette heard about her overwhelming schedule, she collapsed onto the floor, but Marcia and Vera quickly caught her, and supported her to prevent her from falling. No, you should be more knowledgeable than any apprentice witch if you wish to carry on the Gemini name, but we have classes for over 8 hours every day except weekends, and do you know how many assignments Professor Amelia gives us? I agree, Galina, this is mental child abuse. Ugh. Galina's eyes widened as soon as she heard the complaints. Silencing the twins, inviting experts in various fields to the mansion for lectures was the twins' daily routine. They were eagerly looking forward to giving Professor Amelia a hard time when they woke up in the morning. However, upon hearing about their suffocating schedule, their mood became sullen. Since when did Odile and Adette start acting like children? You are noble young ladies, hurry up and move to the dining room. And, Becca, yes, having private conversations can make things difficult. While it's good for Miss Odile to maintain a close relationship with the maids, it's important to behave appropriately given your status. Yes, a broken bar. It seemed like the day ahead would be full of tedious tasks for the twins to complete before they left for the academy. The twin grew tired of their piano lessons, which were followed by alchemy classes, and their classes in the mansion only ended after a book reading session which they had to go through. Odile and Adette then used the portal installed in their mansion to reach the academy. An enormous sum of gold coins was actually required to maintain and repair a portal. However, the Gemini family's wealth, the most prominent and wealthy of the Count families, was more than sufficient to handle it. The twins passed through the teacher's room and headed toward their usual classroom, where a tense atmosphere awaited them. They pulled out a thermos, which they had prepared ahead of time, with the seriousness of terrorists before a suicide attack. Are you ready, Adette? Yes, sis. Then, they accurately measured Eros potion and carefully poured in 2 doses of the potion into the thermos, knowing full well that Amelia wouldn't be able to drink all of the tea. A small sip of the potion was enough to produce a powerful effect due to the generous amount of pink moss, a component that enhanced its effects. When the red tea and pink Eros potion were mixed together, there was no noticeable difference. Tick-tock, tick-tock. If they had been any slower, they would have been caught. The sound of Amelia's high heels echoed in the hallway. Odile hurriedly concealed the potion bottle, while Adette vigorously shook the thermos with the lid firmly sealed. Be quiet. As a customary greeting, Amelia would stride into the classroom and hush the twins, for they had a tendency to chatter before the class commenced. However, she tilted her head in confusion upon entering the strangely quiet atmosphere. As she did so, Sawu waddled into the room sporting an awkward expression on his face. Adette avoided Sawu's gaze, and Odile couldn't bring herself to look at him directly either. It had been their first meeting since the hot rendezvous in the carriage. Seeing him again brought back memories of that day, causing their faces to flush with embarrassment. The twins, who had been glancing at his lower half with interest, could tell why Siwoo entered the classroom with such discomfort, clutching 8 thick textbooks in his arms. It seemed almost absurd and overwhelming. Nevertheless, they had no other option but to accept it, as it was undoubtedly a week's worth of assignments he held in his hands. The twins were consumed with guilt at the thought of offering Amelia tea mixed with Eros potion, but her cruelty towards them showed no regard for their grievances and somewhat alleviated their guilt. "Hello, Miss Professor. Hello, Mr. Assistant. How are you?" Adette greeted Siwoo with a wave of her hand before quickly turning her head away. "A broken bar." The twins usually haphazardly greeted Siwoo, but this time their reactions were awkward, attracting her attention. She looked back and forth between the twins and Siwoo, blinking in confusion. Despite this, Amelia remained a diligent professor who never wasted a single minute of her 3-hour class. "Please submit your essay." Yes, Miss Professor." The twins were pondering the right timing to offer the tea while they submitted their week-long assignment. In reality, this assignment was more of a reflection on and application of the lessons learned in class than a thesis that adhered to rigid academic formatting guidelines. Nevertheless, Amelia's red pen danced mercilessly over the twins' submitted task. "Excuse me, Professor Amelia." "Yes, Miss Adette. I get the impression that my sister and I are a bit challenging for you to teach, considering our many shortcomings." "I'm aware of that, but I don't remember having been taught this particular topic." "What are you referring to?" Amaya broken bar timidly. Adette stepped forward to speak first. However, Amelia's response was filled with dissatisfaction as she presented Adette's assignment, which had been heavily covered in red ink. "The calculation of mana distribution is the alpha and omega of magic. You've skipped the calculation formula, and the result is riddled with errors." I'm sorry." Amelia's stern demeanor today struck fear in Adette, who immediately tucked her hands between her knees and bowed her head. It was understandable, since Amelia's assignments were always quite difficult, since they were quite long and complex. Meanwhile, the twins, more focused on success, only put forth half their usual efforts into completing the week's assignment. Adette's attentiveness to Amelia's mood allowed Odile to patiently stay silent while she waited for Amelia to finish grading without interruption. "Take it with you." Odile and Adette took their assignments with trembling hands as Amelia tapped her fingernails on the table, her mood seemingly soured. Amelia would have accepted the poor answers from the twins if she had seen even a hint of effort put into their homework. However, she firmly believed that there was no excuse for students who didn't try. That was Amelia's teaching philosophy. Perhaps that was why Amelia seemed to exude a frosty demeanor today. "I'm extremely disappointed. I'm sorry." A broken bar. The twins simultaneously bowed their heads in shame. Adette's shoulders slumped with disappointment and fear, while Odile remained composed. Odile wondered if now would be the best time to test the effects of Eros potion, as Amelia was clearly enraged, her anger palpable in the room. Odile yearned to see a change in Amelia's demeanor, who had been previously angry but now showed deep affection towards Mr. Assistant. The mere thought of it made her curiosity boil. "Miss Professor?" "Yes, I have something to tell you. Is that okay?" "Keep it brief. I'm thinking about where to start teaching again." Startled, Adette grabbed Odile's skirt under the desk, trying to stop her. "Sis," but Odile had already made up her mind. "I brought this tea to give to Miss Professor. It's made from the first leaves of the tea tree in our tea garden and brewed as cold tea." Cold tea is tea made by stacking ice and placing tea leaves in between to cool it with cool water, especially during the stage of blending tea leaves. By adding raspberry flavor, you can enjoy its unique aroma when drinking it cold, Odile explained as she poured the tea into a separate cup and handed it to Amelia, who seemed slightly taken aback. Given everything that the twins had done up till that point, it was a truly admirable act from such students. "Thank you." However, at that moment, Siwoo noticed something and interjected. No matter how much he looked at it, it didn't seem like the twins were serving the tea out of the kindness of their hearts. The excited twinkle in Odile's eyes gave off warning bells in Siwoo's head. It reminded him of the time where she had first seen his cock. Miss Amelia," Sawu quickly interrupted Amelia, who was holding her teacup with what appeared to be the proper etiquette which she had learned directly from the manuals on the art of making ceremonial tea. "What's the matter?" Well, Amaya broken bar, but he didn't know what he should say. Should he reveal that the twins had mixed something strange into the tea? If he did, he'd have to confess to what had happened last time. But if he said nothing, who knew what Amelia, who had unknowingly drank the potion, would do? "Oh, it's nothing." Sawu eventually gave up. He couldn't be certain that the twins had put Eros's potion in the tea, and even if they had, it would have nothing to do with him. The twins would surely face severe punishment if they were caught. "Thank you for the drink," Amelia said, sipping the cold tea from her cup. Odile and Odette were completely focused on Amelia. In the case of Odette, she had wanted to strip Sawu and ride him, hoping that she'd get pregnant. Odile, on the other hand, had her rear hole splattered with baby batter. They pondered what would happen in Amelia's case. Unique, Sawu retreated carefully so as not to be seen by Amelia. If the condition to see the man from whom the semen was collected within 10 seconds was removed, the situation would become less unpredictable. The twins' palms started to sweat from nervousness, as they waited to see what would happen next. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Assistant Sawu, only 7 seconds had passed, and Amelia turned back to Sawu, causing him to nervously swallow his saliva. He knew that if the twins had actually added the potion to the tea, the effects would have already started by now. However, there was nothing he could do to avoid it. "How long am I going to hold the books?" Yes." Sawu grabbed the textbooks from Amelia, who had been holding them throughout the grading process, and then piled them up onto the desk. His gaze lingered on Amelia. "I'll start the lesson now." And so, 10 minutes went by, then 20. Magic. Despite his anxiety, Amelia did not experience any changes throughout the entire class, which lasted for around 3 hours. She taught as usual and assigned twice the amount of homework as punishment for the twins' poor performance before checking out for the day. Why is that? The twins returned to the Gemini mansion through the portal. After dinner, the end of their daily routine, they had about 5 hours to spend on personal activities before bedtime. This usually consisted of them reading books in the study, reviewing Amelia's classes and taking notes, or even taking a bath in the bathroom. However, tonight was different. They went straight to their bedroom and sat down on the bed, wondering why Amelia didn't show any signs of being affected by the potion during class. Why is that a broken bar? Both Odile and Odette had been closely observing Amelia throughout the entire class, but Amelia finished calmly without changing her expression, then left after giving out a mountain of assignments. Maybe she endured it with her superhuman patience? Odette: "I'm sure there's no woman who can endure that. Could it be that the medicine's effect has worn off? Rather, wouldn't it be more plausible that her autonomous defense system simply neutralized it? If that's the case, Miss Professor wouldn't have just ignored it." But there really was nothing wrong. The twins sighed heavily, feeling disappointed by the lack of reaction from Professor Amelia to their prank. Despite their initial fears, they had hoped for a response similar to a newborn fawn wobbling on its feet in a feverish haze. "Odette, bring me the book." "Yes, sis." Wanting to understand why the potion did not work, they retrieved the forbidden potion formula from under the bed. This rare book had a once impressive black cover that had turned rusty brown over time and was one of only 2 copies in the world. After locating the page about Eros' potion, where they had found it previously, they studied the preparation method, precautions, and expected effects described in the book. "It looks like it's here." The effect of the potion greatly varies from person to person, and it depends on the individual's underlying sexual attraction. Additionally, instances in which the potion is ineffective are documented below. For example, they include experimental subjects who have not experienced menstruation, those who are pregnant, and those who have no aptitude for menstrual sensitivity. A broken bar. The twins, who had spread the book out and huddled their heads together, suddenly came across a particular passage that left them speechless. Furthermore, The potion's effects do not apply to an experimental subject who is already in love with the subject providing the sperm. ? The twins at the same tilted their heads to one side like dolls with drained batteries. Wait, hold on, let's sort this out. Feeling perplexed, Odile fanned herself with her hands. Professor Amelia must have already had her period, right? Of course, can't you tell? Could she be pregnant? She's a witch, for heaven's sake. She probably doesn't have an aptitude for mana sensitivity. A broken bar. No, it couldn't be broken bar, but if that's not the case, a broken bar, let's try to put it together once more. We gave Professor Amelia, the experiment subject, the potion we made using the semen we obtained from Mr. Assistant. So does that mean a broken bar that Professor Amelia likes Mr. Assistant? The twins panicked as they reached an unexpected conclusion. No way, that's impossible. But soon, they fell silent as they reached a clear conclusion, but also felt a sense of relief as they realized the reason behind their failure. Aha, this book is rubbish. Yeah, let's toss it in the fireplace later, sis. No, let's do it now. Odile stood up, feeling light and carefree, as if all their worries had been resolved, and tossed the book into the fireplace before heading to the bathroom. I almost got myself into trouble by blindly following that weird thing. Yeah, you can't trust old books like that. Let's go take a bath together, sis. The loving sisters walked out briskly, leaving the book burning lamentably in the fireplace. As the book burned, its pages flipped over, revealing a side note that the twin had not managed to see. A broken bar in the case of the last example, since the effects and duration of action have not been sufficiently verified. Caution is required when conducting experiments. Odile tossed and turned all night long. While tossing and turning, she glanced to the side at Odette, who was sleeping like a log. For a broken bar, she poked Odette's cheek to make sure, but all she could hear was the sound of her breathing. Odette remained fast asleep without even stirring. Odile quietly sat up and leaned back against the headboard of the bed. Odile had been exactly like Odette not too long ago. She could fall asleep within a minute of laying her head down on a soft feather pillow and sleep soundly for hours undisturbed. However, things she had previously taken for granted had changed over the past few days. Now, even with her head resting on a fluffy feather pillow, she couldn't fall asleep. Instead, her mind was plagued with all sorts of thoughts and worries that had disappeared during the day but returned at night to keep her awake. How could she be so nonchalant? It was after the day when she had tested the effects of the Eros potion on her own body, after she had kidnapped Sawu from the garden. They had a hot and passionate time in the carriage. She had hugged him, flirted with him, and done things she shouldn't have under the influence of the potion, including outrageous things like inserting his cock into her rear hole and receiving his seed. Though Odile had been thoroughly intoxicated by the potion, she could still vividly recall the sensations from that day. Her heart fluttered simply from being close to him, the pleasure she had experienced becoming one with him even amidst the pain, and the warm sensation that had gradually spread throughout her body. However, memories of that time didn't leave her mind even though she wished she completely forgot about it. A broken bar. When she returned to the mansion after the tryst, she went to the bathroom for the first time in a while. She had never experienced such feelings before, and she kept thinking about how embarrassing it was that he ejaculated into her rear hole. Odile quietly slipped out of bed and cautiously made her way outside like a cat stalking down a dark alley. The maids were still around at this time. Odile rarely wandered around at such a late hour, so it was best to avoid running into anyone. She knew of many quiet places in the mansion that no one would visit, such as the old library filled with stacks of various old books. Odile, who was walking silently down the moonlit hallway, scanned her surroundings before slipping into the library. The library was a playground that Lady Gemini had given to the curious twins. There were lots of old books of low scholarly value or about previous magic research, but there were also a lot of interesting books. Odile ran to the window and closed the blackout curtains before lighting the lantern. This way, the light wouldn't leak out of the library. She then pulled out a heavily worn book from a tightly packed bookshelf. All right, Odile cleared a sofa, scattering the books and lantern onto the floor, then laid down on the sofa with a determined expression. Odile was about to read the book she had kept hidden from Odette and secretly read behind her back. It was an erotic novel that happened to be among the various books their master gave them as gifts. The title was The Devilish Delivery Man. The story was about a witch who, overcome by boredom, dragged a milk deliveryman into her home to study love and perform various activities. It was 12 chapters long, and the content was out of the ordinary from the very first chapter. If the timid Odette had seen it, she would have been overwhelmed and fainted right away. Odile looked around once more, then pulled her drawers down to her thighs. She leaned her back against the armrest and held the book open with one hand. Her heart was pounding even though she hadn't done anything yet. Since she had already read the first chapter, she skipped it. Chapter 2, offering the whole of immorality. It was a shocking chapter that taught Odile, who was ignorant of sex, that men and women could become one using the rear hole. It was also the culprit responsible for giving Odile an unforgettable first experience. Odile put a finger in her mouth and wet it with her saliva. Then she slowly began to rub her clitoris with her wet finger. Aha, broken bar, a broken bar. Odile, with her exceptional concentration, quickly immersed herself in the book's contents. As she massaged her dainty clitoris with her fingertips, it gradually began to protrude from the clitoral hood. The pleasure increased with every passing moment, her quiet breaths quickening from excitement. The silhouette of Odile lying on her back appeared to be dancing along to the fluttering light of the lantern. As she had expected, it felt good. The carnal delight she was experiencing was sweeter and more satisfying than the chocolate cake she had recently discovered. Odile's eyes raced through the pages of the erotic novel. The hard and rigid shaft penetrated the witch's impure hole. The witch's body was flushed from arousal, offering an immoral pleasure from corrupting and staining her noble body with the colors of hedonism. Her hair danced in the air as she was thrust forward and pulled back, a sigh of ecstasy escaping her lips as she clutched the sheets. The delivery man, who was initially swept up in the witch's seduction, quickly realized that the witch was not as wise and clever as she presented herself, but rather an innocent and naive woman who knew nothing about the ways of the world. After realizing this, the delivery man began to slowly taint the witch with his own color. The part Odile was currently reading described how the witch, who had fallen for the delivery man's deception, surrendered her rear hole and was indulging in a new pleasure. Odile stroked her swollen pussy lips which were dripping with nectar like sticky honey. Ha, broken bar. A commoner was conquering a witch in bed. Such a book was nothing more than a trashy novel, but Odile couldn't bring herself to burn the book because her curiosity kept growing and growing. Coincidentally, in the story, the delivery man grabbed the witch by the waist and inserted his dick into her rear hole. With her fingers slick with sticky nectar, Odile swallowed her saliva and lifted her buttocks slightly. She then carefully inserted her finger into the hole that hadn't been used in more than 10 years. Even though she didn't need to use the restroom ever since she developed a semi-spiritual body, her rear still felt like a filthy hole. Ouch, she felt discomfort. Odile felt entirely different today than she did when Sawu put his thing inside her previously. Perhaps she got hurt because it was her first time trying by herself. When she inserted Mr. Assistant's stick, it also hurt a lot in the beginning. With that in mind, Odile diligently moved her finger back and forth. Her heart pounded as she felt ashamed and embarrassed of what she was doing. Aha, broken bar. But eventually, Odile closed the book and pulled out her finger. That's strange. A broken bar. She didn't feel pleasure at all. There were none of the feelings that she experienced before when she performed the same act with Sawu, so she was left feeling strange and uncomfortable. She wondered if it was because there was a lack of love. Odile had felt intense love for Sawu when she had anal sex with him. She considered the possibility that she was feeling nothing because she didn't have that love right now. However, the witch in the book did not love the delivery man. Despite this, it was written that she cried out like a beast and writhed like a whore. Odile put on her clothes. In just a few days, her curiosity had grown significantly, and it greatly motivated her to satisfy her curiosity. She quickly left to go see Sawu right away. Soo has been assigned Amelia's exclusive slave since about a week after becoming a city hall slave. His daily life has also changed greatly. First of all, he was free from the back-breaking labor, but he hasn't found anything worthwhile to do. Things like cleaning the hallway, unclogging a suddenly blocked drain, or chopping down a tree branch that had been broken by a storm were no longer his responsibility. He no longer had to do the tedious work which made him wonder why he was stuck here and doing it in the first place. There were also slight changes in the working hours and conditions. When he was a janitor, he was given free time once his roughly 12-hour shift was over. Now, even though it was late, his work as an assistant seemed to never end. Also, since he had his meals at the same table as Amelia, the quality of his meals had significantly improved. His greatest happiness, however, was that he could sleep and shower in a single room comparable to a hotel room. This was his greatest happiness. However, his workload did not increase. On the contrary, his workload had significantly decreased, and Soo could enjoy about an hour of free time here and there, so he was generally satisfied. A broken bar after finishing work for the day, Soo sat on the windowsill and smoked a cigarette, which was a luxury he could not even imagine during his caretaker days. But what am I supposed to do about this? However, the biggest problem remained. He simply didn't have time to research magic. He couldn't even bring the draft of the magic circle, and the mana water was still left in the barn. He didn't have enough time to go back and forth during work hours, and even cutting into his sleep and going out at night was not feasible. From Soo's observations, Amelia was like someone addicted to magic research and rarely slept. Even when she did sleep, it was only after 4 a.m. that she would finally lay down in bed. He was currently contemplating the best time to go out at night, as he didn't want to get caught and get in trouble. Perhaps tomorrow would be a good time. It would be his first holiday, and the manual specified that the assistant was not required to work on holidays, so there should be nothing he needed to do. He was getting ready to shower and go to bed. As he was about to close the window, he suddenly heard a voice. "Hello, Mr. Assistant?" Startled, he dropped his cigarette as he turned to see who was speaking. At first, he thought he was imagining things, as it was already 1 o'clock and he was on the second floor of Amelia's mansion. But when he saw Odile floating outside the window, he couldn't help but react. Magic. Did I surprise you? It was a surprise visit, after all, so it was a success. Suddenly, a flurry of words came to his mind. In the midst of complicated thoughts, worries, and confusion, Soo struggled to choose his words carefully. "May I ask why you've come here?" "I ran away from home." "So you ran away from home? When the day breaks, Lady Gemini and Miss Odette will worry about you, so please go back home." "Miss Odette isn't here, right?" "Then, if there's nothing else." He broken bar when Soo tried to close the window. Odile's slender hand held onto the frame. Wait, please be quiet." A broken bar. "Miss Amelia is still awake." "Okay, I'll be quiet, just let me in for now." Odile attempted to enter the room despite Soo's best efforts to remain as quiet as possible and uninvolved in the current incident. It was clear which side had the advantage. Soo had no choice but to open the windows, and Odile landed softly inside the room like an angel. He felt dizzy with confusion. Soo couldn't grasp why she had come here in the first place, or how precarious his current situation was. If he got caught, everyone would assume that a slave brought an apprentice witch into his room at night. Furthermore, Odile was only wearing white underwear underneath her cloak. She was wearing nothing beneath but drawers and a luxuriously laced white nightgown. He couldn't imagine what Amelia would think if she found out. "Don't worry, Mr. Assistant, I came singing the A Song of Silence. She won't be able to detect any disturbance I cause." After achieving her goal of entering the room, Odile offered assurance as if foreseeing Soo's worries beforehand. Soo unconsciously reached for another cigarette. "Please, Miss Odile, go back now. Didn't I tell you there won't be any more secret meetings from now on?" I know, I didn't come here for that." Odile managed to calm Soo, who appeared very agitated. "I'm just here to ask you something." Given her late-night visit, It was obvious to Sawu that Odile would not simply turn around and leave like that. Sawu settled down on the chair with a complex expression on his face. Odile, who lay comfortably on the bed as if it were her own, looked around curiously. "It's my first time coming to a guy's room, but you've kept it neat." A broken bar. Smoke billowed out of the window in clusters, carrying with it the pungent aroma of the burning cigarette. Sawu had only one thing on his mind. He was worried about how he could send Odile home safely without any danger. He pondered whether it would have been better to take the risk and tell Lady Gemini the whole truth. It didn't seem like a good idea to be dragged around by the hair in this manner with no good outcome. He felt like he was watching a ticking time bomb that might explode at any moment. "Mr. Assistant, are you angry or upset? Please tell me your business first." "Miss Odile, I want to send you back as soon as possible." He was aware that this cheeky twin sister wouldn't pay attention even if he became irate, annoyed, or threatened. It would be a bigger problem if he got caught up in a useless argument and it reached Amelia. First of all, Sawu was relieved that Amelia had never entered this room after 12 o'clock, and that the Song of Silence was activated. Perhaps the spell had the ability to roughly reduce noise, but he wasn't certain about its effectiveness. Odile suddenly jumped up and sat facing Sawu. Her glittering purple eyes sparkled like stars. "Mr. Assistant, has anything changed with Professor Amelia lately?" "Not at all, my broken bar. Is that so? Did you come all the way here because you were curious about that?" Even if Count Gemini's mansion had a private portal that took her to the academy in 10 seconds, it would take her another 10 seconds to get to Amelia's mansion from the academy portal. Given the amount of time spent traveling from here to there, it must be quite a burden. "No, I have something else I want to ask." Odile pulled out the book from her cloak. Sawu was genuinely surprised by Odile's audaciousness. "Miss Odile, may I ask you something as well?" "No problem." Although I was also impolite, Mr. Assistant was magnanimous enough to overlook it. Sawu was unsure whether or not her behavior were considered rude. "I'm a broken bar, Miss Odile. Are you really okay?" "What, didn't a lot of things happen that day?" "Indeed, a lot of things happened the other night." Sawu not only enjoyed Odile's lower naked body, but he also inserted his dick into her rear hole and came inside her. After regaining her senses, Odile was overwhelmed with shame, to the point where she felt as if she might faint. However, the Odile sitting in front of him now gave off the impression that she didn't give a damn about it. "Oh, that one? Are you still worried about it? But how can you just brush it off like that?" "All that happened was that the potion's effect was wrong at the time, but it was still an unpleasant incident. When you explore the world, accidents happen all the time. How can you become a good witch if you're afraid of failure and shame?" Upon hearing Sawu's words, Odile shrugged nonchalantly as if nothing had happened. The reason why Sawu knew that she was putting on a nonchalant front in this situation was because her cheek had a slight blush that was illuminated by the pale moonlight. "You're a role model for witches." "Indeed, indeed." In response to Sawu's somewhat perplexing compliment, Odile smiled bashfully and nodded her head. Her innocent pupils and double eyelids were so alluring that they could draw people in. He recalled how those clear eyes had suddenly become clouded in lust. "Anyway, it turned out to be better. I used to feel a little embarrassed when dealing with Mr. Assistant." "Really? I didn't feel anything a broken bar, but now that we've already experienced such a drastic event, there's no need to hesitate anymore, right?" Oddly enough, Odile's face was getting redder and redder. "Anyway, that's what I wanted to ask. A broken bar? To be honest, I pleasured myself tonight, but something didn't feel right, so I came to confirm it. After all, Mr. Assistant is older than me." It was because Odile's tone was so nonchalant when telling about what she did tonight that it took Sawu some time to perceive anything peculiar in her words. "While reading an erotic novel, I touched myself like addicted in there. I felt good as soon as I touched it." "Oh, I see. A broken bar." This was a strange situation. Sawu found the whole situation strange because an apprentice witch visited his room in the middle of the night, talking openly about her masturbation. "So, I also tried putting my finger in my anus, but it didn't feel good at all. In fact, It hurt. I'm really curious why. So-woo immediately thought of sending her away when he noticed where the conversation was flowing. Having been tangled up with the twins several times, So-woo could already tell that this flow of conversation was not going to lead to anything good. He knew that if he talked to Odile in this way, he would eventually get caught up in pointless arguments or awkward situations brought on by excuses. I'll answer your question, but you have to leave now. The rear hole isn't a place for pleasure. Even if you masturbate, there's no way it can feel good. But I felt a broken bar before, huh? Suddenly, Odile pulled So-woo's blanket and covered her face while mumbling. Odile had a blanket covering her up to her nose, and her white iris gave the impression that she was a dog scanning her surroundings. What, a broken bar? After taking Eros's potion and doing it with Mr. So-woo, I felt good. What do you think? It's weird, right? So-woo was convinced, although Odile was trying to suppress her embarrassment on the surface and saying that she didn't really care. The reality was different. Odile was extremely shy, but she persisted because she was curious about sexual matters. So, the conclusion I've reached is that it felt good because we did it together. Well, that was obvious. So-woo felt much better after receiving a hand job than when masturbating alone. Since you've come to a conclusion, do you have any questions left for me? In front of him, an apprentice witch said something like, I didn't really like anal masturbation alone, but anal sex with you was amazing. So-woo was just at a loss for what to do in this awkward situation. The truth is, I already finished asking my questions, but I have a request. No, I can't do it. Please leave. He abruptly ended her speech like cutting it off with a knife. Then Odile threw the blanket onto the bed and placed her hand on her waist. Are you refusing to follow my, Odile Germany's command, when you're still a slave? Odile widened her eyes to appear more intimidating. Now that So-woo knew the twins' personalities, he wasn't particularly scared anymore. Yes, I'm going to refuse. Well, Odile pouted her lips and her previously raised shoulders dropped in disappointment. Honestly, she thought that forcing him any further would be too much to ask. After all, So-woo seemed to be considering going to visit their master in person. The punishment that would befall the twins when their strict master found out about their misbehavior was frightening just to think about. However, she didn't feel like threatening So-woo either. It was alright when she teased him half-jokingly about his weaknesses, but now he's stubbornly refusing. And if she threatened him by saying she'd expose his ongoing research on escape magic, that would completely ruin their relationship, and then she could do whatever she wanted with So-woo, but it wouldn't be the same fun relationship they had now. Well then, let's do it like this, Odile said, raising one finger. It was as if she was imitating Amelia. Please put your finger in there, I need to check my theory. Put his finger in Odile's rear hole, which seemed to be throbbing. So-woo was firm in his decision, despite being surprised by her remark that any man would find it difficult to refuse. He kept his mouth shut firmly and shook his head. Odile folded her arms in frustration. Fine, then let's do this. I won't do it. No matter what you do, please, Miss Odile, return to your mansion. No, listen to me. This will definitely catch Mr. Assistant's attention. Odile reached into her cloak that she had taken off earlier and pulled out something, then fiddled with it in her hand. In truth, Odile had expected So-woo to reject her fiercely. There was no chance that she could convince So-woo to listen to her using sweet-talking tactics. Magic. If you accept my 2 proposals, I'll give you this. She had a palm-sized music box in her hand. A delicate and small mechanical device made of brass was carefully covered with a glass lid. What is this? So-woo had been a slave in this city of witches for 5 years. As the things here weren't usually ordinary, he sensed something ominous about the music box, which looked like a child's toy at first glance. Mr. Assistant, you said you have a plan to escape the witches' city, right? Yes, I did, So-woo responded worriedly. He was concerned that she might be using that as a form of blackmail. You didn't think that everything would go smoothly if you just escaped, did you? I'm also researching magic circles to evade pursuit. I'm not sure how effective it is, but it'll be difficult to escape with just that. If someone is determined to pursue you, you'll be caught in no time. As Odile had pointed out, just escaping from Jaina wouldn't necessarily mean complete freedom for Sawu. After all, Sawu had been captured once before in the modern world. It wouldn't be surprising if it happened again, even 2 or 3 times. Therefore, Sawu had been researching ways to evade pursuit in advance. Although his focus had been on escaping magic circles, for now, it's the material live prepared to make a deal with Mr. Assistant, Odile said, shaking the music box in front of Sawu. Upon closer inspection, Sawu noticed that the pins on the music box were spinning very slowly. This is the music box that plays the A Song of Silence for a long time. Would you like to see it? Odile then cleared her throat, opened her mouth wide, and yelled, "I, Odile Gemini, am the greatest witch in Jaina." It was unquestionably a loud sound. It was loud enough to reverberate not only in Amelia's room but throughout the entire mansion. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Sawu hastily covered Odile's mouth. "What are you doing all of a sudden?" "Oops, Yuga," broken bar Odile, who was wriggling in Sawu's arms, barely managed to break free from his palm. "Well, wait a minute." 10 seconds passed, then 20 seconds, and 30 seconds, but nothing changed. Amelia showed no signs of noticing anything, and the birds dozing on the tree outside the window remained silent. The environment was quiet and still, devoid of any noise. "How do Adet and I manage to escape to Taro Town every time? It's all thanks to this music box. It's an artifact, isn't it?" "Yeah, a top-quality one imbued with self-essence magic. This mansion probably looks pitiful in comparison to it. I think it was an artifact that was imbued with magic that could be used to cast magic as well." Artifacts were magical objects that differed from disposable items like Amelia's perfume due to their lasting nature. These artifacts were highly valued for their rarity and usefulness. With a single-minded determination to seduce Sawu, Odile began enthusiastically explaining about the music box. "If I talk about this music box, it's a very expensive artifact designed for infiltration and concealment. To begin with, simply holding this artifact prevents the user's voice from being heard beyond a distance of 5 meters. It completely removed all traces of mana and removed it from the perception of those around it. And on top of that, it doesn't even leave footprints. If someone were to use this for theft, they could become the world's greatest villain, wouldn't they?" Sawu could tell from Odile's further explanation that it was an extremely high-performance artifact that at first glance seemed almost unbelievable. It also erased one's own appearance from records such as cameras, audio recorders, and surveillance cameras. It was equipped with a small self-generating mana source, so as long as he turned the clockwork mechanism, it would operate 24/7 all year round. Moreover, adjusting the gear on the side enables one to finely tune settings such as the operating range and duration of the effect. With this capability, it appears that the device would provide a complete solution for the post-escape plan. In other words, just having this makes it possible to live your life in complete seclusion after escape. At this point, there was nothing to lose. Sawu gulped. "Is it really fine to put such a precious thing up for sale?" "It's fine. My master gave me one, and one to Adet. I didn't really need 2. I'd say I would have sold one for some pocket money." As Sawu seemed to be very pleased, Odile was finally able to smile confidently. "Are you willing to make the deal?" "Yes, I am." Despite the favorable conditions, it wasn't a simple decision to make as it would be unwise to sign a contract before hearing its contents. Sawu asked Odile, who was sitting on the bed and swinging her legs. "So what should I do?" "There are 3 conditions for fulfilling the contract. Didn't you just say there were 2? Odile hummed a tune with an adorable smile before responding. "Well, I thought I could ask for one more since it seemed like Mr. Assistant enjoys the music box quite a fair bit." Sawu touched his face as he wondered if his expression had betrayed his thoughts. Noticing Sawu's action, Odile chuckled softly. "I haven't agreed to anything yet. Tell me the details first before I make my decision." Despite having to take risks, acquiring the music box was worthwhile because of its benefits. Owning the music box would alleviate any worries he had about being caught again after finally managing to escape. Furthermore, having the music box meant he could devote all his time to researching the dimensional magic circle, making the offer of this artifact all the more appealing. "Okay, then here's the first condition," Odile said, raising her finger. "Please join us for a picnic tomorrow." "A picnic?" "Yes, tomorrow is Mr. Assistant's day off, and we were planning to visit Spirit Mountain where magical crops are cultivated. We thought it would be boring to go alone, so we wanted to invite Mr. Assistant to come with us." Sawu seemed interested in the proposal. "Wait, is this the Spirit Mountain that I know?" "Exactly. Will you come?" Spirit Mountain, a joint property owned by both Duke Kita and Count Gemini, it was a large-scale production area responsible for supplying 95% of the magical crops in Jaina. Sawu became interested in the Spirit Mountain due to rumors of its beautiful and mysterious natural scenery. His interest only grew stronger after hearing stories from Tarkasho, who had seen it from a distance and described it as a fairy forest. Even Tarkasho, who had no particular interest in things other than women, was impressed by the mountain's beauty, which intrigued Sawu. "Well, that sounds great. I've been wanting to go there too." "Really? I knew that you'd like it too." Sawu watched as Odile bounced up and down the bed in excitement and couldn't help but appreciate the view. "All right, then for the second condition, prove to me that my theory is correct." Compared to the first condition, this one was a bit more demanding. Perhaps the way to prove Odile's theory was by putting his finger up her butthole, which would only end when Odile was either satisfied or done with the experience. That said, the task wasn't impossible for him to do, as the risk involved in the action wasn't all that great. Sawu might have felt inclined to beg her if the circumstances had been different, even if it meant humbling himself to make a request. Nevertheless, he decided to accept the request for the time being. After all, Sawu had already used Odile's back door before. It wouldn't be such a big deal if he just simply inserted a finger into it. Upon Sawu's nod of approval, Odile posed her final condition, and finally a broken bar. Odile exuded an innocence that shone more brilliantly than the moon. She brushed away a strand of hair that was clinging to her cheek and asked, "Tell me about love." The scene was like something out of a romantic movie, the sunlight streaming in, and the sight of Odile delivering the line was reminiscent of a beautiful actress. "I don't really know what it is myself. When I drank that potion, I thought it might have been love, but I realized it was something else. I believe it acted more like an aphrodisiac to me," Odile continued as she twiddled her fingers nervously. "That's why I want to try to experience it in a more ordinary way. I asked Becca, my maid, and she told me that a broken bar love isn't something that can be easily felt." Odile got up from the bed and slowly approached Sawu, who was smoking his third cigarette by the window. She then grasped one of his fingers and said, "Love is something that you can only discover by holding hands, stroking cheeks, going on dates, kissing, and getting to know each other. That's quite common." Sawu, of course, was unable to describe that feeling to her since he had never experienced it himself. "So that's why I want to try it. Going to the Spirit Mountain together is also a date, and is an extension of my third request." "What should I do then?" "I can't guarantee that I can make you fall in love no matter how much I try. Love wasn't something that could be easily obtained or controlled like a part of something, and real life wasn't like an RPG game where one could easily impress others. Well, it's simple. Just promise me that you'll keep playing with me in the future and won't avoid me." "With me? Is this matter unrelated to Miss Adet?" Sawu unexpectedly spurted out, sensing something amiss from her words. Odile had always referred to herself and her sister as a package deal, so it was unusual for her to omit Adet's name. If she had been her usual self, she would have asked him to hang out with them more often. Sawu's remark seemed to come as a shock for Odile as well. Magica's eyes shot wide open, and it took her a moment for Odile to realize her mistake before correcting herself. "Oh dear, I seem to have made a mistake. That's unlike me. Anyways, just make sure to hang out with us often." "May I take a moment to think about it?" "Sure, I'll be expecting a wise response." Sawu would reluctantly follow any orders from Odile, even if they were intentional. He couldn't predict how Amelia and the other witches would respond if they knew that he had the formula for the escape spell. However, he couldn't understand why Odile insisted on using him as a bargaining chip for the artifact. "Are you done with finding blackmail to use against me? Wouldn't it be fun for Mr. Assistant if you were to find out weaknesses? If we're having fun, then Mr. Assistant should be able to as well." Sawu was surprised by her delicate consideration and felt touched. Although Odile seemed harsh, she respected Sawu's wishes in her own way while still being very selfish. "If you shake my hand on your own accord, it would mean that we have a deal," Odile said, extending her hand. "I understand." Sawu nodded, taking Odile's hand and giving it a light shake. They both smiled, pleased with the mutually beneficial agreement they had just sealed. Although their plans to visit Spirit Mountain and entertain the twins were still in the future, there were immediate contract conditions that needed to be settled, namely, satisfying Odile's curious whims. As soon as they both acknowledged this, an awkward mood descended upon them. Odile and Sawu stood side by side, gazing at the bed for a long time, unsure of what to do next. Amar broke in basso, "What should I do?" Odile hesitated, fidgeting with her clothes, while Sawu scratched the back of his head, unable to offer any suggestions. "I'm curious to know if it would feel better when I use another person's hand." "Yes, I understand that, but now a broken bar. I'd hoped that you would give me some details on how you'd like things to be done." "Hey, we're in a symbiotic relationship now, right? Do I have to make all the decisions? Don't just try to get a free ride. Mr. Assistant should come up with some ideas as well." Sawu was puzzled by Odile's request to come up with some ideas but didn't have much time to hesitate since they needed to finish up quickly before Amelia arrived. "Well, would you mind taking off your underwear?" "What? How could I possibly do something like that without being under the potion's effect?" Sawu was taken aback by her behavior. After all, Odile was the one who had asked him to stick his finger up her ass, but now, here she was embarrassed to show her butt. "Then shall we do it in a standing position?" Sawu asked, to which Odile nodded her head in agreement. "I'll grab the bed like there's a broken bar and stand there." Odile stood tall with both her hands on the waist-high bed and stuck her butt out ever so slightly. Odile stood up on her toes, much like how a ballet dancer would do. "Would it be easier for you to do it in this position?" "All right, I understand. Oh, and I heard that doing it from the back is different from doing it from the front and can even cause pain if done without any lubricant. Check the inner pocket of that robe over there." Odile appeared to have diligently prepared everything that was needed, like a conscientious student. When Sawu removed the stopper, a fragrant flower scent wafted up from the luxurious-looking porcelain bottle. Judging by the scent, which was similar to the fragrance that emanated from Odile's body, it seemed to be an essential oil that was used during baths. "Apply it to your fingers and then just insert it." Sawu swallowed nervously, tilting the bottle of oil onto his finger. "Well, excuse me." As he pulled down the elastic band of Odile's boxers, her plump buttocks came into view. The sight aroused a painful erection from Sawu. After creating enough space to ensure that neither her clothes nor skin would become soiled with the lubricant, he proceeded to insert his fingers into her rear hole. "Hig!" A high-pitched gasp escaped from Odile's lips as Sawu's hand came into contact with her butt cheeks. "Do you feel uncomfortable?" "No, number. I was just surprised by how cold your hands are, but please keep going." The perfect mix of soft, plump flesh of her buttocks could be felt through Sawu's palm as he came to the conclusion that they could be comfortably cupped in between his hands. Sawu's hands slowly glided down the ravine between Odile's butt cheeks. The tension was so solemn that the sound of his swallowing saliva seemed especially loud. "Okay, I'm going to put it in." Wait, that's the different hole." Sawu carefully regained his composure. It wasn't until he passed by her soft, plump vagina and inserted a finger into the front hole that he had noticed that he had been so mesmerized by the smoothness of her ass that he failed to pay any attention to where his finger was going. Thankfully, he had only inserted a small portion of his finger, about half a node. Odile was so startled that she began to squeal, much like how a chick, who just got vaccinated, would. "You shouldn't have put it there. I didn't see you that way, Mr. Assistant, but you really are an insidious person. I'm sorry." Sawu pondered who was more insidious between himself and Odile as he quickly withdrew his finger and searched for Odile's other hole. Heartbroken bar. As they continued, Sawu began to notice that Odile's ears were growing increasingly red. He had even caught a glimpse of her flushed cheeks when she briefly turned her head to scold him, resembling the skin of a ripe persimmon. Sawu couldn't understand why Odile would subject herself to such humiliation just to prove her theory, especially when she seemed visibly embarrassed by the situation. Despite his confusion, he tried to ask for clarification. "Is this the right place?" "Well, why are you asking me a broken bar? You'll figure it out if you look closely." All Sawu could feel in this awkward situation was the warmth of Odile's soft buttocks in her boxes as his fingertips glided along the wrinkled texture of her rectum folds. As he did so, Sawu gradually began stroking along the folds as if he were mesmerized by them. The fragrant soil added to the ever-increasing arousal present in the room. "I'll really put it in this time." Sawu began to carefully push his oil-coated ring finger within little by little. At the same time, his fingers felt an incredible resistance. Odile's flower bud was tightly shut, making any progress impossible. "Miss Odile, if you push that hard a broken bar I won't be able to put it in, will I?" As Sawu said that, he began to focus on the task at hand. What kind of man would he be if he backed down from such a challenge? It was his duty to fulfill a request from a pretty lady such as Odile, who had approached him and asked him to pleasure her by fingering her ass. Wait, it worked before a broken bar. Why isn't it working now? Try to take a deep breath. A deep breath. Okay. Hoo-ha broken bar, ha broken bar, hoo-ha broken bar, hanga broken bar. Sawu pushed his finger in smoothly, timing it perfectly with her exhale. At the same time, Odile stiffened and let out a cute moan. You surprised me." "Well, thankfully it worked." His finger had slipped in easily, going in about one joint deep. He could feel Odile's inner wall twitch intermittently against his finger, the inside of her body feeling much hotter than her warm skin. Honestly, Sawu found it hard to resist the dangerous urge to push down the helpless Odile on the bed and ram his dick into her as he had done before pulsed through his body as he reminded himself to maintain his rationality and focus on the task at hand. "I'm going to start moving now. Got it? Our broken bar. Do it slowly, very slowly. Got it?" As Sawu began to make his way deeper into her, Odile, on her tiptoes, resisted the urge to look back as she gripped the bedsheets. The room was drenched in utter silence. Amidst such tense silence, a strange tension akin to taut spider webs hanging in the air, the faint echoes of Odile's irregular breaths and Sawu's finger movements were the only things breaking the tranquility of the room. A broken bar. Well, a broken bar. His fingers slid inside Odile's tightened folds more easily than he had expected them to. He reasoned that the cause of this phenomenon might be because he was using the ring finger, which was relatively thinner than all the fingers of a hand. One finger joint after another went in and out through her rear hole without much difficulty. He was feeling a hot pressure clench his digit inside her hole, which had become quite slippery due to the usage of the aromatic oil. He watched, touched, and felt every inch of Odile's body, which he couldn't fully appreciate before. "Are you a broken bar okay?" The atmosphere surrounding them had become tinged with eroticism. Perhaps because he was feeling a bit too nervous right now, his voice cracked and sounded like a metallic clang. Odile's anus was so alluring that it was almost like a magical hole that constantly drew his attention. He couldn't believe just how he had managed to shove his entire dick into this tight hole when it had become so full with the insertion of just one of his fingers. "You are broken bar." "Yeah, ha broken bar. Nothing special yet," Odile replied without looking back at him. "Is it just me, or did her voice sound a bit excited there?" Swallowing the dry saliva in his mouth, Sawu changed the angle of insertion of his fingers. He supported the entirety of her derriere with one of his hands while he inserted his fingers deeper inside her puckering tight canal. He used the rest of his fingers to spread her buttock wide, allowing for deeper insertion with his fingers. Ha broken bar, you are broken bar. Immediately, she responded to Sawu's actions. Her slender back drew a graceful curve, and her buttocks abruptly tightened as if trying to grab his fingers with their tightness. Odile was seductive enough as is, but her body was on a whole another level. Unconsciously, Sawu began to insert and pull his fingers out of her tight hole in a rhythmic fashion as though he was trying to gauge her reactions. It was surreal to him that a broken bar with just the use of one of his fingers, Sawu was now able to control the shameless and unruly Odile. Every time he stuck his finger inside her hole, she would stand on her tiptoe, trying to avoid the sensation of his finger penetrating her depths. Meanwhile, when he pulled out his finger, her body would quiver and her mouth would leak out hot and heavy sighs. Each and every one of those erotic reactions was seemingly made to tempt Sawu. A thud, with a throaty moan coming out of Odile's lips. The ring finger completely slipped out of her hole. Due to the inflexibility of the ring finger, it was difficult to insert more than 2 fingers inside. Why did you take it out? My finger is a little uncomfortable, please bear with it for a bit. Sawu, therefore, decided to insert his middle finger, which was the longest and the most flexible among all the fingers. A sufficient amount of lubricant had already been applied to the inside of Odile's puckering depths, so he rubbed his fingertips along the creases of her canal and then gently pushed his finger inside. Ha you, he you, ho you a broken bar. Odile was breathing heavily, the breaths coming out in strange gasps. Her breathing grew louder and louder, gasping each time his rough finger joints were progressively swallowed up inside her hot and slippery folds. Sawu was beginning to lose his self-control as he heard her seductive and sensual response to his actions. The male instinct to make a female feel pleasure was stirring within him. He was experiencing the feeling of triumph that came from being able to control a noble apprentice with just one of his fingers. More than just the experiment itself, Sawu's own desires began to mix into the act. It was a primal desire to make Odile feel more and more pleasure to look at her messy and disheveled appearance during the act. A poke, 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 poke my broken bar, my broken bar, my broken bar. Using his long and flexible middle finger, possessing the greatest strength among the fingers, he was able to intensify his caresses to her insides. The sounds of the finger moving back and forth inside her quivering hole were getting louder and louder, akin to the ripples of the lake in midst of a rainstorm. Odile's reaction also underwent drastic changes. Sawu supported Odile's flexible waist with one of his hands. As he reached into her boxers, the nightgown lifted slightly, creating an opening through which he could feel the softness of her sides and pelvis. He found it comfortable to grip her love handles, which were soft and plump but had little to no fat. Aha broken bar, you are broken bar. You are broken bar. Sawu already knew that Odile was already feeling pleasure from her anal hole. She expressed her desire to see if she could feel more pleasure if Sawu assisted her in anal masturbating now that she appeared to be feeling pleasure, implying that he didn't need to use other caressing techniques any further. Nevertheless, he didn't stop. Without saying anything to Odile, he continued with what he was doing. It felt like the brakes holding him back had been released. You are broken bar, you are broken bar, oh broken bar. Hugh had broken bar before he could even notice. Odile, who had been standing with her waist slightly arched forward, had collapsed on the bed. Her arms, which had been clutching the bed, sunk down to her elbows and her upper body slumped forward, causing her buttocks to arch up as a result. Perhaps due to the intense movement of his hands, her boxer had fallen halfway down, exposing Odile's pristine white ass in full. You are broken bar. Sawu began moving his hands vigorously, his eyes bloodshot. There were no special techniques used in his movements, just the speed of his movements was a bit faster. You ear broken bar. Unga broken bar. Huta broken bar. Odile's legs started to tremble violently with just that simple change. Her highly tense leg muscles were twitching and trembling intermittently, and the intensity was enough that Sawu was able to literally witness it with his eyes. Is it even possible for her to go back in this state? Honestly, Sawu couldn't quite grasp how Odile must be feeling at the moment. Still, He wanted to experience the thrill of bringing Odile to the brink of pleasure with his own hands for once, at least. A gasp, gasp, gasp. Yuga broken bar, Yuga broken bar, na broken bar. Odile's soft moans became increasingly ragged. Her lustful moans grew louder with each passing second. Odile probably thought that burying her face in the blankets would be enough to suppress her moans. However, the room was so quiet that he could easily hear her sweet moans with full clarity, and soon, she reached her climax, a broken bar. Each time Sawu's fingers moved, Odile's waist, which had been floating in midair, lowered momentarily. Perhaps because of the sudden movement of her body, as if she received an electric shock, Sawu's finger, which had been stimulating Odile's rear hole, slipped out. Magic. Startled by the sudden movement, Sawu took a step back, and with that, he quickly caught sight of Odile's alluring back figure. Ma broken bar, ma broken bar, ma broken bar. Odile's exposed buttocks, peering over the slightly ajar boxer, repeatedly clenched and loosened, despite Sawu not even laying a finger on them. Odile's legs, which barely supported her weight, wobbled like a newborn giraffe, while her hips gyrated up and down in a rhythmic motion, as if they were dancing to a tune only she could hear. A broken bar. As Sawu observed Odile's erotic backside, he became surprised when he noticed something there. The boxer that had been in direct contact with Odile's quivering love tunnel, the white-colored boxer had a damp gray-hued stain along the crotch area. Since witches didn't need to use the bathroom, it was clear what the meaning behind that liquid stain was. Aha! Broken bar. As if the earthquake wreaking her body had stopped, Odile's trembling also subsided. A hot sigh marked the end of this lewd experiment. There was nothing left to say. Sawu's shaft throbbed, as Odile's undergarment was soaked in her love juices. Odile, who had buried her head in the bed till then, cautiously turned around. Her pupils were burning with intense desire. What are you doing, Mr. Assistant? Yes, experimenter broken bar. You said you'd help me with it. Sawu was taken aback by Odile's words that were oozed in excitement and sensuality. He found it difficult to comprehend what she was saying as he was already helping her with the experiment. Didn't I just help you? I told you, a broken bar. I wanted to know if I could feel better with Mr. Assistant's touch. Sawu was puzzled by her words. Didn't I help her just now? He was surprised by Odile's intense physical response to his touch. Moreover, with the boxer being so wet, he was sure that Odile must have had an orgasm already. It's not finished yet. I haven't felt anything yet. It's no different from doing it to Linnea broken bar. So broken bar. After glancing at Sawu for a moment, Odile averted her gaze when their eyes met and started whining. What are you doing, Mr. Assistant? Experimenter broken bar. We have to continue the experiment. Did she go mad? No matter how insensitive Sawu was, he knew very well why Odile was acting like that. From the moment he had inserted his finger inside her anal crevice, he was sure that the apprentice witch had started trembling due to the pleasure she was feeling from that act. Moreover, his continued fingering eventually led to her reaching an orgasm. He was perplexed as to why she was lying and pretending like an ostrich that thought it wouldn't be found out if it just buried its head in the sand. Is it because she wants to feel more pleasure? Weren't you already feeling good? With his libido at an all-time high, Sawu tried to confirm Odile's true intentions with the last bit of conscience he could muster in himself. What are you talking about? I wasn't feeling anything, Odile shamelessly replied, avoiding Sawu's gaze. Then let's try a bit more. Normally, Sawu would have simply let it go, saying something along the lines of if you don't feel anything even after doing this much, it seems like Miss Odile's theory is probably wrong. However, a man who opted to remain silent despite witnessing such a playful side of an enchanting woman was a eunuch, not a man. Without a shadow of a doubt, if they were men, they would have made the same choice as Sawu. Wait a minute, Mr. Assistant, did she finally have a change of mind? Odile grabbed Sawu's hand before he could reach out and grab her boxers. Sawu stopped, feeling a mixture of relief and disappointment intertwine in his mind. Yes, Miss Odile. Well, you know, a broken bar. I've thought about it. And maybe it's not enough with just your fingers. What do you mean a broken bar? Well, you know, a broken bar. When I think about when I felt good, I realized that it wasn't your finger a broken bar what you put in my anus. It was Mr. Assistant's dick a broken bar. Sawu gulped audibly at her words. He patiently awaited for Odile to complete her sentence. Odile cast a quick glance over her shoulder and looked at Sawu. When their eyes met, she became startled and shifted her gaze back to the front. Of course, I know that doing it from behind like this is a bit embarrassing, and it's also a little shameful that a slave like Mr. Assistant and an apprentice witch like myself a broken bar. Well, it's a bit inappropriate for us to be connected like this, you know? Yes, Odile began to beat around the bush. Perhaps she hoped in her heart that Sawu would speak up first. After remaining quiet for a while, Odile reluctantly opened her mouth when there was no response coming from him. But it's not really the first time, is it? Anything is difficult the first time around, but it's said to be easier from then on. A broken bar, so, a broken bar. Well, that's why I'm saying a broken bar, like what we did before. A broken bar, that a broken bar. Sawu gulped once again. Just insert the tip. A broken bar. Would you like to try? Just the tip. Sawu wasn't sure if he would be able to control his burning lust. Are you sure it's okay? Don't have strange thoughts. A broken bar, it's just an extension of our experiment. A broken bar. Sawu lowered his gaze to his erect dick. The throbbing organ seemed ready to burst out of his pants for quite some time already. He then looked at Odile's luscious hips, swaying seductively in front of his eyes. Unlike last time, when he was tied to the sofa and could only watch her insert his penis in her back hole, he was now able to hold on to her hips and move inside her however he wanted. He would be able to fully satisfy his lust this way. Come on, Mr. Assistant, are you going to do it or not? Odile grew more irritated as her embarrassment grew with Sawu's prolonged inaction. Given her usual personality, the idea of proposing to bend over as though she was receiving an injection must have made her extremely uncomfortable. It was probably to the point that she was getting increasingly angry with the passage of time. However, her desire to obtain even greater pleasure was enough to outweigh the embarrassment she was feeling right now. It's something we've already done once anyways. Let's make it count this time around. Sawu hooked his fingers through Odile's boxers, since he had to strip her down in order to proceed with the act. Wait, don't take it all off or broken bar, just lower it a little. Like this? Yeah, broken bar, just like that. Sawu pulled the rubber band and lowered the boxer as per her orders. Due to the close proximity of the female genitalia to the anus, Odile's glistening mounds, already damp with her sweet nectar, formed an impressive sight around the perineum. The glistening aromatic oil accentuated the wrinkles of her sphincter, making them more prominent, and the plump petals beneath her rear hole were also a mesmerizing sight. It was now possible for him to put his dick inside her anal hole. You know, you have to put only the tip in, right? Yes, I understand. Sawu answered non-committally and pulled his rock-hard cock out of his pants, aiming it at Odile's puckered hole. Odile nervously waited for Sawu's touch. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and her head felt dizzy from the heat. It was a sensation she had never felt before while she was pleasuring herself all alone. In truth, Odile was already convinced that her theory was correct. She had felt a shiver run down her spine when his fingers, soaked in aromatic oil, teased her filthy hole. Every time Sawu's fingers slid back and forth inside her impure canal, her body shuddered violently, just like she had imagined it to react from the erotic novel of The Delivery Man. It was the strange sensation of a foreign body penetrating her own. What was more bizarre was the searing heat she was feeling from her lower abdomen that triumphed the feeling of something foreign entering her body. If they had wanted to stop, they could have quit within 10 seconds of starting this act, and at one point even Odile was considering stopping this shameful act in the middle. But that unfamiliar sensation I felt just then. That very sensation prevented Odile from deciding to end the experiment. Even though there was no potion affecting her head and dizzying her mind this time around, her breathing gradually became faster and faster with time. As he touched her body, she felt a hot rush of pleasure run through her whole body, causing her legs to tremble. Odile didn't hate such a feeling in the slightest. On the contrary, she felt curious and wanted to keep feeling it more and more. Odile's condition was comparable to that of a puppy in heat for the very first time, a puppy who was rubbing its genitals against a blanket, trying to feel more pleasure. Because of those emotions she was feeling, she stifled her moans and surrendered her body to his hands. Don't stop, please don't stop. If she was feeling so much pleasure with just this, she couldn't wait to feel the intense pleasure awaiting her further down the road. And then, for the first time, she felt it, as the layers of pleasure that had been building up inside her body finally collapsed with Sewu's passionate caresses. She felt a bright light flashing in her mind, a light she had never witnessed before. The sensation was similar to a burst of light, as if Odile's entire body was enveloped in a euphoric and warm light. How heartbroken bar. As she clenched the blanket she was holding tightly between her teeth to cover her mouth and muffle her embarrassed voice, she suddenly remembered a time when she felt something like this before. It was akin to the first time she had tasted a sweet dessert. Her perception of the world of taste, which previously seemed limited, was expanded by the melting sponge cake and the sweet whipped cream she tasted at the time. Since then, Odile used all of her pocket money to take a debt to every pastry shop in Jaina, with the unwavering determination to conquer all the desserts in the City of Witches. Despite both of them getting a lot of cavities and their allowances being cut in half after getting caught, they still enjoyed the consumption of sweets, albeit under strict supervision. Anyways, long story short, this situation was similar to the sensation she had felt when tasting the sweet dessert for the very first time, a new sense of sweetness. She'd come to experience something new and exciting once again. Odile had a strong urge to keep discovering and having new experiences, just as she had developed an obsession with endlessly trying out new desserts. She felt wave after wave of euphoria even when Sewu merely used his fingers. How would it feel if he used his dick instead? Wouldn't I feel much more pleasure than what I was feeling now? Even if it meant that she had to lie, even if it meant that she had to put her shame aside, broken bar, it didn't matter to her as long as she was able to satiate her curiosity. And when Odile became curious about something, I must find out the truth at any and all costs to appease my mind. Sewu grasped his stiff and erect dick with his hand. Gently, almost teasingly, he rubbed the pre-cum soaked glands in between Odile's buttocks. Broken bar. I've noticed it before, but how can a body be so soft and elastic like hers? He was sure that just rubbing like this was enough for him to ejaculate with enough time. I'll really put it in. You are broken bar. Yeah, you know, you only need to put in the tip, right? Sewu didn't know if it would work out as she said. However, for now, he grabbed Odile's hips and pushed his glands firmly into her butthole. Her glittering, delicious-looking rear hole was covered in aromatic oil. Odile had already mentioned that it was a hole she didn't need to use, but it was still an excretory organ, so it was understandable for one to feel repulsive. However, that thought never crossed his mind. Actually, Sewu has developed a strange sense of immorality as a result of having kinky sex rather than the traditional way of making love. A twitch. Was it because he had loosened her anus by stimulating it with his fingers beforehand, or was it perhaps due to Odile being much more comfortable with the act as it was their second time? He was unsure of the reason behind it, but the fact here was that a broken bar Sewu's dick penetrated her rear hole much more smoothly than the first time. It hurts. A broken bar. Go slower. A broken bar. A broken bar. Odile's body began to tremble in agony as soon as the bulbous tip dipped into her hole just the slightest bit. Whines and shouts of pain echoed out of her lips. In fact, the difference in their body size was quite significant. Sewu was tall for a Korean man, with a larger dick than your average person, whereas Odile's physique was noticeably smaller than his own. Needless to say, the narrow rear hole was where the difference between their sizes stood out the most. From Odile's point of view, even the insertion of only the tip of Sewu's dick was pushing her to her very limits, but there was no chance of turning back left for her now. Sewu lowered his knees, braced his legs, clenched his fist, opened his eyes wide, gritted his teeth, grabbed his dick tightly, and took a large step forward. Despite the vigorous resistance coming from Odile's anus, Sewoo continued to push his dick inside without giving in for even a moment. As soon as he inserted beyond a certain depth, Odile's puckering canal began to suck in Sewoo's member into its depths. Odile hopped up and tiptoed on her feet as his glands slipped in her hole completely. Her torso that had been lying down suddenly sprung up, like a spring, creating a sleek curve in her upper body akin to the keel of a sailboat. Fuck a broken bar. Sewoo couldn't help but curse under his breath. The overwhelming ecstasy he felt from her extremely tight hole forced him to curse. Fortunately, Odile was too lost in her own pleasure at the moment to hear his vulgar speech. All she could do was let her body tremble unceasingly in the throes of pain and pleasure. Did our broken bar go all the way in? Yes, it's inside. The dick being gently wrapped by the soft insides of her rear hole was likely the reason behind the extreme pleasure he experienced. However, after inserting his shaft like this once, he felt like he needed to resist the urge to push it inside her even more. After all, what Odile had requested of Sewoo was to simply insert the tip of his dick inside her rear hole, and Sewoo was ready to pull his member out at any moment. The urge he felt to push his whole dick inside her soft insides was also expected, as Odile was seductively swaying her hips without any sense of shame. Mr. Assistant, a broken bar. Would you like to try moving once now? You're curious, aren't you? A broken bar. Odile spoke slowly. She said in a timid voice, which was unlike her usual confident self. Sewoo wondered if she was even aware of how shy she sounded right now as he placed his hands on the area he had wanted to touch for some time now. It was the place where someone would hold their partner's waist before fucking her in the doggy-style position. The place to hold before fucking one's partner in the doggy-style position is commonly known as the love handle, where the waist meets the hip bones. Sewoo was startled when he grabbed Odile's love handles that were exposed as the nightgown rose up her waist. Even though it was visibly thin and small, he could feel it more distinctly as he held it with both of his hands. Women with petite bodies like Odile had a graceful curve to them that was difficult to describe in words. It was completely different from the stocky waist of a man. As he held her love handles with both of his hands, he felt like he was riding a pony. Is it okay to move now? Simultaneously, a sense of danger emerged in his mind. His manhood was inserted forcibly into such a small hole. No matter how much Odile's body was half spiritual, he couldn't help but think that something terrible might happen if he moved back and forth inside her. For now, a broken bar. Broken bar. Since it doesn't hurt, it should be okay, right? A broken bar? Odile's rear hole twitched and tightened around his cock, giving Sewoo immense pleasure even without doing any movements inside her rear hole. How will it feel if her soft insides clench around my cock as I move back and forth inside of her? It was natural for him to become curious about this. Well, try putting a little more info now. You are broken bar. Yeah, I was trying to put only the tip in, but I guess it can't be helped. A broken bar. Moreover, it seemed like Odile's curiosity was also piqued. Even though she had clearly told him to only put the tip in, Odile was now acquiescing to Sewoo's actions without any signs of resistance. While Sewoo was engrossed in exploring the unknown sensation he had never experienced before, all of a sudden he felt a chill run down his spine. Sewoo instinctively felt a sense of danger at that moment. Magic. A thud. Behind him, he could hear the sounds of a door closing in the distance. Akin to a herbivore sensing the presence of an apex predator, Sewoo was also able to detect the danger that was swiftly approaching his way. It was the sound of Amelia opening the door and leaving her room. Mr. Assistant, a broken bar? Why are you just standing there? SHH, SHH, SHH. Sewoo, who was quietly trying to hear Amelia's movement, leaned in and urgently whispered into Odile's ears, Miss Odile, I think Miss Amelia is coming to my room right now. What? Hick. Odile hurriedly rose from her sprawled state. Then, Sewoo's member that had been inside of her slipped out with a squelching sound. It seemed that even Odile knew that it was not good to show such an appearance to Amelia. What do I do? What do I do? The music box. Use the music box. That won't work in front of a witch as powerful as Miss Professor. It won't fool her if she's right in front of us." In a panic, Odile hurriedly put on her boxer and her cloak in her body. Her eyes darted round, searching for a place to hide. There wasn't much time for Sawu to waste. He quickly pointed under the bed and spoke, "Hide here for now." Sawu was unable to predict how Amelia would react to finding an exclusive slave with the apprentice witch alone in the room together in the middle of the night in this manner. He could not guarantee any answer as to how things would pan out in that scenario. They could try to make up an excuse, but there was a chance that Amelia would find their explanation suspicious and report them to Lady Gemini directly. Sawu was uncomfortable with his current circumstances and had a bad feeling about how things would turn out. While Odile wiggled and crawled under the bed, Sawu quickly dressed in a worn-out work uniform that he was using as a substitute for pajamas and opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted with the sight of Amelia standing in front. She was dressed in a white nightgown and held a lamp in one hand to illuminate the dark surroundings. Sawu hadn't heard the door open as she entered his room. Given how close they were to each other, Amelia might have thought there was no need for her to knock before opening his bedroom door. Sawu felt cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall behind his back but tried to appear calm and composed as he greeted Amelia respectfully. "Miss Amelia, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Sawu blocked the door with his body as if fearing that she might see Odile hiding under the bed. Amelia tilted her head slightly and looked at Sawu, who was drenched in sweat right now. "Sawu, what were you doing in your room? You're sweating so Miko broken bar here broken bar. I was just exercising. I haven't been using my body much lately, so I have plenty of stamina left. To be exact, I was about to do back exercises before you barged in." He planned to talk to Amelia in a way that wouldn't reveal that anything was amiss with him or his room, but he wasn't certain if she would be fooled by his acting. "I came to talk to you about something. The room is a bit messy. Let's go to the living room." Sawu tried to close the door naturally, but Amelia didn't budge from her spot. Without pushing her aside, it was impossible to leave the room and close the door, making the situation incredibly awkward for him. "Are you hiding anything?" Sawu's heart sank at Amelia's unusual behavior. She even leaned over to peer inside the room and get a better view. Considering Sawu's careful posture and straight gait, his current appearance seemed a bit suspicious to Amelia. "Hiding something? A broken bar? What do you mean? That's ridiculous." Sawu opened the door wide instead as though she was inviting her to look inside. Of hiding, he had already provided enough time for Odile to hide. Amelia wouldn't be aware of her presence unless Odile happened to sneeze at the wrong time. A broken bar. Amelia looked back and forth between the messy room and Sawu's face before stepping back. Sawu closed the door and entered the living room as if he had been waiting for her to do just that. "So, what brings you here?" "I came to give you this." Sawu finally paid attention to the object in Amelia's hand. It was a pile of clothes. She gave him something once again. Lately, Amelia felt like a mob from an RPG event to him. Whenever they met or she visited him, she always handed him some snacks or cigarettes. "You can't live in those shabby clothes. Your room will get dirty, won't it? Change into these at night." Amelia's latest drop item was a pajama set made of wool that would put him to sleep just by putting it on. "Thank you. My sleeping situation has been quite uncomfortable lately, so this is the perfect attire for that." Sawu expressed his appreciation to Amelia and bowed his head deeply. After being shown gratitude, Amelia nodded her head as if acknowledging that she was deserving of such gratitude, and proceeded to take a seat at the table in the living room. Why isn't she going back?" He stood beside her with a sense of hesitation. Even standing close to her made him feel uneasy. In the midst of Sawu's tense and nervous state, Amelia opened her mouth. "I'm planning on going to Border Town tomorrow. Please, accompany me." She suddenly put forth an unexpected offer to go out together. Sawu wondered why Amelia wanted to visit Border Town all of a sudden. In fact, he didn't have any fond memories of that place. Sawu's impression of Border Town had already been set in stone as a town filled with drugs and all sorts of dangers. Honestly, He didn't even want to set foot in there again. Furthermore, tomorrow was supposed to be his day off according to the manual. He felt as though he was looking at his supervising professor, who had been waiting for his long-awaited holiday to suggest that they go camping together. Although he was likely to turn down her offer, he would have probably still received woolen pajamas. So spoke in a manner that wouldn't offend Amelia. "I apologize, but it appears that tomorrow might pose some difficulties." One of Amelia's eyebrows arched up. His remark seemed to come as a shock to her. "Why?" "Well, I have a prior engagement." On this eagerly anticipated day off, his beautiful boss proposed a date with her in Border Town. Any normal person was not going to let this opportunity pass. If it had been a commitment with Takasho, Sawu would have cancelled his plans and accompanied Amelia instead. Tomorrow, however, he had made the decision to accompany the twins to Spirit Mountain, a place he had been interested in visiting. He also wanted the music box that he would receive if he accompanied them there. What engagement? Predictably, Amelia's reaction wasn't very positive. Sawu glanced at her for a moment before he told her the truth. In any case, he had to ask Amelia for permission early the following morning, seeing as how he, her exclusive slave, would be going on a picnic with another witch, with an apprentice witch, to Spirit Mountain, to accompany her on a picnic. Amelia looked quite dumbfounded. She appeared to be upset at first, but now she seemed genuinely confused as to what events had led to such an outcome. Magic. It made sense when one considered the fact that Sawu and the twins had barely interacted in the past 2 years. "Yes, I was going to ask Miss Amelia for permission tomorrow morning since it is already too late today." Amelia leaned back on the couch and crossed her arms, then tapped her wrist with her fingertips. "Well, I guess it can't be helped. I was going to buy some things that I might need tomorrow." "Oh, I sincerely apologize." "It's fine." Amelia quickly got up and strode out of the room. Sawu had been aware of the potential risk of Odile's presence being exposed until the very end, but he breathed a sigh of relief when the greater threat, Amelia, disappeared. Suddenly, there was a loud thump. Even though she had walked out on her own, it still felt like she had been kicked out. Amelia cast a quick glare towards the door of Sawu's room, which had been shut with a loud thump. Something suspicious was going on. The emotion she currently felt was similar to the one she had whenever she met Sawu after he had rejected her invitation on the day they first met. It was irritation. Amelia strode back to her room in a wild manner. A broken bar. Before her last trip to Border Town with Sawu, Amelia had a conversation with Sophia. Sophia was not someone that she typically sought out for a conversation, but she felt compelled to ask her about something inexplicable that was going on. As she walked down the second-floor teacher's hallway after class, Amelia saw it. She saw Shin Sawu, the janitor, and the twin apprentice witches, who Amelia was in charge of overseeing at Count Gemini's request, engaged in a pleasant conversation in the corridor. Due to the distance between them, she couldn't hear what they were talking about, but she could tell that the twins looked very happy. Shin Sawu didn't shy away from the twins and even welcomed their conversation. It was a huge shock to Amelia, who firmly believed that he despised witches. After a bit of hesitation, Amelia turned her steps towards Sophia's research room. "So, you have something to ask me? Are you serious?" Sophia, who spun around in her chair while in the research room, was taken aback by Amelia's visit. "There are things I don't understand about human relationships." Furthermore, Sophia was shocked for the second time when she realized that Amelia's question wasn't magic-related. Amelia asked her question in a tactful manner, as she was mindful not to exhibit behavior that would make her appear as a witch who freaked out over her slave's every move. "Oh, so it's challenging for you to develop a close relationship with Janitor Sawu. I'm not sure why you interpreted it that way." Despite Amelia's complaints, Sophia responded with a smile of understanding and said, First and foremost, it is important to be around the person often in order to build intimacy. I don't want to get too close to him, but I'll listen." And thus, Sophia's advice consisted of 3 major points. First of all, just being together doesn't necessarily build intimacy. If you want to be close, it's important to share positive experiences together. A positive experience? Yes, like things you enjoy. Oh, except for magic research, eating delicious food together, shopping together, or even just going for a stroll would be nice. Second, what's next? Gifts would be nice. After all, Amelia likes me because I've given her various gifts. I don't like you. A vinegar. Anyway, you were happy when you received gifts, weren't you? A broken bar. Yes. Third, be gentle with him, don't just get annoyed or scold him. A broken bar. Your behavior is what other people on the outside can see, not what's going on inside your mind. If you were a little gentler, wouldn't Sawu fall for your charm? Why do you keep mentioning the janitor? I'm sure I said it had nothing to do with him. Amelia was a little annoyed at the fact that Sophia kept bringing up the janitor, but she still considered the advice to be quite helpful. Actually, he had accepted her proposal to be her exclusive slave, and these days, he didn't flee even when he saw Amelia from a distance. Why am I like this? A broken bar. Her thoughts were jumbled. Amelia sighed as she took out his cigarette. A slight sense of shame surfaced as she struggled to understand the emotions she felt towards him. He was nothing more than a slave. Amelia didn't really need to pay so much attention to him. He was only a fleeting existence that, if she chose to ignore him, would disappear in 10, 20, or 30 years, a piece of machinery that would scatter like dust after finishing the second life that it had received in Jaina. That should be all there is to it. She wondered why she approached him at this time. The possibility crossed her mind that she might have developed an affection towards him, as previously mentioned by Sophia. No way. Amelia shook her head. She hadn't suggested going shopping together because she genuinely wanted to win his favor. Her intention was to merely showcase the benevolence of a noble to a newly acquired exclusive slave. Firmly believing that fact without the slightest hint of doubt, she finally laid in bed after a long time. She wouldn't be able to show off her benevolence tomorrow, but there would be plenty of opportunities to do so in the future. Sawu was now her exclusive slave after all. After Amelia had left, Sawu heard the sound of a door closing and quickly grabbed his pajamas and made his way to his bedroom. "Miss O'Dial, it's okay now," he heard a small answer from under the bed. "Really?" "Yes." She went back to her room. O'Dial crawled out from under the bed like a puppy emerging from its den. Fortunately, O'Dial managed to fit under the bed thanks to her petite size, but if Sawu had been the one who needed to hide, he would have been unable to do so. Clang! Ouch! Before she could fully emerge from under the bed, O'Dial banged her head against the bed frame despite her petite size. It was a common misconception that the area under the beds were dusty. The cleanliness of this room was better than Sawu had anticipated. O'Dial's white nightgown and underwear were still clean, though they were still a little dusty. "Aha, broken bar." I was so surprised. Does she always barge in like that? No, this is the first time she has come at this time. "A broken bar." "It's a relief that we weren't caught," O'Dial replied, as she brushed the dust from her hair and sat on the bed. "Ha ha, broken bar." I saw my teacher's angry face for a moment. "I'm alive, but it's good that we got through it peacefully." It took about 30 seconds for them to comfort each other and then express their relief at not getting caught. Then suddenly, he noticed O'Dial had sat on his bed. More precisely, he could clearly see the curves on her lower body because her underwear clung to her and was soaked with her love juices. He had seen an uncensored image of a body wearing tightly fitted clothing before. He felt a completely different and more intense level of sensuality in this situation due to the way the clothing clung to her body. He knew that he had to look away and tell her to adjust her attire, but he was left speechless and unable to utter a single sound. "Mr. Assistant, why are you staring so much, huh?" O'Dial seemed to have noticed her own state as well. It was because the white and thin fabric of her underwear showed off O'Dial's plump labia and skin tone. "Why didn't you say anything?" O'Dial quickly closed her legs and muttered a small incantation. At that time, the dust that had clung to her clothes instantly disappeared. It was a simple and convenient magic that kept her body and clothes clean. "No, I was going to tell you, but I was struggling with how to say it." You should have just said it straight, Odile grumbled with a frown, but soon after, she covered her mouth and giggled like a young lady. So-woo was puzzled because he couldn't figure out what was so funny. Come to think of it, it's funny to get angry over something like this. We've pretty much already seen each other's entire bodies. Why yes, the conversation had been going well up until that point, but all of a sudden the atmosphere shifted. It was an atmosphere similar to the one they had when they were about to enjoy passionate anal sex until Amelia interrupted. Now, neither Odile nor So-woo was excited enough to bring it up again. A mere broken bar anyway, Mr. Assistant. I think my curiosity has been satisfied. Is that so? When we do it together, it is unquestionably more enjoyable, Curiosity answered. A broken bar, I see. There was a moment of silence. As the heat that had spread rapidly like a forest fire dissipated, all that remained was a sense of awkwardness, similar to the faint odor of burnt ash. Odile leapt out of her seat and put on her cloak. A mere broken bar, Mr. Assistant. Don't forget about our appointment tomorrow. I'll come to pick you up by 7 o'clock. Yes, I understand. Ready to leave, Odile opened the window. It seemed like she was planning to escape in the same way she had come in, through the window. However, Odile, who had shown signs of jumping out at any moment, stood there silently for a longer time than So-woo had expected. Mr. Assistant, yes, what happened today is a secret from Odette. Hasn't she already figured it out? There's no way she would. You could even draw on her face while she's asleep and she wouldn't notice. A broken bar, have you tried it? Around 30 times? It was a pointless conversation that didn't seem necessary. So-woo had already prepared his farewell message considering that Odile was ready to leave. However, to his surprise, she was still holding onto the window and had not left yet. Excuse me, Mr. Assistant. Yes, Miss Odile, should I leave? Didn't you say you were leaving? Who said that? I'm really leaving. Odile's face suddenly turned bright red, and she jumped out the window with a thud. So-woo stuck his head out the window when he realized Odile wasn't in good shape. He watched her smoothly land and then began to energetically hop up and down while she waved her hand at him. She soon disappeared as she leapt further and further away. The spell she used was called a water lizard stride, which was a spell used for maneuvering that allows the user to create a magical foothold immediately when stepped on, which resulted in a high-speed running capability due to the utilization of magical power. So-woo scratched his head as he watched Odile disappear across the hill and enter the academy. He then closed the window. He couldn't finally heave a sigh of relief now that she had left. You are broken bar. Although their meeting went by without a hitch, it was a dangerous situation. As So-woo thought back to what had happened earlier, a memory suddenly came to mind. Odile's youthful and cute appearance and her tight hole. The mere thought of it caused So-woo's miserable dick, which didn't even get to ejaculate, to become erect once again. Even if he were to die, it was unlikely that he would forget this memory. So-woo quietly went into the bathroom and closed the door. He decided to spend the rest of the night reminiscing about Odile. It was a particularly refreshing morning. Despite staying up late and being exhausted from his little alone time in the bathroom, So-woo opened his eyes as soon as it was time to wake up. Perhaps it was thanks to the soft, fluffy pajamas he was currently wearing. He had selected casual clothes that were suitable for hiking as his work attire for the day. After picking up breakfast from the academy's cafeteria, he delivered it to Amelia's room. So-woo then rushed out into the garden while munching on his sandwich. Spirit Mountain. He couldn't help but do a little shoulder dance at the thought of finally being able to visit one of Jaina's tourist hotspots, which he had been dying to see for so long. Parked at the entrance to his lodging was the magnificent Gemini carriage that had previously kidnapped him. However, he hesitated when it came time to climb inside. He was embarrassed at the thought of having to face Odile, who he had used as FAP material the day before, and he was also anxious about being with Odette, with whom he had not conversed with since that day. It'll all work out in due time. Odette was a surprisingly easygoing person, so she wouldn't dwell on it for too long, and Odile wouldn't mention it either given the fact that she had gone to see him last night. With that in mind, So-woo confidently opened the carriage door. Once again, Sewu was greeted by the spacious and luxurious interior of the carriage. "Wow, you sure are punctual, Mr. Assistant." "Oh, hello there Broken Bar, thank you for coming to pick me up. We invited you." "What do you mean?" Odile said as she smiled and clapped her hands, and Odette, who still clung to Odile's arm, while she hid her face. He found characters who made gestures like this in dramas and comics to be so absurd, but he thought he would see it in real life. Moreover, Sewu felt awkward in this situation as he and Odile were getting along without any issues, despite what had happened between them. Unlike Odile, who greeted him comfortably, Sewu found it difficult to converse with Odette. "Odette, don't mope around, say hello. We have to move together all day today." "Big sis, but how can you be so indifferent? I'm an adult, after all. Every adult should know to bury the affairs of the past night on the same night." Odette, who was fidgeting and blushing, eventually hid in the room inside the carriage. Sewu asked with concern after he saw Odette's behavior, "Are you okay? Leave me alone, Mr. Assistant. I'll talk to you like that." The memory of Odette, after she had drank the potion, also made Sewu's face burn with embarrassment. He remembered things like her saying she masturbated while thinking of Mr. Assistant, wanting to have a baby, or even receiving Mr. Assistant's baby seed in her womb over and over again. He could never have imagined the timid Odile saying such bold statements. The person who heard those words wouldn't be okay, let alone the person who made such statements. In fact, he was amazed by how abnormally high Odile's recovery ability was. As he looked at her, it appeared that no unbelievable 19+ adult activity had happened the night before. He felt that she was able to interact with him normally, perhaps due to her curiosity trumping her sense of shame, at least in this aspect. Odile seemed more mature than Sewu. "It will take about an hour to get to Spirit Mountain. Would you like to drink something in the meantime?" "Yes, thank you." "Is it moving now?" "It's been moving for a while. I didn't feel any vibrations at all. We had to pay a high price for it, but it's worth it." Sewu, who had become quite comfortable with the twins, naturally followed Odile to the minibar. By the way, this carriage was no different from a private jet. The carriage was equipped with a variety of amenities, and even the slightest vibration could not be felt from the inside. Odile stooped inside the minibar and pulled out a large basket as she grunted. "Galina insisted on giving us this basket when she heard we were going on a picnic." The basket looked like your typical picnic basket. It appeared to be packed with club sandwiches and thermos bottles filled with tea. "Let's get some orange juice out of here beforehand." "Very well, Odette, aren't you going to drink any?" Although Odile shouted loudly, there was no reply from Odette's room. Odile clicked her tongue. Her manner of uttering that sound was awkward, and her current behavior seemed to be an imitation of someone else. "This isn't going to work, Mr. Assistant. You should go and soothe her." "It's fine. She'll get over it soon enough. It's not a big deal, right? Please give me a cup of juice. I'll go talk to her." Odile asked Sewu to go alone. She stated that if she accompanied him, then Odette's stubbornness might worsen and caused the situation to get out of hand. Sewu was a little surprised at her mature way of handling the situation. Knock, 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 I'm coming in." After Sewu knocked, he turned the doorknob and heard a thumping and rustling sound as I opened the door. A broken bar. Even though the room was quite dark and only lit by a single candle, he easily found Odette due to the room's modest size. "Miss Odette." Odile had her face buried in her hands due to her embarrassment. He wondered if this was a trait shared by twins. She was huddled in between a pair of large couches, with her back turned towards him. She was desperately rejecting Sewu's very existence. "Mr. Assistant, a broken bar, please leave me alone. A broken bar, I want to be by myself. I brought you orange juice. I just tried it, and it's quite refreshing." Sewu calmly tapped Odette on the shoulder as he offered the juice. "It's all right, Miss Odette. As Miss Odile said, let's not dwell on the past. You weren't in your right mind back then, were you?" A wave of uncertainty about leaving behind the memories of that night spread through her petite frame. A muffled voice flowed out from between the sofas. "But a broken bar, it's just too embarrassing. A broken bar. Besides, I know that I could have caused a lot of trouble for Mr. Assistant if things went wrong. A broken bar." You really don't have to worry about it. He gave her a gentle smile, though she probably couldn't see it. To be honest, Sewu's only concern about that night had been Adet's aggressive attempt at sex, which had nearly cost him his life, but he had no ill will towards her for her actions. In fact, aside from the danger she had put him in, it had almost been a reward in its own way. Adet carefully turned her head. When he saw her face in the darkness, he mistook her for Odile for a brief moment due to their uncanny resemblance. However, only Adet was able to show such a sad expression on her face with tears welling up in her large pupils. Really? Well, if you don't make that mistake again, everything will be fine. I was imagining Mr. Assistant while doing it a linear broken bar. Will you forgive me for that? Sewu was momentarily speechless. Sometimes, both Adet and Odile could be very illogical. There was no need to bring up the embarrassment of that day. Of course, I knew it. How could I face Mr. Assistant after doing something like that? It seemed that Sewu's hesitation was written all over his face. Adet continued to sob and bury herself in between the couch. He felt awkward. There was nothing wrong with it. He couldn't even say that he fapped while imagining her sister yesterday. Do you think I'm a vulgar and indecent person? He was perplexed as to how to respond when someone who had played with another person's dick said something like that. Sewu had no idea that she would be so ashamed of her action. He heard that there was a distinction between two types of curiosity, one driven by a desire to explore and another driven by sexual interest. It caused him to ponder whether Adet had her own personal standard for such things. No way, we're going on a picnic, right? We should enjoy it together. Adet slowly made her way out of the sofa at Sewu's gentle and soothing tone. He felt the situation was interesting. Here you go. Thank you. Adet, who had finally left the sofa, wiped away the tears that shined like jewels with her sleeve and accepted the juice that Sewu offered. Do you mind if I talk to you about something else here? Adet asked as she held the juice in front of her chest. Sewu readily nodded. Of course not. After a moment of hesitation, Adet opened her mouth. Well, the truth is a broken bar. It wasn't just one time. What do you mean? While thinking of Mr. Assistant a broken bar, I did it twice more after that day. Sewu was momentarily stunned by Adet's words. He couldn't understand what she was talking about. Masturbation, a mere broken bar, Miss Adet. I don't really mind, so you don't have to tell me about these things. Actually, he didn't understand why she felt the need to confess it in the first place. However, Adet's thoughts were different from Sewu's. Like a Catholic penitent at her final confession, she began to pour out everything truthfully. The truth is a broken bar. I felt guilty, no matter how good it made me feel. Even though Mr. Assistant is a slave, I still did it without asking for your permission. A broken bar. Thinking of Mr. Assistant a broken bar, I did it alone. It's okay, I understand. You don't have to mention it, Sewu assured her after he realized that Adet probably felt guilty about more than just that day's events. In truth, Sewu couldn't care less about that sort of thing. His only desire was to quickly end this embarrassing conversation and then move on. Really? Yes, really, yes, I believe it's perfectly natural. Magic then, Mr. Assistant. After that dire broken bar, have you ever touched yourself while thinking of me? A broken bar, a broken bar. As the conversation turned more and more troublesome, his thoughts became disorienting. Adet, without hesitation, quickly came to the conclusion about what the best response would be in this situation. Of course no to broken bar, because Adet is a naughty and strange girl. That's why a broken bar. Adet became sullen and choked up. He believed that if she felt guilty about something, she should simply refrain from doing it, or perhaps she shouldn't have talked about it at all and should have kept it to herself. The accident was too difficult for her to handle, as the lady's scatterbrained nature surpassed even that of her sister. It felt like he was looking at an innocent princess in a fairy tale. Miss Adet, don't worry about it too much. As long as I'm okay with it, there should be no problem, right? After all, there were no victims. A broken bar, a broken bar. Maybe if I found out about masturbation for the first time, I might have done it too. Besides, there are no men around you except me, and it's not like you had any bad intentions toward me, isn't that right? Miss Adet? He wondered what Gemini, the twins' master, who was supposed to be teaching them these things, was up to and how he had ended up in charge of their sex education. It was understandable to be overprotective of a childlike apprentice witch, but it would be good to educate them on some basic common sense for the future. Though he lacked the guts to say those words to her face, "Don't be too hard on yourself. It's natural to be curious about sex and relationships. There's nothing to be ashamed of, but isn't it a shameful thing to do? Someday, when you find someone you love, you'll naturally come to understand. So for now, let's leave it at that." Adet meekly nodded her head like a well-behaved hamster. Her healthy cheeks, which had a reddish flush, had dimples of relief carved into them. Mr. Assistant? Yes, Miss Adet. Is it okay if I still think of you from time to time in the future? At first, it seemed romantic, but the implication was that I will continue to use you as a side dish. As he looked at the immature Adet, Sawu's face, which had been smiling, froze in place. "Well, of course, you forgave me for what I did to you, and you're allowing me to think of you in the future, aren't you?" Adet neatly summarized the situation by folding her fingers one by one. In some ways, Adet was a much more challenging opponent than Amelia. "Instead, you don't have to speak to me about it anymore, since I've already given you permission once. It's okay anytime." Anyway, the situation was resolved. One conversation was enough for this awkward exchange. Sawu, who succeeded in calming Adet, walked out of the room with her. Odile picked a fight with her as soon as she saw her. She probably overheard the entire conversation. Adet blushed with embarrassment, and Odile continued to tease her as she fled from her. The carriage was full of cheerful commotion that didn't seem to die down until they reached the entrance to the valley on Spirit Mountain. Footnotes: Spirit Mountain, as previously stated, it was a magic crop cultivation plant, a shared possession of Count Gemini and Duke Kita. To be more exact, the magical crops weren't grown on the Spirit Mountain itself. Rather, they were cultivated in a latifundium, inside a valley formed by the convergence of the U-shaped hillsides of the mountain. To grow the magical crops, magical water that had been turned into mist must be used. The previously mentioned valley had the best shape to contain the mist for this purpose. That was the reason why the latifundium was located in the Spirit Mountain. "Wow!" A broken Basawu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He had been hearing about how magnificent the view would be, but he never expected that even the entrance to the place was this magnificent. Whenever one was thinking about a valley, they would think of a place filled with rock, but the sight in front of him wasn't like that at all. The entrance of the valley, which appeared to be 100 meters wide, was densely packed with impressive-looking trees. Amazing, isn't it? It's the off-season, so other administrators aren't here. This is the only time we can look around the place leisurely like this. Odile had a proud expression on her face, as if she was showing off her golden calf at home. One couldn't fault her for having such a smug look, though. You'll be even more amazed when you take a look around inside. As the road became uneven and bumpy, the three of them parked the carriage and began to walk together. As they entered the woods, it became more difficult to see the top of the trees surrounding them, even when they tried to tilt their heads upward. Each of the towering trees that filled the latifundium had existed for hundreds of years. Magic! There were even several world trees mixed among them. What do you mean by off-season? Although the Spirit Mountain is located in an area rich with magical energy, cultivating too many magical crops can deplete them quickly. After 6 years of cultivation, we have to leave the soil alone for a year. We can't use chemical fertilizers on it during this period. Despite the time being midday, the valley was as dark as night. They walked through the darkness, accompanied by Adet's kind explanation. The reason for the darkness was because of the combination of the steep cliffs surrounding both sides of the valley and the trees' thick branches. Both of them formed a dense canopy that completely blocked the sunlight. Adet and Odile quickly made 3 to 4 decorative lights, as they were seemingly pretty familiar with the situation, and eagerly led the way. Sawu, who was looking around, followed them while carrying a lunch basket. He felt like he was visiting a big cave due to how dark and damp the atmosphere around him was. It reminded him of the time in the past when he had gone to a cave on a school trip. Then, about 30 meters ahead of them, Sawu and his companions were greeted by a curtain of vines that hung from a high point down to the ground. It was obvious that the plan was artificially created. The vines were stretched out in a straight line, covering the valley like a theater curtain. "What's this? Beyond here is the main cultivation area. This is the curtain we put up to contain the mist we use to water the magic crops. Mr. Assistant, stick close to us. I only have one pass." "Okay." Sawu clung to Odette's side as she led him by the hand. She seemed to have become noticeably happier than before. Odile rolled up her sleeves, revealing a wooden rosary. The faint light from the rosary shone on the vines and the layers of vines lifted like dominoes, allowing them to pass through. The faint light from the rosary shone on the vines, and the layers upon layers of vines lifted like dominoes, allowing them to enter. As Sawu walked through the forest, he could immediately understand why Spirit Mountain was praised to high heavens for its beauty. To summarize, it was like a fairy forest. The dreamlike scenery and atmosphere gave one the illusion that fairies lived there. A narrow stream flowed through the large forest path. The forest, its air filled with misty haze, produced an environment that invigorates one's breathing. Gigantic trees stood erect everywhere like sturdy pillars that supported the latifundium. "Mr. Assistant, I can fit my fist into your mouth. When we first came here, we were as stunned as you are now." The twin sisters' laughter was barely audible to Sawu. He was too captivated by the scenery around him. There were large glass jars, containing various colored light-emitting liquids, hung from the branches like fruits. The colorful lights on the branch were akin to a scene from a lantern festival that had been photographed and preserved exactly as it was. Thanks to the lights, even though they were walking in the middle of the valley, they could see their surroundings with ease. "What's that?" If one were to look at it closely, there was a hose, extending from each of the glass jars, stretching toward the roots of the tree like a tentacle. "It's a kind of nutritional supplement. We injected various reagents into the tree to create a suitable environment to cultivate the magical crops. Those reagents also serve as lamps since they emit bright lights." "Then, what about that?" Sawu pointed at sparks that resembled fireflies. They rose from the ground and quickly vanished into the air. They resembled will-o'-the-wisp in a way, except that they moved at a sluggish pace. "The mana concentration in this location is remarkably high. That leads to the natural occurrences of mana reflections." "Wow, it's amazing." It was the kind of landscape that would never tire the eyes. Although it was unlikely that anyone would purposely design the place with aesthetic beauty in mind, one could still feel reverence toward both nature and magic in this place. "I'm glad that I decided to follow you. It was the first time I've ever been in such an amazing place." "Is that so, Mr. Assistant? If there's anything you want to know, feel free to ask." Odette was spinning around Sawu cheerfully, along with Odile who wore a proud face. As they appeared less distant than before, Sawu felt a sense of closeness to them. "We can't rest here, so let's move to the production management building. Follow me and watch your step. It's damp all year around, so the ground is slippery." Odile leapt off the tree roots where she was standing before. The magnificence of the towering trees was reflected in their exposed roots that covered the ground. They were almost as large as a truck, which surprised Sawu a little. They walked along a path beside the river, surrounded by trees. The mist seemed to be created by the magical water from the river. Regardless of which part of it was touched by the lights, its surface glimmered. The temperature itself was quite chilly. Meanwhile the humidity was so high to the point that one could easily mistake the place as a tropical rainforest if they were to judge based on that. "Mr. Assistant, do you know anything about magical crops?" "No, I'm afraid not. I'm mostly ignorant about alchemy in general as I didn't have enough time to study it." "So, you've only been studying about spellcasting and magic circles? Those are boring." thought for Broken Bar. "Well, I had to focus on making choices and concentrating on them. In that case, I'd appreciate it if you could explain it to me." And so, Odile began unraveling her worldview on how to cultivate magical crops. Plants that can be cultivated through magical mutation are quite limited. Normally, We grow a large number of moss or mushrooms. They are easy to develop and nurture. As Sawu looked around, he noticed that most of the things attached to the trees and rocks were either moss or mushrooms. Their shapes were so peculiar that it caught his eyes. There was a variant of moss with a subtle pinkish tint on them and mushrooms that emitted bright light, reminding him of a fluorescent stand. "Is that a button mushroom?" Sawu asked, pointing to one particularly tasty-looking mushroom. On the tree trunk, mushrooms that looked just like button mushrooms often found in a grilled pork belly restaurant were clustered together. "Want to try eating it?" "Eek!" Odile promptly slapped Det's bum with all her might. "You'll get us into big trouble." "See, come on, I was kidding. Don't ever eat those. Most magical crops are harmful to eat raw. If you want to use them as ingredients, you'd need to detoxify them for at least a few days. Sometimes you even need a few years." I see a broken bar. The scenery around him, as well as the various crops that were grown there, intrigued Sawu. Seeing things that he had only ever seen in books, depicted in text and illustrations with his own eyes, gave him the impression that he was in a completely different world. "What's that?" "That's called a red root moss. It has strong nullification properties and is often used as a neutralizer." "What about that one?" "That's a white cap mushroom. One of the few mushrooms that can be eaten raw. It's beneficial for the cerebral cortex and could accelerate the speed of your thinking and calculation. It's similar to overclocking." "Yes, but Lady Gemini warned us not to touch that mushroom. While it can enhance our ability, ultimately the effect is only temporary. Moreover, the higher rank you are, the less effective it becomes." Odile and Adet gave Sawu a lesson about the various crops without taking a break. He felt like being with two beautiful guides in a botanical garden. As they went deeper into the forest, the river gradually narrowed and the mist's thickness decreased to the point where it resembled steam more than anything. "Let's go." Odile and Adet bounced over the stepping stones as they led the way. Meanwhile, Sawu carefully crossed over to the other side while carrying a basket. As they climbed up a steep mossy hill, a fairly wide plain appeared. The saps that had been dangling from the branches were now plugged into the earth alongside their bottles. Lavender, lime green, and light pink, something like a swarm of light-colored mist was wafting up in an undulating motion. "This is where we grow root crops. Have you heard of mandrake, the one that screams when you pull it out?" Adet laughed brightly at Sawu's silly reaction. "There used to be a lot of thieves who would steal it, so the witches put hallucination spells all over the field. It was a popular plant for making hallucinogens and aphrodisiacs." "That's screwed up. We're almost there. Let's rest for a bit." The place was supposed to be a fallow land, but Sawu didn't see anyone around. It made him feel like he monopolized this beautiful scenery, feeling like he had an entire amusement park to himself. Sawu's heart was racing in excitement. "Over here." Finally, they arrived at a giant oak tree that looked just like the other trees around it. The only distinguishing part of the tree was a treehouse hanging in the middle of the tree, just like the one he had seen in Border Town before, except that this treehouse was placed much higher than the one in Border Town. "This is the production management building." They climbed the spiral staircase that surrounded the tree and entered the management building. The height of the stairs appeared more perilous than what Sawu had seen from below, making him feel dizzy. It made him wonder if witches had a particular fondness for heights, as tree houses were just as popular in Jaina. "So, what will we do here?" "Just enjoying the pretty scenery outside while sipping tea and chatting." Sawu's legs were shaking as they arrived at the treehouse. Compared to its size, the place was quite barren. Like Amelia's research lab, it was filled with papers and documents. The only place available for them to sit on was a lone sofa in the center of the room. However, the view outside the window was spectacular. When he was ascending the stairs, he wondered why they had built this treehouse so high up, but as soon as he looked outside, he understood. One could see the entirety of the latifundium from this place. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Odile slipped in beside Sawu as he sat idly, lost in thought. A mysterious feeling of relief gnawed at his heart. It was silly of him to think of it like this, but he felt like he was sitting with his beautiful partner in a fancy hotel room while admiring the nighttime scenery. I'm glad you like it, Mr. Assistant. I was worried that my sister dragged you here against your will, you know, not wanting to be outdone by her sister. Aved slipped into the opposite side. Sawu gave out a wry smile and backed down a little. To him, Odile and Aved were both difficult to handle, especially when they were together like this. Shall we open the basket? I was just thinking about eating something. Sure, wait a second, I prepared something special for today. While they opened the basket on the table in front of the sofa, Odile rummaged through the cabinet in the corner of the room and returned with a large bottle. The bottle she held was almost half of her height. When Sawu saw Odile's mischievous expression, he could tell that it was a wine bottle. When did you hide that, sis? Last time, I told Mr. Assistant that I would let him try Mendel Hill's red wine. You remember that from a long time ago? I'm not the type to forget my promise. Wine? Despite feeling somewhat uneasy, Sawu found himself unable to resist the temptation. The idea of drinking while admiring such a beautiful landscape felt appealing to him. Huh? Aved, who was mischievously drinking the secretly stashed wine at that time, suddenly looked up with surprise. Her gaze was fixed on a corner outside the window. What's wrong? You didn't see that thing that just passed by the trees outside, sis? What? It was black and big. It just skimmed through the gap between the branches. A broken bar. Sawu and Odile leaned closer to the window, trying to see the place Aved was pointing at. But a broken bar. There was nothing there, only the glimmering magic droplets, hanging from the thickly wooded branches could be seen. Are you sure there's something there? Stop playing around and eat your sandwiches. I'm not playing around. Who else could be here aside from us? Fair point. But a broken bar. I wasn't lying when I said I saw something. A broken bar. Maybe you were just seeing things. You didn't sleep well last night, didn't you? That's probably the cause. Anyway, forget about it and eat. Odile managed to convince Aved, who continuously peeked outside the window. With that, the real picnic began. It was exactly as Odile had bragged about to him. The majority of the Jaina's food consumed by the witches didn't have high-class flavor, but the wine that Odile had secretly stashed away was a genuinely good wine. While traveling by the carriage, they had all drank orange juice. However, as they forgot to bring along the cups they had used, they decided to take turns in passing the bottle around and sipping the wine straight from the wine bottle. A gulp, 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 gulp. Odile sipped the wine in a few gulps. As soon as she set the bottle down, Odile's cheeks flushed from drinking could be seen and her exhaling breaths reeked of alcohol. Yuga broken bar. Even though Sawu knew that the wine had a wonderful aroma and flavor, it was still too sweet for his taste. In fact, when he had taken the first sip, he couldn't help but mistake the drink for grape juice. Miss Odile, why don't you stop drinking now? Don't be silly. On a day like this, we should drink lots and lots. Watching Odile become drunker and drunker with time, Sawu directed a worried look at her, greatly concerned about the quantity of wine she had consumed. Miss Aved, is it okay if you don't stop your sister? She does this sometimes, so it's fine. She'll soon be fast asleep anyways, so no need to bother. Hey, sis, don't hog all the wine by yourself and give me some too. While Odile swayed back and forth in her seat, still intoxicated from the lingering effects of the alcohol, Aved snatched the bottle from her and took a few sips herself. She took up a sandwich and bit into it while passing the bottle on to Sawu this time. Despite the fact that they were twins and had probably drunk about the same quantity of wine, their reactions were drastically different from one another. Aved sat up straight, her cheeks presumably flushing slightly due to the alcohol, but otherwise, no signs of intoxication could be seen on her. On the other hand, Odile could hardly control her body anymore and she was finding it difficult to even sit straight. You're a heavy drinker. Yes, actually, I've never been drunk before. Here, Mr. Assistant, please have some too. Thank you. Initially, he drank from the bottle with his mouth entirely covering the opening and pondered whether this action could be deemed an indirect kiss. After experiencing so many different things with the twins, However, it seemed strange to be aware of things like indirect kisses, so he disregarded such thoughts and started gulping down a drink comfortably while sitting in the middle of the twin witches. Broken bar. It's very sweet, to be honest. The red wine that our master drinks is too bitter. Why does she drink something like that? In the end, they're still kids. They must have had it easy in life. For broken bar. A thud. Suddenly, Odile fell off the couch with a loud crashing noise. Despite falling off the couch and hitting her forehead on the floor with a sound akin to shattering rocks, she merely wriggled on the floor and showed no intention of getting up from that spot. Did she die? Miss Odile. Sawu panicked and rushed over to her. He lifted Odile up, who seemed to be glued to the floor as though she was having a passionate encounter with the ground. Even though she looked like a limp, soggy piece of cotton right now, she was still very light. Yuga. Broken bar. The floor is wobbly. A broken bar. Magic well. You should have drank in moderation. Trying to lift Odile off the ground by placing his hands under her arms, in the most unobtrusive way possible, Sawu became surprised. As Odile fell down, her cloak opened up in the front, and Sawu accidentally touched her bare armpits when he roughly tried to lift her up by putting his hands under his arms. Hey, a broken bar. Wah, broken bar. What a broken bar. Don't tickle me. A broken bar. Odile squirmed because she felt ticklish due to the direct touch, making it difficult for Sawu to pull his hands out of her armpits. No wonder she seemed dressed up like this today. It seemed like she was wearing a sleeveless dress under the cloak. The temperature in her armpit felt oddly warmer than her other body parts, and her smooth and soft flesh was clinging tightly to his hands. Sawu tried not to be conscious of the mesmerizing sensation of Odile's armpits and barely managed to lift her limp body up. Yuga. Broken bar. Ha, broken bar. How much did you consume to get this drunk? I hate this couch. A broken bar. It's too hard. A broken bar. However, when Sawu tried to lay Odile down on the sofa, she grabbed him by the collar and clung to him like a koala, unwilling to let him go. Sawu felt like dealing with someone who was more childish than a typical 5-year-old. Miss Odette, does Miss Odile always have such a drinking habit? Yes, that's correct. May I help you? Huh? Odette, who was about to approach to help Sawu out, stopped in her tracks and covered her mouth. It was a similar situation to last time. Odile suddenly pulled Sawu by the neck and kissed him on the lips. As it was a somewhat forceful kiss, her front teeth collided with his lips, making them tear and resulting in Sawu tasting blood. A broken bar. Smooch. A broken bar. Muaha. Broken bar. Odile held onto Sawu's face for a long time, leaving traces of her sticky kiss all over, until she eventually slumped onto the couch, completely exhausted as if she had used up all of her remaining energy. Zzz. A broken bar. A broken bar. Soon, with the sounds of snoring, she began to sleep peacefully. Well, since she had returned home late the previous night and had to prepare for the picnic earlier than Sawu had even woken up, it was natural for her to be exhausted. Wiping off the drool leaking out of Odile's lips, with his sleeves, he directed an awkward glance toward Odette, eyes wide open. Odette looked at Sawu and Odile, who had now collapsed on the sofa, with a shocked gaze. Well, Miss Odile has a terrible drinking habit it seems. She kept blinking without saying anything. She gazed at Sawu, her body completely still and without even a hint of breathing leaking out of her. Sawu was uneasy because he couldn't determine what she was thinking right now. Mr. Assistant, Odette, who had been thinking silently for a while, called Sawu. As he looked at her determined gaze, he couldn't help but feel anxious about what might happen next. Yes, Miss Odette. Did my sister visit Mr. Assistant's living quarters last night? Well, a broken bar. I heard that Mr. Assistant will be joining us despite not being previously informed about the outing nor being invited to it. I also vaguely remember that my sister disappeared for a while in the middle of the night. Sawu wasn't sure just how much information about the events of the previous night he could actually share with Odette, but if she already knew that much, it was clear that he had to share at least some bits of it with her. Yes, Miss Odile did come to see me the previous night. Odette, who was fiddling with the hem of her cloak, walked carefully toward him and asked in a low voice, By any chance a broken bar, did something happen between you and my sister yesterday? So found it even more embarrassing to respond to her question this time. Truth be told, he was unsure and uneasy about the reaction Odette may show him if he spilled out everything that happened the previous night. Moreover, he was sure that there was a reason Odile had chosen not to inform her sister about this piece of information. So felt like it would be best to keep this a secret, even if just for the sake of Odile's honor. We just talked about this and that. You're lying. Pardon? Isn't that a lie? Even though the twins were very friendly to Sawu, the social disparity between them in Jaina was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. If Odette were to make a fuss or become stubborn, the situation could become complicated for Sawu, with no scope for any excuses on his side, even though the probability of that happening was very slim. A broken bar. Perhaps that was why Sawu couldn't readily tell a lie to Odette. I don't know much about the relationships between men and women, but a broken bar. I know my sister better than anyone else. A broken bar. Today, the way she treated Mr. Assistant was different from usual. There surely must have been something that happened last night. Sawu only realized at that moment how Odile, who was innocent and naive, had been behaving differently now. No matter how carefree Odile was behaving with Sawu till now, there was no way for things to remain the same between them after the occurrence of such an incident. Sawu realized that Odette had detected change in Odile, that he himself had not noticed, which led to her feeling uncomfortable with the whole situation. I didn't hide anything from Mr. Assistant. A broken bar, but Mr. Assistant lied to me. A broken bar. Sawu opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, unable to find any words to reply to her with. We've promised each other to have a future together. Lying to each other is definitely wrong in such a relationship, don't you think so? Sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't hear you clearly. What promised future is she speaking of? He couldn't recall ever having made such a promise to her before. Well, Miss Odette, I think you might be mistaken about something. It's not a mistake. I've been thinking about it alone for a long time since that day. Odette's voice was sincere, as though she was revealing the most significant decision of her life to him. There was no trace of laughter or playfulness evident on her face, which made all of this even more uncanny than it was already. It was a sign that something was seriously wrong with their current circumstance. I showed my naked body to Mr. Assistant. A broken bar, and not only that, moreover, the most embarrassing parts touched each other. A broken bar, and I always thought about Mr. Assistant while touching myself. Her face was burning up so much that it couldn't even be compared to the flush caused by alcohol that was coloring her face till now. Her face was as flushed as Odile, who was completely drunk and sprawled out on the sofa. Miss Odette, you seem quite drunk right now. I'm not drunk. Although it's a pity that Mr. Assistant is just a slave and that I am going to inherit the title of Count Gemini, but anyway, I showed you my naked body. A broken bar, and now it can't be undone. Only then did Sawu was able to get an inkling of Odette's current thought process. It wasn't that complicated or extreme. It was actually so simple and straightforward that it became hard for him to even picture it in his mind. She was having a childish thought. It was akin to the childish thought of a girl who had kissed a boy she dated in elementary school, and the act of kissing that boy automatically meant that they would end up getting married one day. As one grows older and gains more knowledge about relationships, it becomes a small and trivial incident that one can naturally brush off with a remark like, "I used to think that way back then." Cue her broken bar? He was wondering if the reason she mentioned the promise about their future suddenly was because she had always harbored such thoughts. That had to be the reason she believed there shouldn't be anything to hide between two people who had promised to have a future together. Sawu was slightly skeptical about why she was telling him all this, but now he felt like he understood her motives. Instead of revealing what lie he might have told, Sawu chose to correct Odette's misconceptions about any promised future she might have. It seems like you're mistaken, Miss Odette. It's true that showing your naked body to a man who is not your spouse is a shameful act, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to get married to him. Is this another lie? Don't try to fool me. Sawu had expected such a reaction from the apprentice, which, He continued with the second session of his sex education class calmly, but he was relieved the subject had changed to something lighter. What about Miss Odile? Didn't she show me her naked body too? Are you not satisfied with just me and trying to go after my sister to a broken bar? However, Sawu didn't expect this kind of response coming from Adet. No, it's not like that, a broken bar. Or are you saying that I'm not good enough? Adet started to whine with a sullen voice. Everyone lied to me and my sister went to see Mr. Assistant without telling me anything. Just be honest with me, Mr. Assistant. I'm aware of everything that's going on. That's a bit difficult. Yesterday, we experimented to see if your sister could feel pleasure from her backhole by inserting my dick inside a broken bar. Can I really say something like that to her? Sawu found Odile's actions driven by unplanned, reckless curiosity to be burdensome, and now he also found it challenging to handle Adet's recklessness that stemmed from her innocence. Miss Adet, it's not as complicated as you may think. A broken bar. Adet opened her mouth before Sawu could speak further. And song of melancholy began flowing out of her lips. It was exactly the same melody as the poem of confession, one of the self-essence magic spells that was used by Odile not long ago. Sawu had a clear recollection of the magic because it gave him such a shocking experience back then. Now, tell me, what happened between you and my sister yesterday? The dangerous effects of the magic spell were felt soon after. Sawu desperately tried to cover his mouth with his hands. Nonetheless, his mouth was involuntarily opening, defying his intentions and thoughts. The direction of his palms involuntarily changed as he attempted to fully cover his mouth using them. Sawu's inner thoughts, drawn out by the effects of the spell, were thus transmitted to Adet. I put my fingers inside Miss Odile's anus. Eek! Adet covered her mouth with both of her hands in utter shock. As expected, I knew it. I knew it. Our broken bar. You did that with my sister again. A broken bar. Tell me everything. What else did you do? Cough. Or broken bar. I also inserted my dick, like back then. A broken bar. Yes, but I didn't ejaculate inside of her, despite her belief that she was too weak to handle the situation. Adet was amazed that she didn't faint just by listening to him. Why did you do such a thing? Sawu also gave up on trying to cover his mouth any longer. I feel a little bad for Odile. Miss Odile came to me realizing that she couldn't feel pleasure while masturbating alone. She said that even though she couldn't feel anything alone, she surmised that she would be able to feel pleasure if I did it with her and wanted to verify it. Adet's face turned red as she glared at Odile. You're so selfish, doing it all alone. A broken bar. She was worried about you, Miss Adet. Enough. So, did my sis enjoy it? Adet was contemplating whether her intense emotions were due to resentment or just confusion. Yes, she didn't show it, but she was completely soaked in her own juices, completely soaked in her own juices. A broken bar? Adet collapsed on the sofa, feeling dizzy at his words, glaring at Odile, who was sprawled out on the sofa. For a while, she directed a sharp gaze towards Sawu. Please do the same to me. When he first saw them, Sawu had a hard time telling the twin witches apart. They were completely identical from their sparkling purple eyes to the length of their shiny black hair. Magic. Even their slightly upturned lips and the dimples that formed when they smiled were identical without a hint of difference. But was that all? The twins didn't even have the tiniest distinguishable feature that could be used to tell them apart. They were dressed identically, from their outerwear down to their ribbons and accessories, as if they purposefully wanted to confuse anyone who looked at them. Recently, however, by virtue of being able to interact with them more intimately, Sawu was able to discover some distinguishable characteristics between them, and those characteristics were clear enough that just about anyone could spot them at a glance. The simplest method he discovered was to note whether they used honorifics to address him or not. Odile addressed him as a Mr. Assistant, but she typically spoke to him in a friendly, casual tone using informal speech. On the other hand, even though she didn't use extremely formal honorifics to address him, Adet still spoke to him in a more polite tone using formal language. Then there was also the difference in their dispositions. Odile was proactive and had a strong initiative, curiosity was an innate trait that both the twins possessed, but it was Odile who usually took the initiative to act on that curiosity. On the contrary, Aved was slightly introverted and timid. She always followed her sister's lead and moved according to her guidance and actions. So still remembered the time when the twins took hold of his weakness and he had to participate in their sex education fiasco. During that incident, he was able to fully notice that slight difference in the twins' traits. While Aved waited quietly inside the villa, Odile personally devised a trap for him. While there were several other differences, he was convinced of one stark difference between the two: the fact that Aved was a coward. "Please do the same to me." Just to satisfy her curiosity, Odile came to his room and even went as far as to suggest having anal sex with her. Even though she felt extremely embarrassed, So didn't find any sense of fear in her even though she was about to step into the realm of the unknown. However, Aved was the exact opposite. Despite the fact that So and Aved were both fully dressed and hadn't done anything, she was already whimpering. It was as though she would burst into tears if he touched her. Seeing her like that made it hard to believe that she was able to make such a bold and intimidating request. "Miss Aved, you don't have to force yourself." Every word So uttered was spoken from the bottom of his heart as the poem of confession was still in effect. Unless one was someone who took pleasure in committing rape, it was simply abnormal that they would get aroused after seeing a girl, trembling like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of them. At least, that was what So thought. "I'm not making such a request on a whim." Aved's strong determination, however, had not wavered in the slightest despite So's attempt to dissuade her. "My older sister has always been like this. She learns magic faster than me, and whenever something happened, she'd always take the initiative to act on it and she'd never make any concessions whatsoever." A broken bar. "It's not like Miss Odile set her eyes on me. She wouldn't have cared about a mere slave like me. Actually, isn't Miss Aved only asking me to do this just out of your curiosity? This magic is so damn frustrating, but at least it feels good to be able to speak my mind freely." Due to the effects of the poem of confession, So's tone became more casual and his words had lost all of their pretenses. This sudden change startled Aved. "No, my sister always takes away whatever I like from me." A broken bar. "Wait, I don't mean to say that I like Mr. Assistant. It's more of an interest rather than liking." A broken bar. "No, that's not it either. I'm not interested in Mr. Assistant at all. Anyway, my sister is always one step ahead of me and she just steals everything from me. It's normal for siblings to fight like cats and dogs while growing up. If anything, I think Miss Odile and Miss Aved get along really well." In reality, even though they frequently fought, Odile's true nature of constantly acting with her sister, Aved's best interests in mind was visible to everyone. On multiple occasions, she acted with the maturity and responsibility expected of an older sister. "That's not important. What's important is that I always fall behind my sister." So took a moment to think. Aved didn't actually hate Odile. He could tell how much the sisters loved and cared for one another just by looking at them. After all, so, what was the reason she became this upset? "I think Miss Aved is just being restless." He attempted to persuade Aved to make her think that she was only being restless. Aved was already charming enough and someday she would become a wonderful lady who had a different charm and personality from her sister. "Yes, I'm being restless. I want the same thing as my sister." Her words made her sound self-centered. "Hey, look at you." A broken bar. "Saying everything you want to say despite your timidity." "Oh, I'm sorry." A broken bar. "This is because of the poem of confession, right? Actually, never mind, I'm not sorry." In his haste to get out of this situation somehow, So started blurting out a bunch of nonsense. He was desperately trying to filter the thoughts in his head. I'm screwed." He could see Aved's pupils trembling as she listened to his true intentions. "Can't we just finish this quickly?" "Well, it's okay. Everyone has various thoughts in their minds." A broken bar. "There's nothing you can do about it." Aved cleared her throat and said, "Anyway, I know I'm inadequate and lacking compared to my sister. That's why I don't want to fall behind even more." A broken bar. "In things like fighting for snacks, magic." A broken bar. and various other things. A broken bar. Please stop, Miss Odette. A broken bar. I've never thought of you in a romantic way. To be honest, what you're doing is too childish. It feels like I'm watching my little sister throwing a tantrum. A thud. Sawu felt he could see a landslide crumbling behind Odette as she stood there, routed to the ground. His words were like an incantation that accidentally hurt Odette's feelings. However, at the same time, it caused her to be able to swiftly overcome her timidity. Is it because you've done all the lewd things secretly with my sister? Is that why you don't have any interest in me? Your sister came to see me against my will too. There was really nothing I could do about it. Sawu had expected to respond naturally in that way, but he suddenly found that his mouth was tightly shut for some reason. Odette's poem of confession was undone in a much shorter time than Odile's. No, a broken bar. I wasn't even interested in Miss Odile. Didn't I explain it just now? I didn't do it with her because I wanted to. Lies. I know that the poem of confession spell I casted on you has just been released. Are you going to start lying as soon as it's released? Please believe me, I'm just stating the truth here. Enough. Odette was on the verge of tears as she threw off her cloak in frustration. As she shrugged off her cloak, her boots and snow-white sleeveless dress were now revealed to his eyes, fluttering with the wind. I don't want to lose to my sister. I don't want to fall behind her. Sawu became quite a bit frustrated when he realized just how complicated the situation had gotten at this point. Follow me. Odette gritted her teeth and glared at Sawu with a fiery gaze. Without giving Sawu a chance to react, Odette seized hold of his arm with an enraged expression on her face. Soon, they ended up at a corner of the treehouse. The place seemed like a small attic that was probably used as a storage room. Even though Odette was filled with determination to see this to the end, it must have been burdensome for her to do lewd things in front of her sleeping sister. However, that didn't mean that she was going to give up. I'll do exactly what my sister did, and you, Mr. Assistant, will have to help me. A broken bar. Miss Odette, don't even try to refuse. If you do, I swear I won't just stand by and do nothing. Odette seemed extremely frustrated. Clinging dangerously close to Sawu, she started carefully taking off his pants. While she was doing the deed, her tiny head wiggled back and forth in front of Sawu's eyes. Sawu wasn't sure if he should stop her or let her continue at this point. He surmised that the moment he started acting a little aggressively with her, she would probably feel terrified and give up on going through with this act. Despite his attempts to stop her from doing anything, she appeared resolute in achieving her goal by any means necessary. A broken bar. Pulling down his pants in one go, taking out the dick in the process, Odette firmly grabbed hold of his meat stick. Her warm hand started caressing his wiener along its length. Odette's face flushed with embarrassment as she stroked his rod up and down. Hesitating for a few moments, she ended up glancing up at Sawu's face. He noticed that her head was also quite small when he saw her up close and like this. It was a feeling that was uncannily similar to Odile, her sister's. It was possible for ordinary people to modify their physical appearance, plastic surgery, for example, something that actors often did. Nevertheless, innate traits such as the size of the head and the proportions of the body could not be changed no matter what you did. Whether it was Odile or Odette, their bodily proportions were so stunning that they could be mistaken for animated dolls. You'll do it, won't you? I heard that men get excited when they are being touched like this. Sawu was suddenly puzzled by Odette's behavior of taking off his pants and touching himself like that, but he thought that it was probably because she was trying to make sure that he wouldn't refuse her anymore. Sawu felt hesitant to turn her down as she looked up at him with desperate eyes, making him feel like it would be awful of him to refuse her. On the other hand, complying with her by taking advantage of her innocence, using her as a tool for pleasure and penetrating her rear hole didn't sit well with his conscience. Aren't you going to answer me? Seeing that Sawu was still hesitant, Odette bit her lips and spoke impatiently in a genuinely frustrated tone. Listen carefully, Mr. Assistant. If you don't listen to me here, I will tell Miss Professor everything. And I'll even tell Miss Professor that Mr. Assistant is actually studying magic to escape this place. Finally, The reason behind Sewu's reluctance to strongly oppose Adet's actions was revealed. The twins had a hold on Sewu's weakness. Despite the fact that Odile agreed to some sort of compromise with him, Sewu would be helpless if Adet suddenly refused to comply with that agreement. Talking to her was similar to talking to a brick wall. After all, Adet's actions were unexpected as she appeared to be more concerned about Sewu's situation than Odile's, which suggested that she may have had her own hidden motives for acting that way. Sewu let out a deep sigh. "Yes, I will, but if Miss Adet feels uncomfortable, please inform me without hesitation. I'll do better than my sister." Adet looked at Sewu's dick, which had become stiffened by the repeated stimulations. She nodded, as if thinking that this much would be enough, and slowly rolled up the hem of her dress. As she lowered her underwear slowly, her knees, thighs, and pelvis came into view, and the symbol on her lower abdomen was also revealed to Sewu's eyes, a mound that was pretty and plump akin to a camel's hoof, similar to Odile's. Even though he had seen it several times before, he couldn't help but think that it was pretty every single time. How should I do this? Sewu came up with a new plan while reflecting on some minor thoughts. First of all, I'll follow Miss Adet's instructions. I'll say it again. If it becomes too difficult for you, please tell me and I will stop. So, can you just hold on to that for a moment? What Sewu was pointing at was a cluttered desk with miscellaneous objects piled up on top of it. Adet nodded with a stern expression on her face and placed her hand on the desk. Either because her briefs were stripped or not worn properly, the hem of her dress was lifted ever so slightly, revealing the perfect round shape of her buttocks. If he lifted that up just a little bit, he would be able to see her lower body as there was nothing left to obstruct the view. "Can you roll up the hem of your dress a little?" Sewu's strategy was not to persuade Adet anymore. It was to wait for her to become so embarrassed that she would stop this act by herself in shame. Based on her reactions, it didn't seem like it would take very long to achieve that. Adet nodded and slowly pulled the hem of her dress down with stiff movements. As the curtain-like dress rose, her voluptuous rear was now fully exposed for him to witness. "Donnie, a broken bar. I need some lubricant. Can you make some?" "Ah, of course." As Adet recited an incantation and soon, moisture from the air gathered in her palm. The gathered moisture thickened and became as smooth as aloe vera gel. Being able to use such magic without the need for any alchemical catalyst proved that Adet's magical ability was not lacking in the least. Sewu evenly spread the gel on his hands and stood behind her. He could see that her shoulders were trembling slightly. It was obvious that she was pushing herself to go through with this act. Adet glanced back at him for a moment. "Hurry up, do it already. Hurry up, do it already." If possible, Sewu wanted to resolve the situation calmly. He gently reached out to Adet's buttocks, a broken bar. As Sewu's hand, damp and cold from the gel-like water, touched her hips, Adet shuddered and trembled. Magic goosebumps crept up her snow-white buttocks. "Are you sure about this, Miss Adet? You aren't going to change your mind?" Honestly, if Sewu just inserted his dick inside her and gave her the pleasure she wanted, everything would be over. Conquering the rear holes of the twin witches despite him being a slave could be an accomplishment in itself. However, he wasn't really in the mood for it. When he did it with Odile, the lust within him was invoked, but that wasn't the case with Adet. In Odile's case, she had already overcome her shame, embarrassment and fear regarding the unknown for the sake of satisfying her curiosity. But Adet was different. Sewu couldn't bring himself to do something as cruel to someone who was trembling like that, especially when she was only blindly following her sister without understanding her situation. He carefully spread Adet's buttocks. "Can you spread your legs a little?" "Why, Ace, a broken bar. Look at this." Up until now, she had been intimidating him with her might and authority, but as soon as he touched her, she couldn't even move a finger. As she spread her legs, shoulder-width apart, Adet slightly trembled. "Could you pull your waist a bit further back? Your hips too?" Adet pushed out her buttocks. Her body bent into an awkward curved shape. Whether the reddened butt cheeks in front of him were due to drunkenness or embarrassment, Sewu couldn't tell. What he could tell was their color resembled a fully ripe peach. A broken bar. After thinking for a bit, he remembered that he once learned the fact that the wrinkles pattern around the anus were genetically inherited. That explained why the twin sisters' wrinkles looked identical. If Jaina had a butthole recognition door lock, they could easily use each other's butt to unlock each other's doors. Adette turned around quickly. She sensed that Sawu was hesitating and doing nothing. She couldn't stand it any longer. La 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 la. She opened her mouth. What came out of it was a mysterious melody that sounded similar to the poem of confession. The melody sounded captivating and somewhat had a sensual quality in it that evoked the image of the siren's song in Sawu's mind. What is that? Sawu felt a strange premonition. His mind started to blur as soon as he heard the song. It was as if he was being hypnotized, like being injected by a shot of adrenaline. His heartbeat accelerated, his pupil dilated, allowing him to see clearly in the dimly lit warehouse. A broken bar. I won't tell you, Adette said as she continued to stand facing forward. Sawu didn't have enough lenience to feel the danger in Adette's ambiguous response. Yuga broken bar. Right before his eyes were her bare buttocks. Unconsciously, his gaze was drawn to her lower lips, which were tightly shut. The scene undoubtedly captivated him. In front of him was an innocent virgin who had yet to taste a man. The narrow opening between her plump thighs looked alluring despite its tightness. If he were to insert a finger in it, it felt like it would grip tightly around it. What kind of magic did you just cast? Sawu was taken aback by the unusual reaction in his lower body. It was completely normal to be aroused by such a lewd scene, but this was the first time his dick had become so hard that it actually hurt him. His lust grew stronger, gradually corroding his sense of reason. A broken bar. Yet Adette still hadn't said a single word. From the beginning, time wasn't in Sawu's favor. His growing lust had engulfed his rationality. Violate the woman in front of you, impregnate her, come inside her, sow your seed. It felt like someone was whispering those words in his ears. Immediately, Sawu tried to leave the storage room. He couldn't keep his senses under control anymore. This was the first time he had ever experienced such a strong and intense lust. The arrow of this lust would perhaps aim straight towards Adette, who was standing in front of him with her naked buttocks spread. He felt the urge to escape. As he turned his gaze toward the door, his attention was once again drawn into Adette's buttocks. Sawu looked down at his lower body, a gruesome sight, a dick standing erect with blood vessels bulging out to an obscene degree, and beneath it, there were two holes that would bring his dick an immense amount of pleasure if he were to stick it into any of them. Sawu wondered, should he really leave this place? Slowly, he reached out his hand toward his dick. Ha ha broken bar, ha ha broken bar. He smeared the gel like water all over his dick with his palm. All was done unconsciously as he followed his instinct instead of reason. Miss Adette, you started all this, okay? Realizing how easily he had allowed himself to be pushed around by such a tiny, insignificant child, made him feel silly. He spread her buttocks, which were quivering like pudding. Bend down more. Sawu's growling voice startled Adette and she turned her head briefly like a child that was caught cheating on an exam. Despite that, she obediently listened to him. She bent her upper body down and pushed her buttocks further back. Ha ah ha broken bar. Sawu grabbed his dick and rubbed it against the creases of Adette's buttocks. Due to how focused he was on doing his things, Adette's feeble moan didn't enter Sawu's ears. He felt disappointed that he couldn't pierce through Adette's virgin membrane, but her anus should be enough for the time being. Consideration, concession and concern. Sawu wondered why he bothered with these troublesome things up until now. He literally had an onacle offering to satisfy his lust right in front of him. Kayaka broken bar, Huka broken bar. Similar to what he had done with Odile, he gently thrusted his dick into Adette's elastic, yet tight anus. The most important part of the action was inserting the glands in. Since the glans was the thickest part of the dick, once it was in, he didn't need to spend much effort to get the rest inside as well. Aha broken bar, aha broken bar, aha broken bar. Unlike with Odile, Sawu didn't bother giving any caresses to Adette's anus with his hands to loosen it up. If it wasn't for her semi-spiritual body, This act could carry long-term consequences due to how risky it was. However, Adet's body was outstanding. Despite the painful penetration process she had to endure, she still took Sawoo's dick effortlessly. At the same time, a pleasant sensation spread throughout Sawoo's lower body. He could feel Adet's anus wrapped around his dick tightly, just like he had expected from Odile's younger sister, except that her anus felt tighter than Odile's, perhaps because she was better in controlling the muscles in her anus. Flick. Adet flicked the finger she barely managed to lift up. At the same time, Sawoo felt as though a fog had been lifted from his mind. His thoughts cleared up. This ice a broken bar harder than I thought a broken bar. After catching her breath for a moment, Adet finally managed to speak. It was only then that Sawoo grasped his situation. He had already inserted half of his dick into Adet's anus. Her small buttocks, somehow managed to receive such a large dick, were now tightly clenched, possibly due to either pain or stimulation, taking the shape of half an apple. Did you use some kind of magic again? Sawoo was really annoyed by her self-essence magic. That magic was unfair. He was barely able to tolerate it. If I didn't use it, you wouldn't have done anything. A broken bar. A broken bar. It was clear that Adet had reached her limit. Her stiff muscles and clenched buttocks spoke volumes. Nevertheless, she didn't tell him to take out his dick. You are broken bar. A little broken bar. More a broken bar. It's okay. A broken bar. Put it in more. A broken bar. She slowly moved her hips backward and began to swallow Sawoo's dick with the rear hole. He could feel her anus contracting muscles. They resembled a ring, firmly stimulating his dick as they slowly moved down from the middle. The intense sensation had him taken aback as he instinctively grabbed into Adet's hips. Broken bar. Broken bar. It feels so broken bar. Strangely broken bar. As she took Sawoo's dick, Adet let out a strange voice that could be mistaken as either a moan or a sigh. The deeper Sawoo pushed his dick in, the hotter he felt. He never went this deep with Odile. A broken bar. And Adet's hips finally pressed against Sawoo's pelvis bone. Her tender hole, fully stretched to its limits, greedily enveloped every inch of his dick. Adet panted heavily as sweat dripped down her face. Despite that, a satisfied grin plastered on her lips as she looked toward Sawoo. How a broken bar is it? Have you ever went this deep with my big sis, Mr. Assistant? No, never. How does it feel? Is it better than my big sis? After saying those words, Adet bit her lip and started to move her hips slowly, like a slave. She used her all to serve her master. Despite its elasticity, Adet's tight anus provided intense stimulation to Sawoo's dick, just like Odile's my sister. A broken bar. Broken bar. A broken bar couldn't do it like me, right? Broken bar. Broken bar. It was clear that she hadn't felt the pleasure from her actions yet, but she never stopped moving. How to please a man. A broken bar. I also a broken bar. Studied it. A broken bar. A broken bar. Everything is written in that book. A broken bar. If I swing my waist this way. A broken bar. It will bring you pleasure. A broken bar. With Sawoo's dick still inside her, Adet began to move her hips in a circular motion. He felt an intense pleasure to the point he rolled his eyes back. Adet's elastic muscles began to squeeze and pull his dick along as she rotated her hips. Broken bar. Sawoo wasn't the only one who felt the pleasure from that move. Finally, Adet's abnormally sturdy semi-spiritual body found pleasure from her first anal penetration. A broken bar. This feeling. A broken bar. A broken bar. So this is what it's like. A broken bar. It was a pleasure that only her elder sister knew, the pleasure of becoming one with a man. For the first time in her life, she experienced this kind of pleasure. It dissipated the pain that came from the first time Sawoo inserted his dick into her ear. The pleasure was much more enjoyable than what was written in the book. Words simply couldn't describe it. How are you feeling? A broken bar. Mr. Assistant. A broken bar. I'm enjoying it. Sawoo saw no reason to deny the pleasure he was experiencing. It was the first time he ever moved his hips with such a vigorous motion. It felt better than he could have ever imagined, compared to simply inserting and pulling out his dick into Odile's anus. This pleasure was on a whole different level. Adet's lewd hole seemed to expand with each of his thrusts. The ecstatic sensation he experienced from her anal ring roughly stroking up and down his dick surpassed the pleasure of masturbation by more than 100-fold. Haha, broken bar, broken bar. This feeling a broken bar is weird. A broken bar, I feel like I'm going to pee. A broken bar. Adette's back stiffened in the same way her elder sister did. She exhaled a deep sweet breath while savoring the pleasure that she felt. And now a broken bar, Mr. Assistant. A broken bar, grab my waist firmly and a broken bar, move like these. A broken bar, haha, broken bar, Yuga, broken bar. Adette's voice that he was hearing overlapped with someone else's in his memory. It was the same voice that urged Sawu to impregnate her after she drank that potion. Adette let out an ecstatic moan that sounded more like a hum. An irresistible temptation emanated from Adette, who seemed to be fully engrossed in the act and had overcome her shyness. Hold my waist tight. A broken bar like these. A broken bar. Adette's slender hand led Sawu to her waist. Unknowingly, Sawu grabbed the boundary between her hips and waist. Yes, I understand. And then he began to move slowly. With each movement of his waist, Sawu felt an unfamiliar sensation of pleasure. Sawu began to rock his dick back and forth inside Adette's tiny anus. The intensity made him afraid that he might just break it. Haha, broken bar, haha, broken bar, strange. A broken bar, this feels shameful. A broken bar, somewhat. A broken bar, it's strange. A broken bar. Adette's reaction was arousing enough to invoke Sawu's lust, despite himself being a virgin. With each thrust, her body quivered and she rose up on her toes. When he pulled out, she arched her back to push her buttocks toward his dick. This tempted Sawu to keep on thrusting. He wanted to tease the mischievous Adette even more. Sawu craved for a more intense pleasure, similar to the one he experienced when he was under the influence of the strange magic earlier. The bond of camaraderie between the two, as partners trying to learn new things, made them able to synchronize their rhythm. I've never felt this way since I was born. A broken bar, it's just a broken bar, so good. A broken bar, it's weird. A broken bar, that only Big Sis experienced it until now. A broken bar, haha, broken bar, haha, broken bar. A clap clap. As he gripped Adette's hips, Sawu's thrust became even more vigorous. Despite the increasing speed, Adette's hole was still as tight as before. Despite him withdrawing almost the entirety of his dick with each thrust, the tightness of her anus still made him feel dizzy from the pleasure. If there was an owner hole that could give him this much pleasure, he'd buy it even if it cost him all his money. Mr. Assistant, a broken bar, haha, broken bar. A broken bar, should a broken bar say something naughty? A broken bar? Amidst the overwhelming pleasure she had never felt before, a line from the novel, aved devilish delivery man, came to her mind. Seeing Sawu shaking his waist while enjoying the action, Adette felt proud. She was even more determined to make him feel even better than this, and so, she whispered the vulgar line to him, the line that she would never be able to utter in normal circumstances, a line that would make her dizzy just by reading them. Never did she expect that her dirty line would prompt Sawu to ejaculate immediately. Adette let out a deep breath. The pleasure she was experiencing was different from the one she felt when she masturbated by herself. When she masturbated alone, her heart pounded faster as her hips jerked up, causing her to gasp for breath. But if she were to compare that to what happened right now, it felt like a mere fleeting pleasure more than anything. Every time Adette turned around, she'd notice Sawu swaying his hips, showing her an expression she had never seen before. Somehow, it stimulated Adette's desire, the desire to make him experience an even greater pleasure. So, Adette chose a line from the novel, aved devilish delivery man, the novel that had opened up a whole new world for her. It was a line spoken by the witch in the novel, the witch who had experienced pure pleasure for the first time and was following the milk delivery man's instructions in her semi-dazed state. In the novel, the witch's line greatly aroused and pleased the delivery man, making him ejaculate into her rear hole. Adette let out a series of increasingly loud gaps. A tingling sensation rushed through her from her head to toe every time Sawu thrusted his hips back and forth. Is it okay to say such a lewd and embarrassing line? Such doubts had disappeared from her mind as she was drowned in pleasure. Haha, broken bar. Adette's anus exists. A broken bar only for receiving Mr. Assistant's summon. A broken bar. Sorry? Her remarks sounded so provocative that even Sawu was momentarily stunned. Who was Adet? Despite her naive look, she was still an apprentice witch. Moreover, she was the apprentice witch of Count Gemini. The disparity of status between him and her was like that between a grain of sand and a gold nugget. Deeper a broken bar please, give me your seed, Mr. Assistant. A broken bar, every last drop. A broken bar please, pour all your thick semen into me until the last drop. A broken bar, haha, broken bar, I'll squeeze everything out from a broken bar without fail. A broken bar, a broken bar. And the so-called noble apprentice witch declared that her existence was only to receive Sawu's semen before begging him to ejaculate inside her. It was hard to imagine that the lewd noises she made as she shivered in delight whenever Sawu thrusted his dick into her came from the innocent-looking Adet. She was the one who created this situation. Adet felt triumphant. At that moment, she could sense that her body was building up to an orgasm. Sawu tightened his grip on her waist. His fingers effortlessly sank into the soft flesh due to the strength of his grip. As Sawu increased his pace, Adet started reciting another line in excitement. She even added a bit of personal touch in it. Mr. Assistant, a broken bar. Adet is a broken bar, a perverted girl who enjoys being fucked by the a broken bar. Every night I think of you and a broken bar. A broken bar, a broken bar. I masturbated like the perverted girl. I'm a broken bar. Huck. Adet wasn't sure if the pleasure solely came from her reciting those lewd words. Maybe it came from Sawu's movement growing more intense. Her anus began to twitch and tighten intermittently. The already tight hole became even tighter with the additional pressure she put in, making Sawu have some troubles moving his waist around. The pleasure he received became even more intense in exchange. Please punish me with your dick. A broken bar, harder, broken bar, harder, broken bar. Uyuka broken bar. With that, Adet's back moved, creating an arch. Her body was wrapped in ecstasy, an overwhelming sense of release, like a carriage descending from a hill in full gallop. A broken bar, I'm going to broken bar teeth. These a broken bar teeth. This is an orgasm, right? A broken bar, a broken bar. Finally, she experienced an orgasm. At that moment, Sawu felt pressure similar to when he gripped his dick tightly in his hand. He fulfilled Adet's request, thrusting his dick deeply inside her while pressing her buttocks tightly to the point that they almost touched his balls before ejaculating deep inside her. Ha broken bar, ha broken bar. His breathing became ragged, his dick twitched, splurt, his semen spurted out fiercely as it coated Adet's insides like paint. Adet's delicate shoulders shuddered as she savored the pleasure she experienced. Ha broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, your seed, a broken bar, entered a broken bar, my stomach, a broken bar. The situation made Sawu feel dizzy. It felt like he was hearing nails on a chalkboard. As he ejaculated, he felt the tight grip of Adet's anus reacting to the throbbing of his dick. It tried to squeeze every last drop of his semen. This was the most ecstatic ejaculation he had ever experienced. Adet's anus was still gripping his dick tightly as it twitched from time to time. The movement was extremely bad for his currently sensitive dick. Yuga broken bar, plop. Sawu carefully held Adet's butt, which had slumped onto the desk, and pulled his dick out. Her anus was still gripping his dick tightly until he pulled out completely. It seemed like she was trying to squeeze the leftover semen in his urethra out. Ha broken bar. Was it because he treated her roughly from the beginning? Adet's anus was still wide open as it faced the ceiling. Even though Sawu had already pulled his dick out, he could see the thick droplets of his semen coming out of her hole. Ha broken bar, a broken bar. A drop of semen dripped between her legs. When Sawu started to grow worried about her gaping hole, it quickly returned to its original state. For a broken bar, Sawu wiped away the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve and looked at the scenery he inadvertently caused with a sense of unease. Adet, laying sprawled on the desk, unmoving as she exposed the closed garden that should have always been kept hidden. The wrinkles around her anus were slightly swollen, probably caused by his vigorous thrusting. Her tightly shut anus trembled from the afterglow of pleasure. Beneath it, the plump flesh that was filled with flowing drops of honey continued to arouse Sawu's lust. He had already ejaculated once, but the sight tempted him to do it again. Miss Odette, he expected some kind of reaction coming from her. However, the reaction didn't come as Odette continued to sprawl on the desk. So cautiously approached her and shook her shoulder. Is she dead? He suspected as such, but she was breathing properly and he could feel her pounding heart. She was still lively up to a moment ago, but she was probably pretending to be asleep to cover her embarrassment. Creak. As Sawu was examining Odette's condition, he heard the sound of the door opening behind him. When he turned around in a panic, he saw Odile, standing the while grabbing her head with a pained expression on her face. "What are you doing in the dark, Mr. Assistant?" "Ugh, my head hurts. Did I bump into something?" Her forehead was slightly reddened from the impact of their earlier fall. She recovered much faster than he expected. The situation just turned for the worse. Where did Odette go? Her broken bar. What? Odile's gaze finally fell on Sawu's bottom half. His pants were still off and his large dick was still bouncing up and down in its erected state. It was covered in sticky white semen. Odile made a gesture and the storage room turned bright. Odette's naked figure, which was hidden in the darkness, became clearly visible. Her dress rolled up to her hips as she fainted on the desk. The white, translucent fluid coming out of her anus was an obvious indication that she was involved in a sexual activity. "Did you two do it while I was out cold?" Odile was astonished. "You are my broken bar. Why you see a broken bar?" Odile swiftly brushed past Sawu, who was standing there, panicking, and hurriedly went to check on her younger sister's condition. She was looking carefully around Odette's crotch, probably worried that Sawu might have crossed that line. A broken bar then. She quietly cleaned up Odette's anus without uttering a single word. She removed the semen on Odette's buttocks and covered her lower body with her dress, putting aside her inner turmoil. Odile opened her mouth to speak while Sawu was trying to come out with an excuse. "Tell me everything." Sawu laid out everything that had happened in great detail. Odile, who had brought Odette from the storage room and laid her on the bed, listened to Sawu's explanation with a solemn look. It felt like he was in some kind of public hearing, so his nerves were on edge. He was frightened of what might happen next. Magic. A broken bar. That's what happened. Odette made the first move as she seduced Sawu. Sawu tried to refuse, but Odette threatened him. Even after that, he still tried to reject her, but Odette put him under a spell. Up until this point, Sawu could speak with a clear conscience. However, a broken bar after the spell was lifted. A broken bar because I lack self-control. A broken bar. I continued the act. A broken bar. His face turned bright red as he spoke this part. If Odile had been a man, she'd probably be able to empathize with his situation, but she was a woman. "So, you fucked that clueless girl?" "No, that heavily drunk, clueless girl until she passed out." Odile's response was surprisingly stern. Her voice was filled with anger, seemingly in disbelief of what she had just heard. In desperation, Sawu replied to her, "She wasn't drunk, Miss Odette was completely fine." "Yuga broken bar. Did Odette tell you that she's never been drunk in her entire life?" "How did you know?" Odile let out a deep sigh. "She might seem fine, but she has no tolerance toward alcohol. She won't remember anything once she wakes up. And how am I supposed to know that?" "You got a point, sorry." Odile's anger subsided a little, but her face still had a lingering look of worry, waiting for her verdict. Sawu felt as though he was sitting on a cushion of thorns. "That girl won't stop trying to imitate everything that I did. It's annoying." Fortunately, nothing serious happened. It seems Miss Odette thinks of Miss Odile as her role model. "What? That's not true. She's just imitating me, nothing more. Anyway, I apologize about what happened." "It's okay, there's nothing for you to apologize for, Mr. Assistant, though. There's something that I don't like." "A broken bar." Odile folded her arms and glanced between Sawu's legs. "Mr. Assistant, how did you do it with Odette?" "A broken bar. Is that important?" "No, but I'm curious. I mean, you didn't insert the tip of your dick inside of her like you did with me, did you?" "No way." "Is she announcing the start of phase 2? An uncomfortable silence hung in the air for a while. Sawu swallowed nervously, trying to hide his anxiety. "Mr. Odile suddenly stood up from her seat and walked over to Sawu. "Can we do it again?" "Pardon?" "Well, last night we stopped before we could get into a broken bar. I'm actually curious about what would happen afterwards. A broken bar. I'll forget about what happened with the dead today. In exchange, do it with me." Her little sister had just finished doing an anal sex with him, yet she casually asked him to do the same thing to her. Sawu thought that the current situation would make him unable to get an erection for a month, but to his dismay, something started to bulge inside his pants. While awkwardly twirling her finger around Sawu's hair, Odile spoke awkwardly. "Adet won't be getting up for a while. Broken bar, so let's move to another room. You won't mind, right, Mr. Assistant?" "I don't mind." "Buta broken bar. Is this the right thing to do?" After all, their relationship wasn't built based on genuine love or emotional commitment. Rather, it was driven by Odile's desire to try something new. Sawu didn't feel any about fucking both of them. "I don't mean to brag, but I learned faster than Adet. Perhaps it'll feel better to do it with me than with her." Perhaps today was the day he would be rewarded for going through all the suffering he had felt. The thought that the same dick that had been vigorously thrusting into the younger twin's anus would also be inserted into the older sister's anus fueled him. His heart was racing with a peculiar sense of immorality. Suddenly, Sawu looked outside the window. It wasn't a conscious movement. He felt a piercing gaze from the direction. It was as if his whole being was pricked by thorns. Outside the window was the beautiful scenery of Latifundium. That part didn't change, but there was something else out there, a black thing, glued to the branch of a large tree. It was staring intently through the window of the administrative building. Seeing Sawu's lack of reaction to her sudden proposal, Odile tilted her head in confusion. Sawu's confused voice echoed around the room. "Miss Odile, we're the only ones here, right?" "Here? What do you mean?" "In this latifundium." "Yes, there's no one else here. As I've mentioned earlier, everyone's on break today, so we rented the entire place to ourselves." "Then, what is that black thing?" A black figure could be seen outside the window, staring inside the administration building. There was one reason why Sawu described the thing as such. Its color was the only distinct characteristic it had. The black silhouette crouched on a branch, as if it was glued to it. One could feel an ominous feeling when they laid their eyes on it. This wasn't a metaphor. A shadow covered its body like a cloak. "What?" Odile slowly turned her head in the direction Sawu was looking. At the same time, the unidentified being started to move. Creak. What appeared to be its neck bent in an abnormal way, as if its joint was corroded with rust. The dark shadow around it dispersed like mist and Sawu was finally able to identify its form. The head of a giant black cat. It was difficult to imagine that such a massive body belonged to an ordinary beast. Its tail coiled and wiggled. A massive sickle was attached to its tip as it swayed in the chilly wind. "That's a broken bar." Odile's face stiffened in horror. Creak creak. With a chilling sound, akin to chalk scratching on a blackboard, it opened its eyes, darker than the abyss. From its head, which lacked even more depths than the flickering shadow, 3 crimson eyes, like flowers blooming in hell. As it turned its gaze toward their direction, it appeared to be filled with joy. The amassing shadow began to take shape around the mysterious monster. When the monster's shadow became more clear and distinct, Odile immediately started to sing. "Cum sanctus Deus in aeternum, quia pius es." Her song was quick and precise. Despite her humming and skipping parts of the spell, she delivered her flawless chant, completing every aspect of her incantation with precision. At the same time, creak, a black spear collided against a transparent barrier that surrounded the entire administrative building, creating a noise similar to an operating steel grinder. Boom, rattle, bang. At that moment, Sawu, who had been observing the monster, saw something. The transparent barrier that Odile created was struck by 3 spears that were made by the shadow that were charging into the administrative building. He couldn't understand why this thing happened so suddenly. All he knew was the monster had casted a spell to attack them and Odile managed to repel it. "I almost got fucked," Odile said with a rough tone. Sawu blinked and asked, "Maybe it's Lady Gemini." "No way that would be the case. His question was reasonable, but Odile denied it. It was fortunate that Lady Gemini seemed to be unaware of the scoundrel who was manipulating and toying with her apprentice witches, therefore she hadn't been taking any actions to eliminate him. No, actually, Sawu wasn't sure if it was fortunate or not. Then, what's going on? Before Odile could answer him, the room trembled violently. Unlike before, they felt the vibration more clearly than they heard its loud noise. As a result of that powerful vibration, the air around them grew heavier. The shadow spear once again clashed against Odile's barrier. Odile stared at the window. Her eyes were shimmering with purple magic reflections. It seems like a homunculus, but, according to my master, there are no more homunculus left in Jaina Broken Bar. Are you referring to the Witch of Creation's homunculus? Can't you tell by looking at it? The situation was way more serious than Sawu had expected. Homunculus, an intellectual life form created by the Witch of Creation. They were created as guardians to protect her legacy. One might find them sleeping, huddled up in some corner of the world, or wandering around silently. The magic-obsessed witches would eagerly rush toward any homunculi they came across, with their eyes shining brightly in excitement. After all, killing those homunculi meant obtaining the legacy left by the Witch of Creation, including the artifacts she possessed, her research materials, elixirs and magic circle manuals. To describe it in a way that modern people could understand, they were event mobs. The legacy of the Witch of Creation was so valuable that it could elevate any witch's accomplishments. This is bad, Mr. Assistant. Take care of Odette. With a composed look, Odile observed the shadow spears shooting at them from the outside. Her soft cheeks now looked so stiff. Upon further reflection, Sawu realized that the term event mob was an overly optimistic description, and it didn't accurately reflect the true nature of the homunculus. It was too dangerous to be called an event mob. Homunculi were monsters created by the Witch of Creation herself. In terms of their danger level, it was more fitting to call them raid bosses due to the diversity of the self-essence magic they had and the higher resistance of their bodies due to their duties to protect the treasure within them. They were dangerous enough that they managed to get into second place in reasons for unexpected disappearances of witches. Sawu embraced Odette, who was still out cold despite being in the middle of the ruckus, and moved further away from the window. What should we do? I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Can you wake Odette up first? Sawu could see how bad the situation was by simply looking at Odile's face. Odile, who generally laughed off every little incident casually, had a face as pale as a sheet of paper. According to the witches specialized in hunting the homunculi, witches below the 15th rank shouldn't even attempt to hunt any homunculi. And so, came the question, what rank were the twins? Miss Odile, we can't calculate it precisely since you haven't been branded yet, but can you tell me what level of magic you can cast, approximately? Odile's eyes widened in surprise as she observed Sawu's calm demeanor. He was calmer than she expected. I'm glad you're not trembling in fear. With Odette's help and self-essence magic, we can cast an 8th level spell at best. That means our priority right now is to seek help from the outside. Agree. The minimum rank required to hunt was 15, but the two of them combined could only perform an 8th level spell. That was far from enough. There were numerous cases where a witch would invest their entire life on it, but they couldn't advance even a single rank. Bang! Sawu gazed outside the window carefully. The spherical barrier created by Odile enveloped the entire research facility. Every time the homunculus fired a spear that struck the barrier and scattered, Odile and Sawu's vision became more limited. The reason was because their surroundings were tainted by the shadow that spread like paint being dispersed in water. Due to this, the homunculus figure gradually became more blurry. As a result, their anxiety grew because they were unable to track their enemies' movements. Suddenly, another loud sound echoed and a burst of flames made of mana flashed outside the window. Due to that sound and Sawu vigorously shaking her shoulders, Odette jolted up in surprise. Kaya? A broken bar huh? What's going on? Groggily, Odette glanced around her surroundings while Sawu briefly summarized the situation to her. Then, what should we do? However, Adet's reaction was no different from Odile's. The twins had no experience in combat in the first place. Even if they did, hunting the homunculus while being in the 8th rank was impossible. Magic. What they should do was to flee and look for help from the outside. How many more attacks can your barrier repel, Miss Odile? Its attacks are weaker than I thought. It should hold on for about 10 minutes since it only launched 3-4 attacks per minute. Luckily, they had plenty of time. Miss Adet, is there any way for us to seek help from Lady Gemini or any other witches? Previously, Sawu used a magic called Skyboard to ask for Sophia's help back at the inn. Perhaps the twins would know a much better and more efficient way to seek help. Well, there's a way, but it's impossible to use it right now. The spell A Song of Rest that my sister is using right now blocks magic from inside too, not only from outside. So, we need to go outside, then. Currently, this building was like an air raid shelter. Leaving this place at this moment was equivalent to leaving an air raid shelter during an attack. Music box. I have a music box with me. We should be able to hide from that thing for a while. Adet took out a music box from her cloak. Then a broken bar. Creak, creak. Mr. Assistant, a broken bar. Odile's words were interrupted by an unpleasant noise from outside the window. It sounded like metal being torn apart. Sawu involuntarily held his breath. A giant cat, draped in shadows, was clawing and tearing apart Odile's barrier. Its sharp, sickle-like tail slammed against the transparent barrier, thrashing it violently. Kick a broken bar, kick a broken bar, kick. The homunculus opened its mouth wide, flashing its 3 crimson eyes. Sticky oozes of shadows, similar to tar, appeared from within its opened mouth. Despite seeing it for the first time, Sawu was able to comprehend the monster's emotions. It was laughing. That thing felt delight over the fact that there were 3 toys for him to play with. Adet, yes, sister. The twins exchanged signals. Both of them fully understood each other's thoughts. There was no need for them to discuss things beforehand. Adet started chanting with her arms extending toward the window as Odile removed her protective barrier. Requiem aetam doniois, give them an eternal rest. Adet's chant was a requiem that she offered to her enemy's tombstone. Bang! As Adet chanted the spell, a hazy glow emanated from her arm, and in the blink of an eye, it struck the homunculus face. The light emitted such intense heat that it raised the room's temperature by 10 degrees even though it only appeared for a moment. From a brief contact with its spell, the glass turned red, melting away like a sugar being boiled. No way, a broken bar, the twins muttered in unison. That spell held tremendous power. They had expected that it could deal some amount of damage considering that it hit the monster dead in the face. However, a broken bar kick, it tilted its head, clearly unharmed after receiving that spell. Sawu could feel a shiver running down his spine. Watch out! Reflexively, Sawu embraced the twins and lowered their heads together with his. Less than 0.2 seconds afterwards, something passed over their backs. Boom, crackle. It felt like a small storm had swept through the room. The homunculus swung its tail like a whip horizontally, messing up the interior of the building. That swing caused the wall to collapse and shattered the furniture inside. It created a thick cloud of dust that obscured their vision. Run, a broken bar, let's run away. What would have happened to them if they had stood still? Sawu turned his body while holding onto Odile and Adet necks, trembling at the sight of the broken wooden pillars. Ki-ei, a sound of something being pulled tightly, similar to someone loading an iron crossbow, reached their ears. When the monster hurled a shadow spear toward the building, it made a grating noise that set their nerves on edge. There was only one place they could run to. Let's jump, Kaya. Sawu embraced the twins tightly and jumped off the tall treehouse. At the same time, 2 shadow spears flew past them, narrowly missing their backs. Thud! Before their eyes, a towering tree with dozens of meters of height that once held up the latifundium proudly, crashed down like a shattered styrofoam. The twin effortlessly cast a levitation spell as it wasn't even classified as a flight-type spell. Even so, falling from 30 meters of height without any life-saving tools was still an extremely terrifying experience. As he rapidly approached the ground with his clothes fluttering in the wind, Sawu let out a scream. The twins managed to land gracefully without any problems, but Sawu fell directly into the ground. "Mr. Assistant, are you all right?" Odile casted a glance toward the homunculus they left behind as Adet rushed toward Sawu. The giant cat moved with brisk strides, its tail swaying as it looked down below. It marked the beginning of its hunt. "Mr. Assistant, run away with Adet. I'll try to hold it off here." Odile stood up straight on the ground. Her eyes were locked to the three glowing crimson pupils. "Mr. Assistant, run away with Adet. I'll try to hold it off here." Odile stepped forward, covering for Sawu and Adet. She wasn't being arrogant or trying to brag. After all, she was far more aware about the danger the homunculus posed than Sawu ever was. The giant cat descended leisurely from the tree. The sight of the monster riding a wooden pole in a relaxed manner while blinking its three large eyes felt otherworldly as it clearly transcended the laws of physics. The sight of it landing on the ground in a weightless motion felt incredibly surreal. It completely erased all sense of reality from Sawu. "Why are you dawdling here? I told you to run." Even under the intense pressure of Odile's anxious yell, Sawu remained calm as he tried to assess the situation. Not only that, he even gave Adet some instructions. "Miss Adet, is your music box working?" "Ah, why yes." Adet, who had been fidgeting nervously while gripping the hem of her skirt, quickly showed him her music box. Immediately after that, while casting a worried glance in his direction, Adet spoke. "Mr. Assistant, a broken bar. You should run away. I can't leave my sister behind." "No, Adet, you need to call for help while I'm holding this thing off. I'll do it right now." As expected, Adet was slower than Odile in assessing the current situation. Either it was because she had just woken up or because she wasn't as courageous. Nevertheless, she followed Odile's instruction and began chanting a spell. If there was one fortunate thing in this situation, it was the fact that the homunculus wasn't attacking them. Instead, it stayed still while observing them. With curious eyes, it scanned its surroundings, observing the three with great attention. Under its vigilant gaze, Adet's magic came into full bloom. A massive string of symbols shot up into the sky. It was a spell one level higher than Skyboard, the spell that Sawu once used. The spell pierced through the dense foliage of the latifundium as it lit up the sky, sending out an urgent rescue signal. "It's done, sis. Great, let's go." A broken barak. The monstrous cat started to move as soon as Adet casted the spell, probably in response to the sudden surge of magic. Its tail swung through the air like a sickle. The movement was so quick that it couldn't be seen with the naked eyes. It was as if all its previous swings were a joke. Bang! The protective barrier that Odile had previously set up was torn apart like a piece of paper. Her song of rest was easily crushed just like that. Odile's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the scattered debris caused by the shattering magic circle. It destroyed the barrier in one swing. The sight of her barrier that was capable of withstanding tank rounds with ease being torn apart so effortlessly made Odile left speechless. Meanwhile, Sawu had been looking at the sky. It was because there was something in there. Adet's rescue signal. The strings of symbols, gradually becoming larger as they rose into the sky, collided with a dense black shadow that covered the latifundium. Bang! Then, Sawu heard the sound of shattering glass. The moment the purple-clad string of characters made contact with the shadow, the magic was disrupted by the black shadow that acted as if it was suddenly sprung to life. Those characters shattered into 1,000 pieces, falling down on Sawu's heads. Broken bar. Adet watched in despair as her last hope was shattered. The rescue signal had failed. Meanwhile, Odile's barrier was sliced through by the monster's tail. None of their attacks seemed to work against the enemy. Their previously calm daily life had been abruptly disrupted as it took on a new direction. It was late, but the three of them felt a sense of impending catastrophe, death. As the word passed through their minds, they felt like it was some kind of cruel joke. At that moment, Sawu's attention was drawn to the mana river stream behind the homunculus, the latifundium's mana supply. "Miss Adet, please protect Miss Odile. I'm going to create a smoke screen." While everyone else was trembling in fear, Sawu took action. He found it strange, despite the imminent threat of death, his mind was clear, allowing him to think and react quickly. A surge of adrenaline coursed through his veins, bolstering the very legs that should have trembled in terror. Then, he ran. He began to dash toward the monster like an arrow shot from a bow. Mr. Assistant. He brushed off Odette's urgent calling. "What are you doing?" He even went past Odile, who was keeping the homunculus occupied, and ran toward the monster. Kaio, seeing one of its prey leaping toward itself, caught the homunculus off guard. It turned his head abruptly at an angle. Even in this situation, in the middle of his sprint, Sawu was still analyzing the homunculus. He had seen its attack pattern up to this point. First, the shadow spear that it used to attack the research facility. It took around 5 seconds for the monster to gather the shadow before it shot it. The maximum number of spears that it could shoot at once was 3, but the intervals between each attack was quite long. However, it was clear from the monster's leisurely attitude that this wasn't the extent of its strength. The speed of the shadow spears was so quick, it was impossible to track them with naked eyes, not to mention that it was powerful enough to break gigantic trees with dozens of meters circumferences. It was clear that there was no way Sawu could handle it even if he were to use all the mana he had. Second, its tail. It was impossible to gauge its attack range due to the sickle at the end of its tail, since it used the sickle as if it was a chained sickle. At first, its power didn't seem to be that powerful, but the fact that it quickly shattered Odile's barrier demonstrated that if the tail were to hit someone's bare body, it would undoubtedly shatter it to pieces. Finally, the unidentified black shadow. It was clear that it wasn't something like a hardened shadow. At one point, the shadow covered the air like smog and disrupted Odette's spell. Because of its existence, he assumed that they were cut off from the outside world. The latifundium had become a hunting ground for the monster. As Sawu continued to charge forward, the distance between him and the homunculus had shrunk to less than 20 meters. Then, overshadowing Sawu's vigor, it started to move. Ki-ik! Its tail writhed in the air with a grotesque cry as it began to move like a snake targeting its prey. Sawu calmly calculated the time and extended his arm into the air. The mana in latifundium was richer than anywhere else in Jaina. For that reason, a certain special move became possible to use here, but it could only be used once. That was why the timing to use it was important. Bloom. Its tail, aiming at Sawu, was swung with a ferocious sound. At that moment, Sawu leapt his body diagonally, like a spring that was bent to its limit. Boom! The tail, which had barely missed Sawu's toes, appeared to move very slowly as it scraped the surface of the ground. Sawu jumped over the over 3 meters tall monster. He was able to do this not because he somehow gained a superhuman strength at the death's door. A water lizard's stride, the technique that Odile showed him the day before they left. It was a technique that boosted the user's mobility by focusing magic power on the soles of their feet. After gathering mana to its limit, the user could make a single leap upwards. A broken bar. Sawu leapt 3 meters high using his bare body. The wind brushed past his ears. Eventually, the fear of having nothing under his feet gave birth to a greater sense of anxiety. Next, the fear of falling took over. As he watched the ground getting closer in real time, Sawu braced himself for the upcoming impact. Quack! He managed to jump more than 20 meters forward in one breath and landed at the riverbank of the Mana River. Because everything transpired quickly, Sawu was unable to use any mana to soften his landing. As a result, he bounced off the ground like a cork. He felt a sharp pain in his ankles. It felt like they were about to break. By descending in an arc, he managed to escape death by a hair's breadth. If he had fallen straight down, he would either die from the fall, or be rendered unconscious before the monster's claw fell upon him. The monster's sluggish and frightening gaze soon discovered its vanished prey. Whoosh! With shadows converging around it to form spears of shadow, the cat sought to punish the elusive prey who managed to leap over its head. While suppressing his pain, Sawu stretched his arms out toward the river in front of his eyes. He ignored the throbbing pain in his limbs. With his body staggering, Sawu ran over the water while dipping his hand before shouting, "Bloom!" This was why he risked his life to reach the river. The mana that he absorbed into his fingertips was comparable to the high-level mana water that he previously used in his magic research. One development, one change, and one continuity. Just before the shadow spear could pierce through Sawu to turn him into a skewered kebab, the river swelled up. The mana that had been flowing down the river suddenly convulsed, morphing into a dense fog that made it impossible to see more than one step ahead, a perfect smoke screen. Unable to comprehend what was happening, the homunculus fired another 3 spears toward the riverbank where Sawu was standing. Something exploded, mound of dirt soared up to the sky and fell into the river. Time passed, the fog dissipated in the wind and the monster regained its vision back, but Sawu and the twins had disappeared without a trace. Magic. Mr. Assistant, are you okay? Yuga broken bar. Since it was an impromptu decision, Sawu's and the twins' reunion felt like a stroke of luck. If it hadn't been for the twins who had rushed to find him in the nick of time, they would have probably been separated and scattered around the place. After they found him, they immediately used their water lizard's stride to distance themselves from the homunculus. Currently, they were hiding in a crevice in the trunk of a tree that was split in two. In that place, a cluster of oyster mushrooms-like mushrooms grew. "Let me look at it." A broken bar. Adet rolled up Sawu's pants to inspect his wound. His ankle was completely wrecked. It was swollen to 1.5 times its normal size. Sawu felt that his bones might have been cracked. "Why did you do something so reckless?" In tears, Odile chided Sawu. "If we had continued to confront it directly, we would end up dying." A broken bar. Sawu's assessment of the situation was accurate. Adet's rescue signal couldn't work properly and the twins' attack had failed. Even if they could hold the monster off for some time with their barrier, in the end, they would only be prolonging the inevitable. The moment their magic was depleted, they would have become prey to the homunculus. "I figured we could escape from it if we were to block its sight, since we can conceal our presence with the music box. It was still too risky of a plan." My heart almost jumped out of my chest. "You know, she's right. I thought you went insane, Mr. Assistant." Odile grabbed Sawu by the collar and shook him while scolding him rapidly. Meanwhile, Adet also chided him from the side. The twins, who had watched him running from behind, understood what kind of situation he was in, jumping to avoid the tail that the monster swung at him at the perfect timing. It was a life-and-death situation. If there was even a tiny delay in his jump, or he ended up jumping a second too early, he would be dead right there and then. To put it simply, it was like a life-and-death rhythm game. "But I managed to buy us time. Stay still, I'll treat your injuries." A warm light poured over Sawu's swollen ankle. "You can walk, but don't run like before." Honestly, this is the first time I've used magic to heal someone's injury, so I don't know how potent it is. I'll be careful. Even if the twins were to berate him for being a troublemaker, Sawu wouldn't mind about using magic to heal. How it worked was it stimulated the cells to divide itself quicker. As a result, the target's self-healing would increase. What should we do next? Should we just hide like this until everything is over? As soon as Odile finished treating Sawu, Adet said that while trembling anxiously. Suddenly, crack, bang, a thunderous sound, which didn't sound like it came from too far away, shook the ground. The vibration, which was caused by a huge tree falling, was transmitted directly to their buttocks. It seemed like after it lost its plaything, the homunculus indiscriminately attacked the surrounding area to find them. "We have two options." Sawu picked up a branch that was rolling around inside the crevice. The ground inside the crevice was soft because they used it as a place to cultivate mushrooms. Due to that, it could be used as a makeshift blackboard. Option 1. Wait quietly and pray while waiting for another witch who noticed this anomaly to come and find us. As long as they had the music box, the homunculus wouldn't be able to identify them with only its bare eyes. Taking advantage of the plan, they could just drag out the inevitable while playing hide and seek. In other words, this was the so-called prayer meta. However, with this option, There was a possibility that we'd get hit by the homunculus rampage. The drawback of prayer meta was simple. If your luck was bad, then you were screwed. Odile wore a serious expression, seemingly aware of that. What about the other option? We'll hunt that guy, we'll hunt him. Hearing Sawu's calm words, Adet shuddered with fear. Standing in front of the homunculus who had just threatened their lives, she didn't even dare to imagine it. See, can't we just keep hiding like this? Sawu knew she would react like this. He didn't blame her. They almost lost their lives. It was only natural that she'd react this way. You got a good idea? And not you too, sis. How are we supposed to deal with something like that? Adet, calm down. Let's hear what he has to say first. It's better than just sitting here while trembling in fear. Odile hugged the frightened Adet and looked straight at Sawu. Yes, Sawu nodded and used the twig he picked up earlier to draw a magic circle on the ground. As we fled through the mist, I used the last of my mana to get a sample of the black shadow. 3 spears were randomly shot into the thick fog, barely missing Sawu's body by a hair's breadth. Despite the frightening situation, Sawu managed to analyze the remains of the black shadow the spears left behind in their trajectory. That shadow is probably the monster's self-essence magic. When Adet's attack magic and rescue signal magic came into contact with the shadow, their formation was disrupted and scattered by it. And then, Sawu explained while showing an analytical formula that depicted the shadow's structure. A single magic circle didn't make that shadow. It was made of numerous small magic circles. If I have to explain how it looks, it's like a sphere with spikes jutting out from it. Each of them has a hook at its tip and each hook is grabbing into other hooks that the other magic circles have. Sawu had only observed it for a short moment, so he couldn't figure everything in great detail. Nevertheless, he continued his explanation. If a complex enough magic came into contact with the shadow, it'll start eroding it in reverse. It'll randomly get into the magic circle and mess up its composition. When this happens, the magic circle will get short-circuited. Now, if the magic circle receives this kind of error numerous times all at once, any kind of feedback becomes useless. That leads to the spell breaking down. Boom! They could hear another tree fall down. This time, it was closer than before. Odile and Adet, who were listening to his explanation, widened their eyes as if they had realized something. But, Mr. Assistant, even if you know that the shadow consists of numerous magic circles, how did you figure out the shape? My question exactly. No matter how much of the shadow you sampled, there's no way you're able to see its shapy broken bar. I did it by recalling the shape and order of interference that Adet's signal magic received when it broke down. Then, I reverse calculated it. Unless it's shaped like this, it won't be able to break the circle simultaneously. A broken bar. Despite Sawu's confidence, the twins found it difficult to believe. Inferring the spell's structure through reverse calculation by observing the order of interference, it was even more unrealistic than figuring out the precise spot of bombs in a building by observing the shape of the rubbles. After pondering while pressing her temples for a moment, Odile opened her eyes wide. All right, so, what's the plan? Since you're asking us to choose between the two options, I'm guessing that we need to do some preparations beforehand. If they could hunt the homunculus without any preparations, he wouldn't be offering them any options to choose from. Sis, it's too dangerous. We don't know how long we'll have to wait before help arrives. Chances are we'll get torn into pieces first. Doing this is better than just sitting idly while waiting for our deaths, isn't it? We can just run away, leave the latifundium. Hearing Adet's words, Odile shook her head. This is the edge of latifundium. What if we're caught while trying to go past that monster? It was clear that Sawu's proposed hunting method required thorough preparation. Whether they decided to escape or follow through with the second option, they couldn't keep on hiding. Getting caught while trying to escape is a worse option than staying hidden. Our fate will be completely sealed when that happens. Then, we're really going to hunt it a broken bar? That scary monster a broken bar? Sawu clasped Adet's trembling hands. This was the time when they needed to cooperate. If they were able to work together, that would increase their chance of success. I understand your desire to run away, Miss Adet, I really do. I'm scared a broken bar. How can everyone else be so calm? If we stay hidden, maybe we can find another way out. A broken bar. Please trust me just this once. If the plan goes awry, I'll be the bait so Miss Adet and Miss Odile can run away. Sawu held on to Adet's hand tightly with a firm grip. Her previously cold hand now felt a little warmer. A broken bar. With tears running down her face, Adet slowly nodded. Sawu wanted to comfort her more, but they simply didn't have the time. So, he began to tell them his strategy while scrawling a new magic circle on the ground. The black cat wandered around, shooting shadow spears in all directions. Its 3 glowing eyes scanned every nook and cranny of the gorge without missing a beat. Like a normal animal, it lacked clear intelligence. Its use of self-essence magic wasn't driven by rationality, but rather by tapping into the inheritance that resided within its own body. The beast had just woken up from its slumber and it didn't possess the necessary intelligence to skillfully wield its power. But the beast came across a rare toy. After its boring and lengthy sleep, the time for it to play had finally come, thus triggering its instinct for hunting. For the monster, taking out a witch's fresh guts and eating it was the most pleasurable activity. It would increase its strength, giving him the ability to scour through the world with greater freedom. No one taught the beast about it, but it instinctively felt that way. Kekakik. Magic eager for its very first game of hide and seek, the homunculus boldly strolled through the gorge, looking for a place where its prey was hiding, and then, Nipareni Kremerignanterov's low compressed to a beautiful melody began to echo in the distance. The magical song began to flow through the gorge where no signs of life were felt until now. While it was unlikely for the beast to possess any kind of aesthetic sense, it was such a beautiful melody that it pricked its ears as it listened to it. The monster that had been excavating through the roots of the trees raised its head and moved toward the direction of the sound. With majestic strides, it dashed off swiftly, like a black shadow draped in a cloak. Tilde? As it predicted, the source of the song was the 2 young witches. They were in the center of a tiny clearing, surrounded by trees. The young witches were clasping their hands together as they sang in a beautiful voice. With their eyes closed, a spherical barrier resembling a snow globe encircled them as they floated mid-air, without any interference from the surroundings. Perfection was the only thing that remained. The harmony, resembling more of a musical instrument than a human's voice, echoed through the space as it spread softly like a music box. It was a beautiful melody. The melody by itself didn't serve any problem whatsoever. However, a broken bar, clang. The homunculus gazed at them with interest for a moment before vigorously swinging its tail. It was the tail that it always had since its birth. The beast used the same strike that easily tore apart the strange and thin membrane a while ago, but this time, it bounced off helplessly. It expected some kind of reaction from the 2 sisters, but they kept reciting the melody without any sign of wavering, as if they were completely engrossed in their own world. Kaio, the beast, seemingly perplexed, observed the twins' reactions by circling them while swaying its tail gently before striking them again. Clang. This time, there was a reaction. One of the twins seemed slightly shocked as she opened her eyes and gave the monster a quick glance. After a moment, she closed her eyes tightly. Fascinated by the interesting toy, the monster couldn't take its eyes off it, and that was the opening Sawu had been waiting for. From around 50 meters away, Sawu was preparing to intercept the homunculus. He needed a quite high concentration of mana, and an improvised spell to release that mana. After hearing the required amount of mana calculated on the spot by Sawu, Odile frowned and asked, "So, where can you get that highly concentrated mana?" "Just so you know, Adet and I have already used too much of ours. At best, we can only use 2 or 3 more spells. Mr. Assistant, we haven't been branded yet, we can't store that much mana." In response to their worries, Sawu raised his hand, pointing to something. The mana river stream wasn't enough, they needed something that was thicker and more refined. For example, something like a potion that could emit an intense light on its own. For a broken bar on his back, there was a bundle of needles that had been used to inject potions into tree roots. He had already removed all the needles around him and directly connected them to his body through various acupuncture points. There were 12 needles inserted into his body in total. This was the most painful shot he had ever received ever since his birth, and this was also part of the preparation. After all, it was impossible to flee from the homunculus with that many needles in his body. What's next? After raising the mana concentration, what are you going to do? Firstly, I need Miss Odile and Miss Adet to draw the monster's attention for about 15 seconds. And then? There were 2 music boxes operating at Sawu's feet. They were concealment tools to hide his presence during the time the spell was activated, because the spell he was about to use was far more erratic and destructive than any other spells so far. As I previously explained, the homunculus black shadow interferes directly with the magic circle and completely collapses it. If the magic circle is around the intermediate level, then it can interfere with it. Our broken bar for boss mobs that used complex patterns and abnormal status effects in a game. There was one special method that was highly effective against them. We just need to make it so that it can't afford to interfere with the magic circle. By cheesing them, instead of using a precisely designed spell that the monster could disrupt at any time, he could just shoot a burst of pure mana instead. All he needed to do was to brute force it. Sawu quietly took a deep breath. Bloom. He built this magic circle to open the gate to escape from Jaina, a large-scale circle that could be activated without wasting a single drop of mana water. Sawu couldn't store any mana. That was why the most important part of his research was figuring out how to draw in and use external mana. In other words, this was something that Sawu, who wasn't a certified wizard, could do. As soon as he began his chant, a powerful surge of magical energy started flowing into his body. This entire process was dangerous. He had to directly absorb and refine 12 different types of magic of different colors into his body. The massive amount of mana coursed through his body like a wildly galloping horse. The more mana he took, the more pain that he felt. Sawu felt his blood vessels bulging roughly throughout his body due to the tremendous overload. He felt an immense pressure bearing down on his body, making it hard for him to take even a single step. The sense of danger that a small miscalculation could cost him his life slowly crept up on him. This was the first time that he had dealt with this amount of highly concentrated mana. If it was his usual self, Sawu wouldn't be able to perform this kind of calculation quickly. But right now he wasn't his usual self. This is a white-cap mushroom, one of the few mushrooms that can be eaten raw. It's beneficial for the cerebral cortex and it could accelerate your thought process and calculation. As Odile explained, the doping of the white-cap mushroom was very effective. It felt like his thought process had been tripled. His senses were sharply awakened as he felt as if several hectares of blackboards appeared in his mind. Sawu calculated the necessary calculations for the spell activation purely by his own improvised mental arithmetic. His heart raced in excitement, as if he was experiencing arrhythmia. It was because he gained the confidence that he could attempt to fire the spell now. The spell was so pure that one could judge it for its simplicity. The colorless, pure white mana wriggled like a tentacle all over Sawu's body. Due to him heavily suppressing the flow of mana, the compressed mana was constrained to the point where it could burst out if he were just a little bit careless. The image of a spear came to his mind. His concentrating state emanated in overwhelming force. Sawu's eyes flashed with pure white radiance and he turned them toward the homunculus. He kept absorbing more mana, causing it to burn fiercely throughout his body, and as the timing that he had set approached, the music boxes finished playing their songs. A wave of powerful magic emanated from Sawu toward the homunculus. Kick! He heard a distant cry as 3 crimson eyes belatedly turned towards his direction. Seeing the homunculus' bewildered reaction, Sawu released all his mana. The monster then tried to protect its crimson eyes using the shadows as its shield, and Sawu decided that it was its weak spot, the thing that he had to target using his spear. "You're finally looking this way, huh, motherfucker?" The magic was condensed to its limit. Then, it transformed into a huge spear as soon as Sawu gave his command. With the determination to pierce through the enemy, the spear was shot. cutting through the air. Deafening noise shook the surroundings. A blinding flash tore through the darkness, and then, there was an explosion. Chapter 61, Play Ball, 4. A Play Ball, 4. A1. A massive spear. Sawu managed to compress and accelerate the mana flow to its limit, creating a sublime line that shone brilliantly. The light was so bright that it could blind the sight of anyone who looked at it as it cut through the air. Everything happened quickly. The homunculus stupidly extended both its arms and shadow. It didn't seem to be taking any defensive measures, like a cat chasing lasers out of curiosity. Its arms that it extended, disintegrated into powerful torrent of mana like dust by its nature. Mana didn't have any attacking capabilities, but when one condensed such a high concentration of mana up to this level, it became comparable to a huge weapon. The monster's fingers disintegrated from their tips, deteriorating at a rapid pace. Like dawn breaking through the darkness of the night, the beam of light chased away the shadows. The mana torrent enveloped the three curious red eyes. Then, it reached the shadow, the body of the monster down to its end, turning everything into ashes. Meanwhile, Sawu watched the homunculus as it was swallowed by the soundless explosion of light and evaporated without leaving any traces. Thud. He fell on his knees into the grass like someone who had just finished a marathon. Ha ha broken bar. As soon as the tension that barely maintained his physical and emotional stability was cut off, Sawu immediately experienced a resurgence of nausea and regurgitation. Although he had done many crazy things today, his plan on defeating the homunculus was by far the craziest of them all. Not only did he absorb a high amount of high-concentration mana, he also provided a clear path for the mana to flow in his body. If he made even the slightest miscalculation, his body would explode from a mana overload, leaving him to be a cripple for life. Even though his plan mostly succeeded, he still felt like this was merely the beginning of his uphill struggle. I'm going to die. Sawu turned over and lay down to prevent himself from vomiting. He felt his entire blood vessels swelling and contracting alongside his heartbeat. This was a result of several factors: excessive usage of explosive mana, intense consumption of mushroom doping leading to a strained brain, and the overwhelming amount of mana stored in his body that caused it to strain and creak. Ha broken bar. Despite all that, Sawu felt like he had gone back to become a middle schooler after a long time and let out a hearty laugh. How could he not feel that way? He had been researching magic diligently on his own for a while now, but there was no way to prove his ability until now. Beating the homunculus could be seen as a notable achievement for him. Throughout his life, he had been doubting his skills as a player, as he felt like he had only been playing against bots. After triumphantly carrying this game, he was filled with a sense of victory. He managed to defeat a homunculus, a being that was deemed to be too dangerous to hunt unless one was a rank 15 witch with an autonomous defense. It was a terrifying monster that even the twins could barely hold back. The voices of the twins grew closer from a distance. Mr. Assistant, Mr. Assistant, Mr. Assistant, Mr. Assistant. After he struggled to sit up, Sawu caught sight of the twins running up towards him, almost sliding to a stop. Odal rushed over and embraced Sawu. While she caressed his cheek with her palm, she asked him in a panic, "Are you okay? Do you feel anything strange, Mr. Assistant? Are you all right? Tell me, how many fingers do you see?" Using one arm to support her body, Aved shook 3 fingers in front of Sawu's face. He responded with a wry smile before assuring them that he was okay. As they let out a sigh in relief, the twins began to jump up and down with joy. They seemed to be even more thrilled than Sawu himself as they blushed in excitement. "When I first heard the plan, I thought you're crazy. Turns out you're just as impressive as you're crazy. You beat it, Mr. Assistant. You beat that homunculus." Aved was so excited that she kept stomping on the ground beneath her, while Odile was patting Sawu's head. "Good job, Mr. Assistant, good job. I knew I could count on you." Thanks to the twins' enthusiasm, Sawu, who was brimming with pride at his achievement, managed to calm down a little. It was because the twins had already celebrated it on his behalf. After the celebration continued for a while, Sawu stood up after receiving support from both of them. I thought we were done for. Thanks to Mr. Assistant, we were saved. If it weren't for Mr. Assistant, we'd be in big trouble. I only managed to do it because Miss Odile and Miss Odette drew its attention. That's right, we might have become the bait, but you were still impressive. Sawu tried to be humble to avoid looking conceited, but he couldn't help but to curl his lips upwards into a smile. The three of them walked towards the spot where the homunculus disintegrated while celebrating. It didn't seem that their celebration would end soon. Like it was being hit by a cannonball, the ground was caved in. That was how intense the force of the mana blast was. Of course, the reason why they came back here was to check the item the beast dropped. Sawu had put in a lot of effort in the raid battle. He deserved to be rewarded. The three of them jumped into the pit. Inside, they found a single egg glowing with a faint black light. Its size was around the size of a chicken egg. Well, the size and shape was similar to an egg, but it looked more like a cat's eye. Shifting black shadows could be seen through the egg's shell, which was as translucent and thin as glass. Is this the inheritance of the Witch of Creation? Yes, the egg of Gnosis. What's that? The three of them sat closely together around the egg, fascinated by the mysterious appearance of the dropped item for a long time. There are numerous types of inheritances that can be obtained by hunting homunculi. They can be artifacts like my music box, potions with magical properties like Miss Amelia's perfume, or even scraps of paper with magical circles scrawled on them. What about the Egg of Gnosis? It's a kind of memory storage device, similar to the branding system. I heard it's a mean to directly transfer knowledge and enlightenment about a new magic. Only then did Sawu understand why some witches became obsessed with hunting the homunculi, even if that meant putting their lives in danger. Based on their explanation, didn't it mean that this small egg was some kind of skill book? Odile reached out her arm and lifted the egg. The twins made eye contact with each other before nodding their heads. Here, it's yours, Mr. Assistant. Are you sure? Sawu didn't have any expectations of receiving any rewards at all. He assumed that even if he received some, they wouldn't be worth much. As apprentice witches, the egg would be more beneficial for them since they were more inclined towards exploring new forms of magic. Moreover, even though it was Sawu who devised and carried out the plan, it was the twins who risked their lives to attract the homunculus' attention. He didn't expect them to hand the egg over so willingly like this. I feel tempted to keep it for myself, but I think you deserve this, Mr. Assistant. I think the same way. If it weren't for Mr. Assistant, I would still be trembling in fear. Thank you very much. Why are you thanking us? It is us who should be thanking you. That's right. You are so cool, Mr. Assistant. With an affectionate look in her eyes, Odette flicked her thumb and handed the Egg of Gnosis over to Sawu's arm. The egg almost felt weightless as it rolled in his arm. Like a galaxy in the universe, the shadow that filled the egg whirled around calmly. How can I use this? They said that you just need a strong desire to accept the gnosis to activate it. A scholar's inherent desire was to seek out new knowledge. Sawu had given up on becoming a mathematician because he was abducted midway through his journey. Nonetheless, he still had his passion and he put it into this new field, magic. He felt regret over the fact that he wouldn't be able to learn higher-level magic once he escaped from Jaina. That was why this was an opportunity for him. He gulped as he tightly clenched the egg. At the same time, it felt as if his body was being swallowed into the darkness. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling as though his consciousness was being sucked into a space where even the ground didn't exist. What ice a broken bar. When he opened his eyes again, there was an endless black and empty space in front of him. His body was floating in the middle of that space. Woo! Startled by the loud noise coming from behind, Sawu turned his body and looked towards the source of the noise. He thought that he couldn't do anything but float, but when he thought about moving his body, it immediately made a turn and moved in a certain direction. Wow! A broken bar. What existed there was the golden light of wisdom that dispelled the darkness of ignorance. The identity of the structure that stood tall as it revealed its presence in a space where people's perspective became drastically thin was a broken bar. A magical circle composed of all kinds of runic characters, straight lines, curved lines, dots and shapes. Each component of the intricately interlocked magic circles rotated slowly while emitting a loud noise like a complex mechanical device. Even though it was a sight he had never seen before, So-woo felt a strong sense of D8 copyright aved. He immediately recognized the large structure, despite its size robbing him of his sense of distance. It was the large-scale magic circle that So-woo had been researching and building for the last 3 years. This space was the manifestation of the accumulated magical knowledge and wisdom that So-woo had been studying and exploring. Perhaps, because he had not yet completed it, the magic circle wasn't in its complete form. The ends of the circle that reached out to the darkness were blurry and there were gears that weren't spinning and didn't seem to be working properly. He was excited. So-woo never imagined that the magic he was researching could evoke such a sense of reverence. He felt enlightened. It felt like he was flying up in the sky seeing the landscape from a higher perspective, as what he previously did was like being trapped in the forest while he could only look at the trees. It gave him the inspiration that he needed. Now, he could identify what he lacked and which part of the magic circle was wrong. He became more assured that he could advance to a higher level, but it didn't end there. Suddenly, a large egg, about a quarter of the size of his magic circle, appeared out of nowhere. Though its size was different, its shape and appearance were identical to the egg of Gnosis. The faint shadow that had been swirling inside it had become distinctly visible even in the darkness as it started to rise beyond the glass-like membrane. Broken bar, it was strange. He felt like he rediscovered something he had forgotten about for a long time. New knowledge began to pour into his head without any kind of resistance. As the undulating shadows in the void built a new structure, So-woo felt his mental capacity grew. His thoughts deepened. He gained a new perspective toward the world, the knowledge that might have taken him years to comprehend on his own. Comprehension, order, law, the truth pierced through the depth of his mind. He was looking at a world that could only be perceived through a witch's eyes. As the egg of Gnosis passed on its knowledge to So-woo, he was invited into a world that he couldn't step into without a brand. Suddenly, the shadow that had been building another structure in So-woo's world dissolved into the darkness, as if it had fulfilled its duty. How did the shadow that the homunculus wield manage to nullify spells? What was the method of maintaining such numerous magic circles individually without much mana? What rule allowed those small magic circles to flow like water without interfering with each other's composition? He understood everything. Before the shadow's structure could take on its perfect form, So-woo felt his consciousness being sucked out again. Not much time passed after he entered that space, a blink of an eye, that was all it took. His consciousness returned to reality. He felt resistance from gravity compared to the freedom he previously felt when he was floating in that space. His thoughts that were endlessly expanding, opened up and accepted the impurities from his surroundings. The twins, who had been staring at him with sparkling eyes, appeared before him. A new power emerged. A new knowledge appeared. So-woo looked at his hand and thought to himself, pretty, isn't it? The place that Mr. Assistant saw is called Ain, part of the 3 realms that couldn't be seen nor judged by ordinary humans' perspective, the realm of A0. The twins seemed so ecstatic over the fact that they shared the same world as So-woo. They had the same expression as they had back when they were guiding him through the latifundium. You can't perceive it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Ain lies dormant in the consciousness of everyone who practices magic. It's such a waste that you were born a man, Mr. Assistant. If you were born as a witch's descendant and inherited her brand, you could have made quite a name for yourself. Only then did So-woo understand why the twins had passed up this golden opportunity. They wanted to show him another world that he had never known. We didn't pass the opportunity to you, but anyway, welcome to the real world of magic. The twins grinned widely, expressing their sincere congratulations without any traces of envy.